Ah, yes, here we are.
Hello again.
We wanted to stream because it's later, but my brother's more awake because he was off today.
Yeah, I got to sleep in, rest.
So why not? We'll come on for a little bit. I gotta go to bed
Yeah.
tomorrow. There isn't much more. I didn't get to that car place. By the time I got up, I had to see my shrink and had some Hot Pockets for dinner. And I've accomplished nothing once again.
Exactly.
And it feels like some kind of movie is ending, but it's not a happy ending for me. It's just one of these. But I wanted to come on briefly and say hello because what else? Yeah, I won't be able to do this once I go back to. I don't know my schedule. I don't even know my schedule yet. And I'm feeling anxiety about working again. All the memories of they never leave my mind, but they're like amped up. All the bullshit that I've gone on at these other places. They wanted me arrested for vaping. The girl runs me over. The guy does nothing about it. Meanwhile, he's flying around. He's in cahoots with the overnight frozen guy who hates me. Yeah, tell him you're leaving. Lie, say you're leaving, and then you'll catch him vaping. It was like Lord. What do you call it? I can go on a whole tirade. Make a video about this. What do you call it? Lord of the Flies. It was like fucking Lord of the Flies. Like, I wouldn't believe my stories if I hadn't lived them. But so I'm thinking of all that. Like, why am I going back to a fucking grocery store? And they're not all the same. Maybe this place will be a little better. Who knows? Maybe it'll be bullshit. But I need some money. That's like my mental health isn't worth that kind of bullshit. But at the same time, it's like I need the money. So it's not. I don't want to quit like the first week if the boss is some stupid piece of shit. And you know what I mean? Like even that last place I worked at, no one tried to harm me, but the Chad decided he didn't want to do water. It was too much heavy lifting. He had a doctor's note, and they bent over backwards for him at my expense. And they're retarded, man. So it's like I think about all these retards. I'm always, so yes, that's where I am. What the hell is this? Something on my tongue. Okay. Well, Dev Pike, I think
There might not be a link.
Might not be a link. I'll see how I feel.
Yes.
I thought you were talking to Zenesis. That you guys became friends, and that's great. And fly away,
Very nice, yes.
I thought he was talking to Zenesis. So yes. I go back to work. I'm gonna make these videos, and do we buy that Acura? I don't know yet. I need money.
Hard to say, yeah. You got to get some money coming in.
Bye. They had very little to say to each other yesterday. What more do they say to each other now? I think it was after. Was Zenesis on when you went to bed?
I think he was. Yeah.
I think Cassandra came on. It was nice having people show their faces.
Okay,
so I'm like, just two people. Okay, they can talk amongst each other, but I guess it was okay. But what more do they have to say to each other? Unless there's something like Cassandra is dying to say to Zenesis, or Zenesis didn't finish his point. I don't see the two of them. I don't see a need, but.
Okay.
Yeah, see right off the bat, because it's like the starlings are flying off. It's a Friday night, she's got to go out and do her thing. So yeah, I'm surprised she's even here in the first place. Oh yeah. Like I said, the starlings don't even care about the content. They just want a place to fly to. I'm pouring my heart out about having to go back to work and the anxiety I'm feeling. I think I changed the thing. Hold on a minute.
Very good.
It's like I gotta be awake at night from now on, but I just. Okay, online plans.
Very nice.
You see, no, not very nice. We're seeing the self-important game. This is just Christ. This is why is she even talking? Bye. All right, so it was going to be on too long anyway.
We're just doing a brief little thing.
Because you were more awake.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yes.
There might not be anyone here, so it's fine. There's one's going. I'm trying to think. Yeah, the Acura. It's like, but I need the money. But then, like, I remember what hell it was to work. I was hoping somebody would like to talk about Social Security and the whole process and applying. And because I tried once, it was a disaster. I want to try again. I don't know if should I go the lawyer route or should I just do it myself, apply, see what happens, fail. I mean, we got to find a place to live. It's like,
that too.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the hard work itself doesn't bother me. It's just if I didn't get all the social bullshit, this wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah.
There's this extra, how am I going to get treated again? And that's your livelihood. How am I going to get paid again? It's like, you cooled your jets. Were you upset?
I honestly don't know.
I don't know what he's talking about. Did I miss something?
Was I upset with him for spending money he doesn't have or something?
Oh, the car or something? I don't know. Maybe.
I guess I'm kind of.
And yeah, I don't know. It's just
On your mind,
a lot on my mind. Yeah,
on your plate.
I didn't go back to the bathroom. I'll do the bathroom. I'll finish the bathroom tomorrow. Today we can.
Okay, very good.
Well, I did. Did I do an okayish job in the tub there?
Yes, you did.
No, don't patronize. You were hoping for more.
I was hoping to have it done sooner than later.
Yeah,
but
it should have been done months ago.
It's gonna be later, yes.
So he turned to a monster over the bathroom, but he's since cooled down. So yes, everything's fine. But thank you for asking, Tony. That's true. He was out of it because he'd work 6 days. I think he took a few pills. Well, I didn't feel that you took them, and then you had some beers. You were out of it, but I don't recall you being like crazy. Cool your jets usually means he's all angry and hyper or whatever.
Yeah.
Or you were out of it towards the end there.
Yes.
These aren't street drugs. These are things the doctor says are okay. The doctors can't be wrong. Are you saying the medical industry gives us drugs that are bad for us? Is that what you're trying to say?
Make us even worse.
I don't know. Maybe things are different in Scandinavia, but here we trust the doctors 110%.
Yes.
Yeah. We talked to Totem for 10-15 minutes and call it a night. I'm just
Sure.
that'd become as you are. You know, if you're feeling tired,
Yes.
you're more awake tonight. Plus, I wanted a beer. Wasn't ready for you.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was a little cool, so I threw this on. Now I'm kind of hot. It's like right there. It can't get too hot, too cold out. Oh, what else? Is there anything else? I mean, I want to do my videos. Is there anything to really talk about? I mean, it's just...
No, I think we've kind of mentioned everything.
Yeah. I'm not sure if I want to. Why, you really want to come on? Is there someone you really want to talk to? I'm 50-50 about even having another one of those. It's like, I like talking to people, but then it gets like, Christ, to go with this.
Exactly.
So I'll see how I feel.
You need a reprieve.
I need a reprieve. Surprise chicken dinner's home. It's Friday night. You should be out with the, with the single mother he met on Facebook or something.
The gorditas.
He's an odd one to talk to. I'd ask him a simple question. Okay, so you're Chicano? I guess. Okay, well, your parents were born in Arizona. I don't know. Like, I don't know if he's just playing dumb. Like, he's almost like I'm a cop and he's guilty of a crime. He's trying. I know that's how it comes across. It's like, dude, if you don't want to share, why are you coming on? Unless he really doesn't know. It's like, yeah. He was an odd one. Make heads or tails of his like he was being interrogated by a cop and he wanted to like not say anything incriminating him. We're like, that's how you come across chicken dinner. And it's how he's raised. In case stop by the border patrol or something. I don't know. I'm just sticking around. I should, so much I could be doing, but I feel like this thing, it's hard to describe. And I know you say it's all a cop out, like the sort of anxiety I feel. Mm-hmm. Like talking to my shrink and doing this is kind of a reprieve from it in a way. It's still there, but this kind of like I go into this sort of put on a show mode, which gives me a reprieve. But it's like, until you felt this pit of like just despair. What happened to me? I mean, you got to be honest. What happened to me was like crazy.
Very bizarre.
You can, you can join when I do my videos, which is fucking crazy. Like you wouldn't believe, like in a million years, how does this shit happen? I'm sure it will. It's really too late. I was drinking long before this happened.
Yes.
You're right. It might just be too much alcohol. No. Okay.
Right.
Oh, my God. This is what we have.
Yes.
Well, let's see. So I've fixed up Dev Pike and Xenesis, so I guess they're talking to each other.
That's good.
Cassandra is too busy to be here, which is understandable, but she
Yes.
wanted to come in and tell us she was too busy to be here because she has other online plans. And we got Totem and Penny Pounder and Chicken Dinner,
Yes.
the kind of the three people you'd expect on a Friday night. Okay, so yeah, this is what we came on for, buddy. This is what you know.
Yes. Good. Yes.
No, there's Penny Pounder. There's also a Quarter Pounder. Is that Chicken Dinner or is it who's Quarter Pounder? That was one of the commenters. Which one of you guys is Quarter Pounder? Is that him under a different alias or?
Could be.
Like, what do we come on? It's like, and we're like, well, why did we do this? What was it? What were we supposed to say?
There's nothing on TV. I guess.
Yeah, I think it was boredom or just kind of because I have a beer too. It's like it's like just I'm not sure. I'm probably need a second job. No, I honestly don't know how this job's going to go. If it's going to be, it's okay. More the same. Or man, wow, I'm really old and out of shape now. Or well, the boss is an asshole, and once again they're favoring a Chad or some bullshit, or some lazy nigger that they're afraid to touch because he's a nigger. This is the kind of shit you got to deal with in these jobs. So I don't know what kind of crew it's going to be. We'll find out. Think about the last, all that bullshit I went through with the one play. I just.
Yes.
Probably. Actually, all the eye blink, that's usually I have this goop sometimes in my eye, and I even told my shrink that's one thing I'll blink to sort of clear the goop, but maybe it could be the beer too. Could be the anxiety, could be my spurgdom, could be another spurg trait. We don't know. All of the above are compounds upon a pre-existing blah 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 blah. I think he's too young to drink beer, so. Well, I'd invite you if you want to come on. I'll invite you. If you want to come on, I'll invite you. Yeah, it's like we said, like, what the hell, we'll stream to see what happens. I'm like, why did we do this? Why?
Yes.
Because the people who come don't want to come on. Like Penny Pounder, he's afraid. He might be a child. Totem is afraid. Chicken Dinner came on that one time, but it's like, so these people. So I told him, if you want to come on and save this stream, be my guest. If not, who are you to bitch?
Yeah.
This is me. I put myself out there. I twitch. I'm nervous. I'm anxious. I got problems. I've had major problems in the world that you wouldn't even believe.
Yes.
I'm sure they are. I'm winding down and streaming. Like I said, part of the reason why I'm streaming more, because I know once I go back, I might not want to stream. I might go like months without streaming. I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to feel. So I figured, okay, let's put it out there now before I go back to work. But I can stop streaming now. It doesn't matter because I really don't have much to say anymore. At least not right now. I put out some videos, let some time go by, let things ferment, and I'll come on and we can talk about things because I really have nothing to say anymore. Plus, the streams of late, I enjoy talking to these people, but it's been a bunch of Eurocells talking about, I don't know, hearts and coffee and philosophy, and it just gets kind of dun 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 dun. Well, it's okay. Like, if there's like 100 people here and I'm bored, I'll kill the stream. If there's only 1 or 2 people here, but I'm on a roll, I'll keep going. I don't really care about the audience so much. I just can't think of what we said. Let's stream. Let's see what it's almost like we're hoping the stream will lead us somewhere. We'll find our inspiration, but I can't find the inspiration. I got to talk to you and Penny Pounder and Chicken Dinner. So you're not really the most inspiring of the starlings here. I don't know. This is who he's talking about something else.
Yeah, I have no
Who
idea.
raged? What?
I have no idea.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
So have we accomplished all there is to accomplish? Have we
might
said
have.
all there is to say? Hold on, let's take a 30-second break. I'll see what I do.
All right, he's getting some more beer. I guess we'll keep it going. Yeah. So far, this is a lackluster stream. I think we can all agree. Not much being discussed. Yeah, that's it. So, what else is there? Hey, Rafter Man, what's up?
You can keep talking to these people. I don't care.
Yeah.
What without another beer? I should have gotten a pill. I got a propanol pill. I don't know if there's anything worth talking about. Just have a beer. So much shit to move. You know, well, I think they're spending a romantic Friday evening together. I don't want to come in between them. Plus, I mean, they've been on enough times. You want to hear more from them?
Yeah, no,
They can be the permanent guest stars. Why don't they should start a stream together and you can go watch them. Because I like how many times you listen to them. I was actually hoping someone would come on to it. So security, this is that, and you but of course no one here. It's like what the hell crowd that like you said yesterday. It's like the Starlings. They're pretty much good for nothing.
Yeah, they don't help you with anything.
Budweiser Wood. He's saying we're not real men. Okay. I guess not. We should be drinking a wine cooler or Zima. I get haha. Okay, so this we see things have gone in a weird direction. I would advise Genesis and Dev Pike to start their own stream. They can be like a radio duo.
Yeah.
Maybe if one is off, the other can stream. They can take turns or stream together. Because hosting them every night is. I mean, they're nice, but it's like. I was going to call it Devisis, but okay, Zen Pike works too. Yeah. I think they're lonely souls who want to share philosophy. I pair them together. I like talking to them, but I think they'd be happy as pigs and shit to talk to someone else about philosophy nonstop. So, or their theories, or Dev Pike wants tips from Chad Preet, about what is the heart in the coffee mean? I don't know. It's actually kind of nice. We kind of gives them a break. Absolutely, we got Penny Pounder, we got Chicken Dinner, and we got Totem. I agree. Some of the most articulate and great Starlings I've ever encountered. And we got Tooley's here. I love you.
Yes.
You're not really tired yet, or do you want to?
No, not yet. We keep going.
I'm actually in the stream before that because
I know.
Okay. It's amazing how no one really pays attention. People are asking redundant, silly questions. It's like even when they come here, it's like they're not paying attention. It's like a fucking joke.
Yes.
These people are a joke. No, he was off today. He's got to go back to work tomorrow.
Yeah, I got to work tomorrow.
He could have stayed up later yesterday, but he was really exhausted from working the past 6 years. Just should we just wind down, call it a stream, make the half hour?
We'll go to the half hour mark at least. If
no one is really all that engaging or entertaining. I really
don't have that much to say. Once you go back to work and start interacting with people, then you might have a bunch of crap to rant about. Yep, that's the situation.
1 day off.
Yeah.
Well, I think you're going to be off. They changed some guys on vacation, so you're going to be off next. So you get a Monday off now.
Yeah.
Just temporary. So he's off Friday today. He's got to work Saturday, Sunday. He gets a Monday off, and then he's got to work again till the following Friday. So it's I am. I gotta make these videos. Maybe on the drive home from work, I'll start. I want to put it together. I want to explain in video for you. It's a long-winded. So you know the story. You know all these stories.
Yes, I do. Yes.
I thought driving auto parts would be a chill job. Even there, I should play that audio from the guy. I ran into an old coworker, a guy I got along with, and he called me. Yeah, we exchanged numbers because I saw him at the place where I went to buy the car, the lot. And he was telling me, that behemoth guy, like a week or two later, he just stopped showing up. I'm like, eh. And he agreed with me. He said, sometimes, like I said, sometimes he was your buddy. Next day, he's your enemy. He would come up like this guy I was talking to. Coworker says, I'd be sitting in my car minding my business. He'd come up. He'd want to talk. You couldn't avoid him. Sometimes he'd get argumentative over bullshit. So everyone saw he was a nut job. And this coworker, his name was Mark. Mark said, I wonder if Paul, the tall fag behemoth, was like buddy with the boss man, or like the boss man was friends with his father. Because it was clear. So this isn't just in my head, but I'm the one who gets targeted. You're right, Tom. It's totally fake, totally made up. Ignore everything I've said. Pretend I've said nothing. I haven't been streaming for years, maybe a year.
You've been streaming for 1 year, yeah.
It wouldn't matter if I laid out timelines or not regarding myself or anybody else. You can't follow them, so why even bother half the time? These timelines, That's why people get they don't understand why I'm so obsessed with timelines, and they laugh in my face. It's like because they don't have the, I don't want to say intellect, the wherewithal to piece things together. It's like, oh yeah, everything. Oh yeah, it's like, it's like little questions like, what came first? The job loss, the suicide attempt, grandma's house was sold, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, but most people, okay. Now I have a new rule. If I'm going to bring people on, I'd like to see their face because I'm a lookist. This asshole doesn't want to show his face. Do I bring him on, or it's like I'm kind of?
We'll hold for a few
I thought he was talking. I thought you were having a romantic evening with Zenesis. What are you doing here? Hello.
By the way, I'm talking to Zenesis at the same time. Is that allowed?
Well, I mean, I'm happy for the two of you, but isn't that kind of a pain in the ass? Try to talk to me and someone else. It's like, well, your attention's all over. Why don't you guys have a nice, say what you got to say, and I'll let you two have a nice Friday.
Yeah.
What's this conversation about? What's this battle between Kaz and Zenesis? Whose side were you on?
I didn't really know there was a debate. I kind of agree with what Zenesis was saying, that with the whole thing about validation. I don't know. So it wasn't really a debate. I don't know what side. I don't know what we're talking about.
What about the 4-hour stream you did?
Yeah.
You know,
I don't have an answer. I spoke to the two of them for a bit, and
okay,
for a bit.
Yeah.
What, 2 hours? Why have you turned against me now?
No, I haven't turned against you. You came on earlier. I mean, in this chat, and you said, "Oh, round 2 of debate." I think the two of them said, because towards the end, I recall there wasn't much more to be said. Towards the end, so Cassandra and Zenesis spoke for a bit, but there was no to be continued later debate that I recall. So I'm not sure what we're referring to.
No, I'm making the round 2.
Well,
I'm
why don't
asking.
you tell Xenesis to come on. He can explain because you're talking to Xenesis. Does he know you're trying to get around two going? By the way, Cassandra's not here. She came on to tell us she was too busy tonight to come on, so she won't be here with us tonight. She's not out and about. She's doing something else online. She can't multitask. But she can come on. And yes, I'm raging. But actually, they do have a question. Thule wants to know: did Xenesis help you out with your the girl who puts the heart in your coffee? Have you gotten more insight or?
Xenesis was so good at describing the problem that I've landed a date with her. Yeah.
Oh, really?
I'm joking.
I know you're joking. I know you're joking.
OC, the contrition is brother OC hates the fact that I would no, but why is there any cute coffee girls at your new job?
I haven't started yet. Pretty much overnight. Bunch of dudes probably is an overnight. So I'll tell you next week.
You don't seem very enamored with me.
Going back to work? No, I'm not. Ugh. Why would I be enamored of having to go back to work again? All the social problems.
What did you say?
No, go ahead. All the social problems, all the bullshit I have to go through at work, but I need a job for money and they want to fire you and get rid of you and all kinds of nonsense rumors. He slashed my tires when I didn't. Girl tries to run me over. They bury it. They want to have me arrested for vaping. I'm going to make my videos, but it's all that's coming back. Plus, you get fired now. I don't have any money, and there's like that money. So yeah, I need my neat bucks. I was hoping the American would come on and discuss neat bucks, and at least give me the fantasy to think that maybe one day I too could have my all-American dream. But all right, what would you like to talk about?
Yeah, but neat bucks isn't even enough to sustain you anyway.
Yeah, but neither is working a shit job where you eventually get fired after being put through hell. So I mean, it's same thing. I'm basically bottom of the barrel. So at least want that safety net. And I can still work a shit job while getting the safety net, but yeah.
They don't penalise you like in the UK, where you can only work a certain amount of hours and get the Social Security.
Yeah, if you work too many, they'll kick you off. But it would just be the Social Security plus if I worked some shit job a few days a week for some And if the job sucks, just quit. Let's get some other shit job. Who cares? I always have that Social Security safety net.
Are you going to get the car that you wanted to get?
We got to go back. The Acura. No, we didn't. We'll have to go back and take. Probably on tomorrow or the next day. We'll go back and take a look. I'm on the fence. I'd like to, but then it's like my brother's all like, "You already bought a car and a credit card. You don't have money for." I'm like, "Yeah." It's a nice car though. That silver Acura. Yeah.
But you've already got a beta car, haven't you? You need two cars? I don't get it.
I guess need is the wrong word. Well, we'd like to have a third car in case one breaks down because Brother Click can borrow one of mine, or it's yeah. Plus, that would have been my first choice. You said too many problems, so I bought the.
Are you running like a garage or something? You've got so many cars. You got more. You got more cars than people in the house, right?
No, currently he's got a car. I just got a car. I thought we have a third backup car in case one goes to the shop and I go to my job and he's at his job and we need a car to get to work. Yeah, it's basically we need a third car in case
one car is being worked on.
Someone's sick. I can't not go to work because one of our cars is in the hospital in the infirmary. So
how far do you actually live from the work? Do you need
with him? How far are you, Beth?
I'm like 25 minutes away.
Yeah, with the traffic. Yeah, with me, probably about the same now. I had to go further out of range. I used to work more local, but I've burned bridges at all the local places, so I'm going a bit further out of range now.
So you literally work like 30 miles away from where you live?
Yeah, probably about that, yeah.
Christ, that is far.
Not 30.
That's
13?
He said 30, but no, that's
not quite 30, about 15, 20 miles.
That's a lifetime in the UK. It's a long way. Mm-hmm. Most people don't work that far away. I get travel sick. Yeah.
I agree. I don't want to go that far, but I've already burned bridges at too many places around here.
How likely is the dumb meetup gonna looking?
Zero. I mean, my brother's off Monday for a change, I guess, but I haven't really heard from Dumb. Last I heard from him, he was still in Australia. Now I know he's back now. I haven't heard from him. I think Dumb is trying to put his. Yeah, since you asked. He's trying to put his former life behind him. I think he sees me and my brother as like a reminder of the pre-Donna life. So I don't think he wants to meet. He'll say he wants. Oh yeah, let's meet up, but I don't think he really wants to. It's the vibe I get off him. I haven't heard from him since he came home, so I probably not going to happen.
Do you know? Guess who I saw? Guess who I saw in by the train station?
Was it Dumb fixing a door for 4 hours or what?
What was that?
Was it Dumb himself fixing a door or something?
I saw the spinning image of Dumb
Mhm.
walking past me, and I cracked up laughing because it looked exactly like, with the bald head and the same build. Everything was the same.
Okay. You shared the story, yeah.
you didn't. You didn't like. Who else?
What? Okay.
No, you go ahead.
Well, what is that? Are you ignoring Xenesis right now, or is Xenesis talking to? Is what they do nowadays? They talk to 3 people at once. I mean, what Xenesis doing? He's just hanging on the line.
I don't know. Probably. Why? What's wrong with that?
Oh, it just seems to me in general just rude to have 2 conversations with 2 different people. One here, one in phone, one. It seems like It just seems like I thought.
What's rude about it?
Well, if you're talking to one person, then why are you trying to give your attention to someone else when you're trying to? Yeah, it seems like
I can multitask. I can talk to you at the same time. It's no problem.
Oh, okay.
Like you said, he's a fountain of knowledge of the Blackburn, the coffee girls. He's had a lot of coffee girls, apparently.
I'm sure he has, but I thought he wasn't interested. He can get them, but he doesn't really want them. If only he's got the opposite problem of you. So
Of me?
the opposite problem.
So
You have a coffee girl.
really
You have a coffee girl. You're not sure if she wants you or not. But you want her. This guy gets coffee girls left and right, writing flat out, "Here's my phone number, call," and he's like, not interested. So he's the opposite problem of you.
I've already got. She gave me a number.
Congratulations, if that's true.
If that's true. How likely do you think that is to be true?
Well, I'm not sure. A minute
0.
ago you were joking about. You made a joke with Xenesis, gave you all this information, and now he helped you. I mean, so I don't know what to. Who knows?
When did you get her number? How many
I
days?
didn't. Well, I'm gonna get it. Don't worry about
Oh,
it.
you're gonna get it. So you lied. You did not.
He's getting excited.
Okay, I'm gonna go back and say hi to Xenesis. Okay, let's take a little break. Okay, we'll go talk to that because he's getting weird now. All right, I'm glad he and Xenesis have found each other. I know that's down much longer. It's like warm and it's cold. It's like the weather was pretty pleasant today. No, it's like he keeps talking about the girl, the number, the girl. No, you didn't get the number. It's like, see, this is what you people want. You want me to talk to him for another 20 minutes? I like Dev Pike. Sometimes he has good points, but how much longer do you have to go on about the girl and the number? And I got it. No, I didn't get it. Oh, what do you mean if that's true? It's like Christ. Yes, this is his current obsession. It's turned to like the teenager asking, I'm a little pipsqueak. Let me ask the cool kid, my cool next door neighbor, how do you get girls? And the cool next door neighbor's like, just be confident, bro. Yeah. It's like, okay, so good for, I wish Dev Pike the best. Maybe the girl really likes him. And I'll put those thoughts in your coffee. I thought it was obvious. Hey, more power to him, but we're spending a lot of time on this subject that just goes around in circles. Yeah, we're heading into that territory. I actually agree. I mean, and I wish him the best, but it's like, okay, you can come on and say, yeah, I think the girl likes me. I'm not sure. I was talking to Xenesis. I'm thinking I'm going to ask her out. I'm still a little shy, but okay, that's cool. Instead, I got a number. Congratulations. Well, I'm just joking. But I got a number. Okay, if that's true. What do you mean if that's true? Well, I didn't get it yet, but I'm going to. It's like, I'm getting tired of this nonsense. It's like, come on. Speaking in riddles, that's why I had the problem with what's his name. Oh, that was his name, that asshole. Lone Hiker would do the same thing about his jobs, people can piece together if they look out, it's spread around the internet, but it would change something. It's like, just stop talking in riddles. And you got it's like, riddle, I get tired of riddles. I'm not a riddle fan. Just speak straightly, plainly, directly, articulate. That's a good question. I forgot to ask him. He comes back on. I'm not sure how old the girl is. She looks, if he's 35 like he claims, that girl only looks like she's mid-20s, mid to late 20s. So yeah, he might be about 10 years. I never asked how old the girl was. He says he's 35. I mean, he might be younger than these. I don't know. No, I can't do that unless he wants to. I can't force anybody to come on. I don't think Todd. I mean, I don't blame Todd. I can see why he stays away. Would be nice if he or someone else would give some Social Security advice or just talk about it, but No, I can't force him to come on, but if he wants to, he can come on. I doubt it. That's another thing. You got Dumb. That's another reason you asked about the Dumb meetup. I get the vibe that Dumb is quasi jealous that Todd occasionally leaves a comment here, and Dumb's like, "Gee, how come Todd doesn't want to come to my wedding in Australia and be my best man?" And someone's like, "Did you ever understand who and what Todd was to begin with, you idiot?" Like, I hate to say it, but it's like, so I think it's another reason Dumb is kind of doesn't want to see me. I remind him of his former pre-Donna life, and I think he's jealous that Todd left a comment here or something. So Dumb hasn't had any contact. Dumb hasn't contacted me in over a week, and I can't bring anyone on who doesn't want to come on. Well, then you can ask him if he wants to come on. Next time he lurks, say, "Todd, can you go on?" Why don't you come on, Rafterman Variety? You've never come on. I've extended the olive branch. We need some new blood.
Yes, we do.
No, I agree. I'm not even trying to be rude, but the Dumb, was he that naive or that oblivious? I mean, I don't get it. I was going to fly him to Australia. He gives me the best man at my wedding. Like, did you ever? Where in your cartoon mind? Not really. I said they asked me to rate these chicks, and I'm like, oh, Cassandra's kind of ordinary looking, and I guess Tara and Donda are okay for over 50. What they are. I mean, none of them are really. And I've never seen what Beppis looks like, so I don't. Those are the only women who come here. Hello, Chris Dubs. How are you going? How are you going today, mate? I'm doing great.
Yeah, I'm not too shabby myself.
Jesus Christ, everyone's in love with Xenesis. Well, if Xenesis comes on, I expect you to pop on too. How's that sound? My blouse. This is more of a blouse kind of shirt in a way. It's a button that was kind of black. This is kind of blousey. I took my flannel off. Good for you. Who's more attractive, Beppis or Cassandra or Tara Norquay or Donda? Because you've seen the other three. Who's the most attractive of the four? That's what they asked me last night. I'm like, well, I can't rank all four because I've never seen Beppis. I think Beppis is gone. She's afraid of a stalker or some shit like that. So I don't think we'll see Beppis anytime soon. Oh, well, thank you. That's actually one of the milder stories I've had. But I ran into one of my former coworkers from that job, a guy named Mark. And we exchanged phone numbers. And I spoke to him. It was like a week ago. We had a nice chat. And he was agreeing. He was like, yeah, that tall fag, Paul. Yeah, he was like that with everyone. But I was the one he actually had the balls to go all the way with because the boss didn't like me. And my former coworker, like I said, not everyone hates me, but my former coworker said he suspects that Henry Rollins was buddy with Tall Fag's father, or like there was some kind of connection because he just. Okay, beer wise. Yeah,
I'm doing just fine.
You're ready to
yes.
do interesting.
God.
Okay. Well,
Yes, there we have it.
there we have it. We've discussed things.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
What we're saying, Beppis is mid. Okay, maybe, but what about the other three? You got to rank them. I ranked them. I guess I didn't know the level of evil that people could go to. When I make my other videos about the other jobs and the shit that went on there, like I never thought anyone would go to this, like the epitome of evil. And I think maybe after I tell my stories, I should go confront some of these people with my camera. My brother says it's wrong, but I figured for my own sake, go up to that fucking asshole Frozen guy at the other place and say, hey, man, you may have vape in his face. All right. These people are fucking evil.
It's behind you.
No, it's not.
Leave it behind you, buddy.
Okay, so we got people debating whether or not these pictures of which may or may not be Beppis are good looking, but yeah, that's probably true. I would believe that. Oh yeah, I get my diagram of Mount Chad and Incel Boot Hill, and one is a majestic mountain that's worshipped, and the other is some dump where they hang the dead, the hangman and the gallows, and they string them up in the garbage. But the point is, even though one is a majestic mountain, one is hated and shit on and pissed from beer bottles, both rise above the Normie Valley. Both have to live in a world, for better or for worse, that isn't just what the vast majority of people live in, which is sort of a flat plane of nothing. And very few people seem to get that concept. Even you don't really get, but to his credit, Dubs thought it was a good concept. So Dubs gets it.
Good for Dubs.
Stairs, man. Some people it's you think it's disjointed because people who think it's disjointed aren't. They gotta get a few stairs up. Undepressed wanted man. Good for him.
Yes.
Well, yeah, Orbiter Ridge. Because look at this. Thule is of the Normie Valley. He doesn't have to live on that dumpy hill, but he's not a majestic Chad. He's just in the Normie Valley. La 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 la. We must save the princess. Yeah, I like that. Orbiter Ridge or whatever. Good call, Dubs. That's been debated. Near cell, whatever you want to call it. That's not even my main concern, but what I was talking about with my, where did I put it? I was just trying to say, we were saying the other night, we were talking to Xenesis. I think you might have been here. Like, what the people, the gods of Mount Chad and the losers on the hill, what they both have in common is they see the world differently than the vast majority of people, the vast majority of normies or whatever you call them. Or if you're a Spurge, you call them neurotypicals, the normies or the regulars. The regulars just assume what the gods and the losers have in common is we experience a different part of life. The gods live on easy mode. We live on hell mode, but it's like I'm talking about most normies don't experience either. They're just, So most of the advice you get is by normies for normies who've never experienced life in either. Oh, okay. Is Wonder Woman cut out?
Oh, okay.
Is that some symbolic gesture? I mean,
Well,
it's just a piece of cardboard. I mean,
if he's going to Australia, he's going to have to get rid of all of his stuff, basically.
he might have even sold his house. For all we know, they're being decided. He might have sold his house. He's just selling a short sale. Who knows? They're not even be a dumb to visit. He's. Oh yeah, it looks kind of phallic. Maybe it was Freudian. I actually drew a little thing. It does look phallic. I was trying to just show the rise of the plane. Whatever. Happy? I did that last night.
Christ.
Maybe it's all. Maybe there's another hill. There's ACDC hill or something that. Well, is it true you're transgendered or you're a drag queen? I don't know if you were joking or someone told you you're trans or you gave up on women and wanted to do you date women as you dress like a woman to date women or you dress like a woman and date men? You never really clarified. That's actually kind of funny. The incel formerly known as dumb.
Yes, that's a good one.
He's not really an incel. He was never really an incel to begin with, but it's still. It's the formerly known as dumb.
Yes.
Yes, he's gonna. Yep.
These streams are a part of that life he's throwing away.
Yes, hence why I don't think he wants us in, to visit. I don't think he wants us in his life, and it's fine. But you can't get a straight answer from him. So I think dumb reminds me of some guy who's like he's a senior in high school. Non-Americans, you can figure out what that means. He's all done. His exams are done. He's just waiting for graduation day. He's got a few days, just winding down the clock. I don't think. I think dumb is just he's checked out.
Yes.
Well, he'll have to find out the hard way. No, he's graduating. He didn't actually have the commencement. Yeah. It's coming soon. When he sells his house and flies away forever and says "I do," it's coming soon. Okay, when you say you're with a girl, is she an actual girl? Is she like a guy who dresses like a girl, or a guy who became a girl, or Well, I wouldn't say when he gets famous. I would say when he ascends. Is that the best way to put it?
That's
But yeah,
probably the best way.
yes, I would agree. He is throwing his friends under the bus, and I mean, I guess we can't be totally shocked. What surprises me is that Dumb himself is shocked. Well, gee, I thought Todd would want to come to my wedding and be my best man. Like, oh, Dumb, what the hell? What planet have you been living on? What? Oh well. What? You're right.
I was reading it.
Probably, because like I said, my problems go beyond it. That came up because like what's his name, Dev Pike wanted to talk about women, and we can talk about women, but I still want to tell my stories about my life. I want to talk about being a Spurg, if I get on Neat Bucks or not. Or, yeah, I'd probably still. Well, I'm thinking about stopping streams for a while if I go back to work. But yeah, I'd probably still stream. Why not? Well, it's funny. Tara, she seems nice. We had like a pen pal thing for like, a couple days or a week or something. She's nice. But Tara herself has said I think she left comments in one of my other videos. I got to pull it up. She was talking to someone else. She's like, yeah, I haven't had sex in 10 years. I'm not really interested in sex. So she's not, she says she's asexual now, kind of, or just, so there's no hooking up with Tara. I mean, if she lets me sleep on the couch, I'll go to Scotland just to have a place to stay. And, if she wants to like feed me and show me around, and I just have to pay for the airfare, I go visit just as a friend. But no, she's made it clear she's not interested. Not really. That's kind of like, do we go out to bars and try to pick a woman together? No. Do we want to work together? No. There's certain things we don't want to do together. Yeah. I like when he comes and checks out the car and say, what do you think, man? I appreciate that kind of thing, but no.
Or when I join on a stream.
Or when he joins on a stream, that's a good point, because, yeah. Let me go back here now. I'm going to look. Hold on. I'm going to see. It was one of these. I forget which one. No, it wasn't that one. I go back and look. So I see things. I go back. Yeah, I don't know. Switch it. Can't find it. I'm not making that was somewhere here. Did I imagine this? It's like I sort of peruse comments, but
she might have deleted them.
Oh, she might have deleted them. Yeah, she might have deleted them. I could have sworn she was talking to someone because I'm not interested in sex. I haven't had sex in 10 years. The last thing on my mind. So, yeah, you J Red. We want to see you. Makeup and all. We don't get a lot of female attention here, so you'll be the closest we can get to. Yeah. Makeup. Hey, bring your girlfriend on too. That'd be cool. The two of you guys. All right. Yeah, you can come on. Yes, Totem, you are right. I can't remember. Oh, I can't. She might have deleted it, but yeah, because when she said. Oh, here it is. I found it. It was on Curiosity's Window was the name of the stream. Let me pull this up real quick. Yeah, delivering auto parts to garages and shit in the area. It was a delivery job. Driving basically on my own, I thought this would be great. I'm not going to be around coworkers, and yet still I get. I'm glad you watched that video. Yeah, the guy just boldly, and I even told my shrink, I said, it's not just that he's a big behemoth. Even if I was 6'4", you don't do that. You don't piss on the floor. You don't threaten coworkers. You don't steal. It's like there's just certain things you don't do, and this guy's acting like some fucking child, like a man child. He's older than me, in his 50s, and the boss is letting him get away with it. So now I got to work at this place for another week. I ended up getting fired. Right? I had to work at the place for another week with the guy who wants to break my jaw, was never punished, was basically given the green light. It's like, what was that? There it is. Yeah, I did this stream here called Curiosity's Window. When was this? This was on April 13th. And right here, she tells us, she goes, Xenesis, she was wondering if Xenesis was asexual because he doesn't seem to have any interest, And she says, I believe I am too. Sex is the last thing on my mind. So, and that's fine. But when people say, oh, get with Tara, Tara's not looking for that. I think she's looking for a friend, a pen pal. And she was nice, but yeah. So, yes, sex is the last thing on my mind. I didn't make that up. I didn't imagine it. Well, the reason I did that, the police couldn't have been more disinterested, but I didn't care because the police were even like, can you just go through your company? And I said, no, I want this documented because it would just be my word versus the company. Of course, the company and the HR, when I called the HR, I know they're on my side. I tell them, listen, the guy fucking threatened me and the boss said I'm going to find any reason to fire you. Okay, well, do an investigation. They call me back. You were fired for being tardy. I'm like, yeah, what did I tell you? They come, of course, they're not going to say we fired him out of retaliation. So, yeah, the whole thing's a fucking joke. No, you keep repeating the same damn thing. Do you want to actually bring Xenesis on? Because Rafterman said he'll come on if Xenesis comes on. So we want to see Rafterman. I don't believe Rafterman. He might just be bluffing. So who knows? But no, I have interest. But you're going on about phone numbers and hearts. They got a little redundant.
Let's get a new topic.
I think that's supposed to be, he took a screenshot of you and then someone else or three people and mashed them together. I don't see you at all. Do you see yourself in that?
No, not at all.
It's unless you're just joking. It's supposed to be like a mashup of several
Plus,
people.
he's had that picture.
No, he changed it to a picture of Destroyed by Foids, kind of looking at. So it was changed. He went back to this one, yeah. I don't know who that's supposed to be. Yes. The sounds of silence. I don't mind silence. Come on, I have to stand tall. Guys, actually, we're pushing an hour. I'm surprised. I thought we'd do this for half an hour. Of silence. Yes, the streets I walk to. Narrow streets of cobblestone, neath the halo of a street lamp. I was actually singing the original, Simon and Garfunkel version, but sure, we'll go with that too. You don't have to. You're under no obligation. I thought you and Dev Pike were trying to talk. It's like this is already going the wrong direction.
Yeah, we might not be here in a bit, so don't worry. Don't feel the need to show your face if you don't want to.
What is your favorite thing about living in the United States, OC and your brother? We got Hasselhoff.
Yeah.
That's an old joke from Letterman. I don't know if you know David Letterman. He would do a countdown list. And one time, back when we were teenagers, it was like, like the top 10 reasons why it's great to live in the USA. And one of them was, we got Hasselhoff. David Hasselhoff, Knight Rider and Baywatch and all that shit. And some more beer, you okay?
I'm doing fine.
Oh, it's midnight. Christ, you got to go to work again tomorrow.
Yes, yes, I do.
Oh, you'll be off on Monday. That's nice.
Yes.
Yes, we got Hasselhoff. All right. It's a good question. Why do you work so much? Brother Clicky saying, why do you work so much?
Because I have to. Need money to live. I can't find a better job.
My shrink says you should get a better job too.
Yes, a lot of people say I should get a better job or a second job.
If someone tries to murder you or run you over, make up nonsense rumors that you slashed tires and try to get you fired and arrested for vaping, you haven't lived the hell that I've lived. Like all this over some bullshit job.
Indeed.
No, wait, hold on. Christ, this is did where's what's his name? What's his name?
Rafterman.
Rafterman. Rafterman, where the fuck are you? Rafterman. Where the fuck did Rafterman go? Where was that comment? You might have deleted the comment down. Hi, you don't have to stay on for too long. You and Dev Pike were having a nice conversation, I believe, right?
We just finished the conversation.
Oh, okay.
So I saw in the chat there were people like saying that, okay, I will only come on when Zenith is coming on.
Yes, yes. So here you are. Yeah, that was his name was Rafterman.
Rafterman. Yes.
He's an American from the state of Maryland. Where did I actually like that.
Yeah.
You and Rafterman, because you talked to Cassandra last night. Fine. You're here. Where's Rafterman? He wanted to meet you. He wanted, to look into your eyes and speak into your soul. But now he disappeared conveniently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, like, I'm always open to talk with different people. I mentioned in the last stream, I like talking with different kinds of people also. So please don't be scared of me, new people. I mean, like the last stream, the cast one was really, was in my opinion really good, because it was like everybody was like kind of getting off the shell. But like Cass was also kind of getting off the shell. I mean, like there was this debate of being honest and stuff like this. But besides that, yeah, it was a good stream comparison to the older one.
Well, that's why I was confused. I think it ended well, and then what's his name? Dev Pike was saying, "Oh, you should bring Cassandra and Xenesis on to debate some more." I'm like, "Well, I think you guys said everything you had to say, right? I mean, I don't think there was any cliffhanger or anything to continue.
Yeah, I think Dev was mostly trolling on this one.
Oh, he was trolling. Well, I don't know what you guys were talking about. Do you want to share? Do you have any highlights of it? Do you have a good conversation? Any?
We commented, or we had. Our conversation was mostly surrounded around this coffee date, because I reached out. He reached out for me on your comment section. Because he asked for my Discord. I gave him my Discord, and we talked about his dating problems.
So he's looking for a coach. He wants you to be his dating coach, is what you'd say?
Yeah, I know, PUA kind of thing.
Yeah.
So plan of action. What does he have to do next?
Mostly it's because he asked him what kind of body language signs he gets usually from like the similar questions which I gave like when we were on stream. I asked him like how do the other girls treat you, and the difference regarding the explanation was because on the last stream when we like talked with him regarding this, there was a lot of cutting off, so I couldn't get the full story like clearly from his side. So now I kind of understood what his position in, what he can where he stands from, and yeah, he's a guy he gets he's a guy who gets generally like girls. It's like he's in chat, but he gets something.
Well, then why does he need so much? Why does he need you to be a pickup artist? Why does he need your? Why does he need your advice? I don't get it.
Yeah, because he gets the iOS, the initial attraction, but he struggles with the escalating kind of on this part. And I get where he's coming from.
He's shy, or he's
inexperienced.
Inexperienced. Okay.
And yeah, I mean, and since I'm a guy who, I'm not here to brag, but I've like kind of the most experience. I think I don't know about how. I think Horsehead might be also have a lot of experience, or this Rodriguez kind of guy. What's it called? Guillermo. So with the psychologist kind of guy which studies psychology. He might have also experience.
Okay.
Yeah. He just asked for my opinion.
All right. So he was looking for advice. He was looking for like a dating coach. He became his dating coach. Okay.
No, it's not about bragging. It's because like OC values honesty.
No.
And how can it be honest without seem without coming off as being braggy? So it's like a cognitive dissonance kind of thing.
Right. Okay. Well, that's good. So he just wanted to talk to someone who he thinks can help him get a date with the barista coffee girl. Okay. Will he be like the next Dumb? As soon as he gets a girlfriend, he'll be like, "To hell with all you people! I'm in love. I'm going to worship my coffee girl at the heart." Is he one of those types? Is he like hopeless romantic?
No, he isn't like Dumb though. Dumb, he's really like Dumb. He isn't. He's the opposite actually from Dumb.
I don't know. I think he might come across that way, but I think he's just basically another Dumb, just with a different exterior facade or whatever.
I mean, you could be right, but because I never know how it behaves like IRL, so I can't like really disapprove your argument. So there might be something into it. You never know how people are like outside of the online world.
Right. This is true.
So I wanted to ask you something about the last stream.
Sure.
How was it for you personally? Like, did you like it? Did you hate it? I mean, like, I know that you didn't like the dishonest part, but besides like this dishonest thing, because you value like when people show their faces. But did you enjoy it, or was it like really frustrating, like the last time, like the last stream?
No, I think it was enjoyable because we had two people who are
Yeah.
sort of different. I don't think you'd ever spoken to Cassandra before, so two different people.
Yeah.
And just seeing, having them interact and have, I think Cassandra will play the game. Oh yeah, OC, you say I'm this, you say I'm that. It was good to have a second person say, well, I'm not OC, and here's what I think. And I don't think she. I'm glad you were honest about the whole. She's looking for validation. I think it was good. It's easy to say. I think a lot of people, women especially, who play that game, where if you disagree with them, they don't like your point. They'll just say, "Okay, if you say so." And then I think when a second person comes in, it's harder for them to say that. And when the second person says, "I honestly agree with him," then it's like it's harder for them to hide behind that.
I mean, like even the other guys on the chat were really like those guys also. I think regarding this, I don't know. Totem was also like pretty straightforward, I would say, regarding his comments. What I read.
Oh, I guess yeah. It was good. I guess it was pretty good.
I haven't seen it, but okay.
I'll bring this guy on briefly. I told Denmark guy I wanted him to show his face or not come back.
Okay.
So he again. Let's have a Euro debate. Yeah,
Okay,
this kind of bores me. I liked having we've got two different people, Xenesis and Cassandra.
They've never spoken.
Right,
before.
we've done this before, but okay, let's do it again. What's up, Torso guy? How you doing?
Yeah, good morning. It's
Also, hold on. Where is Rafter Man, who claimed he'd come on if Xenesis were here? Where did Rafter Man?
conveniently leaves
He conveniently
before,
leaves,
yeah.
So what's up, Denmark guy?
Yeah, come on, Raptor. Yeah, I will just say good morning. I just woke up. It's 6 a.m. and I believe that God had brought us together here on this lovely morning.
That's right. You were talking about the church, and you wanted to ask Dumb if he actually took your advice and went to church and prayed, and that's how he got Donna. Okay.
Yeah, he actually answered me on the session that. But I cannot disclose the answer before he has. I think he will publish his answer on his YouTube channel, though.
No, you have my permission. We want to hear it here first from the source himself. So, did he take your advice? Did he go to church, get down on his knees and pray, and then all of a sudden, God sent Donda his way, or did he not go to church? You can answer.
Okay, I'll just publish it. Yeah, but yeah, according to I like the way we are communicating through like indirectly and shit. But yeah, he told me that he no, that he didn't win. But I would like to answer him in more in-depth questions about it because he can't remember it because he was psychotic. Because I texted him while he was live streaming. He went for a walk to grab a pizza near his place where he lives.
Right.
And when he walked, he was at a parking lot. He told us that there's a church right there or something like that. And then I was like, yeah, I was texting him on WhatsApp, go into the church and pray or something like that. So maybe he did it. I don't know if you can remember it. He suffered psychosis basically. So I think that God took him into the church and gave him the whole package. He got baptized in the holy water once again.
Okay, all right. So there we go. So okay, cool. I'm gonna miss that old Dumb wandering around. I'm gonna miss that.
Yeah. Yeah, quite nice. I would say the pictures that I saw, it wasn't a bad neighborhood. Quite a decent housing and.
Where Dumb lives, you mean?
Yeah, it's like
he lives in a rural. It was a rural-ish area. Yeah, it's a fairly safe area.
Yeah.
Totem wants to know what brings so many. Why are so many Eurocell? He's a Eurocell too. He's in Norway, and I think.
Hey, let Totem come on and let's speak some.
I'd love for him. He won't even come. Not even. I told him, fine, don't show your face. He refuses to come on. He's afraid.
But come on, I can speak a little. I understand a little Norwegian. Yeah.
Yeah,
Swedish is gay, as Totem probably knows. Swedish is so gay that I can't understand anything out of it.
Well, wait, it's 6:15 in both Austria and in Denmark. What time is it in Scandinavia? It is also 6:15, or is it 5? Are they same time as you?
It's the same time.
Same. Okay, so for you, for Zenesis and Denmark Guy and Totem, it's all about 6:15 in the morning. So you're up early this morning watching me. Okay, and this is how you want to start your morning. Get some, get some coffee.
Yeah.
That's cool.
It's a nice
Actually, Zenesis, did you sleep or you been up all night?
I didn't sleep.
You didn't, because you were talking to what's his name, Dev Pike for a while. So yeah. Okay. All right. We'll have one more beer. You okay, buddy? You gotta go to bed if you.
Yeah, but I can't finish.
But you are a bit more awake than yesterday. So
Yeah.
We got Denmark Guy and we got Zenesis.
How nice, yes.
I wanted to come on because Rifterman.
Yeah, Rafterman said, yeah.
Rafterman, because I wanted there's finally a person who wants to come on, show his face. I hope so, or I don't know if he confirmed.
I don't understand what this means. We were all Eurocells before Murica. I thought Penny Pounder didn't yours come across on slave ships? Okay.
Oh, Rafterman is back.
Do you know what is he Mexican? What is he African?
I'm not sure if he's most Black Americans have a lot of white in them because the slave masters would get along with the slaves. So I believe he's either mulatto, half white, half black, or he's mostly black but with some white admixture. I believe he's African American, but he's an American Negro. Yes, I believe. Now, Rafterman, you said you were going to come on and talk with the other thing I said with Penny Pounder. I worry if he's really a teenager because he acts childlike sometimes. So I'm afraid he's like a fucking 15-year-old kid. So I don't know. But where is Rafterman, who said he wanted to come and talk to Zenesis?
Come on, Rafterman.
And as a bonus, you get Denmark Guy. So come on, Zenesis, you were saying you came on because you wanted to talk to Rafterman. You were telling me.
Someone new.
No, I love talking with new faces. So especially on this panel, because there's not a lot of panel like this where there's a possibility to talk with different kinds of people. So I mean, last stream I also mentioned I would love to talk with Horset and stuff like and those kind of
It's right
like
about.
Yeah, Horset is good. He's seriously a quite good looking dude.
Or said
Well,
he comes in his room. He works at a college. I think they're having their commencement sometime.
Yeah.
We were talking about graduation, so I think he's busy with work. He'll probably be back at some point. Yeah.
Plus, he has a kid.
Yeah, remember he's married as a kid.
yeah.
And it's summertime, so maybe they're going to. Well, when do the schools get out in Texas? It's probably out by now. Yeah. Guys, I sent the link. I'd like to have we'll have a 4-way. Us and Denmark guy and Xenesis and Rafterman, because it would be nice to talk to someone else and have it. That's why I liked how you two have spoken before. 2 Eurocells. It was or Dev Pike has been. It was nice to have Xenesis and Cassandra, 2 people who haven't interacted yet. So I was kind of looking for something new, something different. So
I have a question regarding the accident you had with your hand. Now it has healed, as I can see.
This one, the one they paid me $2,800 for this one. Yeah, I'll never be able to make a ring finger. I'll never.
I'm referring to the bacon oil accident.
Oh yeah, I got to do the video about that. I spent the day at this pool, and this lifeguard chick bandaged my hand, and I recorded a video, and then she called the police. She didn't know my name. She called the police because I thanked her, and she acted all scared. So I told her, "Look, I'm gay. I'm not interested in any women. So if you thought it was sexual, it wasn't." I told her I was gay. I left, and then she still called the police, and they knew who I was because they were here earlier when my parents called the police. Yeah, it's a funny story. I'll show the video. And I went back to the pool the following week, and she's like, "Dude, you can't be here." I said, "Sure, I can." I recorded. I said, "Thanks for bandaging my hand, and thank you for calling the police." And I walked away. Yeah, you remember? It's a true story. Yes, Genesis, what's up? Yes, hi.
Rafterman says that's not the link.
But he's here now.
He's here right now.
Oh, he's here.
Okay. But has your hair? Do you have scarring on your hand, or has your hair? Your hair on your hand?
Yes, there is. It healed up decently, but there'll always be some scarring. Some discoloration. I don't know if you can see.
What about, did you have hair on your hand area where it was burned? Or?
The hair. I think the hair is. It's hard to see in this light. If I do a video outside with my phone in the sunlight, I'll do that. You can see the discoloration in the sunlight better. I think the hair's growing in. I'll do a sunlight video.
Okay.
You can't really see it in this lighting. Rafterman has his microphone muted, so this is nice. Okay, this I like. We have 2 familiars. We've had Xenesis and we've had Denmark guy who've spoken to each other. It's good to have a new person. It's good to have new people interact.
Driving apparently.
Okay, so Rafterman.
Yeah. What's up?
Hey, Rafterman, what's up?
Yeah, I'm just driving right now, so.
Of course, we're gay maxing. We're all happy and gay that Rafterman's here. Absolutely.
Yes.
Xenesis, torso guy. Do you guys want to ask Rafterman anything, and vice versa?
Where are you going towards, Rafterman?
I'm going home right now.
It's
and where have you been?
It's 12:20 at night where we are. He's in Maryland. Where are you going? Coming home from work or what? You went out for Friday night?
I just went to the gas station.
Just get gas and buy cigarettes at midnight, or?
Yeah, pretty much. Not cigarettes though. But...
Okay. Welcome. It's nice to meet you. You wanted to talk to Xenesis, right? And Xenesis was happy to talk to someone.
I just thought I was going to come on. I don't have anything to talk about.
Well, maybe the Eurocells or Euros, I shouldn't call them Eurocells. Maybe our Euro Chads want to ask you a question, Rafterman. So Xenesis, Denmark guy, do you want to ask Rafterman anything?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Rafterman, why did you want it to come on only when I'm on?
I just wanted more people on. I just wanted more people on the panel.
You enjoy these panels and people talking, or what?
Yeah. I just want more people on. So.
Well, now you've become one more person.
You are one more person. Yeah. How old are you again, Rafterman? You're 30-something?
Yeah, 32.
And you're a freelancer? You do freelance work and with computers or what?
Yeah, just build websites and stuff.
And you're in your Acura. This is your Acura?
Yeah.
03, you said?
Yeah, check it out. Yeah.
Okay. And you're from Maryland. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Talk.
Yeah.
Denmark.
Yeah. How did you find this space, Rafterman?
I found it through Dom initially.
Interesting. So Dumb, I guess to his credit, Dumb. It was never really quality, but he had a lot of quantity. He had so many streams for so many hours that I guess he brought in a lot of people. Yeah.
Raptorman, how did you find Dumb?
There's this guy I used to watch named Lee Keen, and he recommended his channel. So yeah.
Okay, so this V King recommended.
No. His name was Lee Keen.
Leaking.
And Lee Keen.
Leak, like take a leak.
Lee Keen.
Okay, whatever.
Lee Keen.
Okay.
Yeah, Lee Keen, and he just, he just disappeared. But yeah, he recommended Dumb's channel, so I checked it out, and then from there, I just followed your channel. I followed Todd, and a few others.
Oh, a lot of winners there.
Yes,
Good job. Good job.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, Totem, I don't know if this is a joke. What is BDD? Do you have some kind of disorder or something? BDD?
Body
body dysmorphic disorder? I don't know. Is he just being a troll, or is there some truth to that? I don't know. I'll mute him temporarily. Okay, he's home. He's getting out of his car. Let's see where you guys want to see where Rafterman lives. Let's see. We want to see where you sleep, where you take a dump.
Oh, right, there we go.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. Rafterman's house.
I said Raptorman.
Dennis, if you want to say something, just say it. Go ahead.
No, I just was just laughing at the comment from Totem.
They think you look like you belong in an oven. I agree, but I'm not laughing. I think that's very, wow.
Yeah, but it's just like Totem trolling.
Nah, he doesn't really look Jewish.
And you ask him, Rafterman, are you Jewish?
I can't really hear what you're saying. Can you turn up your volume?
Me or who?
I don't know. Like, it seems like your volume is like low. Give me 1 second.
Mine or his or everyone's or what? That is weird. Is it defaulting? I gotta check something. Is it defaulting to the freaking built-in? Give me a sec. Christ, if it's doing that pisses me off.
It's your sound comes out.
Someone should have. No, it should be Hold on, recording. No, it should be the Yeti. There's this blue Yeti thing. Hello, my sound is coming out faintly. Damn.
For me it is.
Why didn't anyone say anything? I don't know. Well, maybe it's a bad connection. I don't know. That's weird. It's microphone's. Does that make a difference or not really? Oh well. I can't.
Does anyone else hear us?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you guys sound fine. It's a shame. This is a nice. It's supposed to be a high quality microphone. Why can't you hear anything? Damn, what's the microphone?
Your sound has been fine for me.
Oh, okay. Whatever.
I think
where did Rafterman go? Where is Rafterman?
He just got home. Maybe he has to piss.
He was kidnapped by Mossad.
Yeah.
Mossad kidnapped.
Mossad, yep. Okay, well, we got Rafterman for a few minutes. We saw him drive his Acura. That was nice.
Okay, I have a question.
Go ahead.
For Senesis and also OC, but first Senesis, how is public housing in general? How widely available is it in Austria? Is it like in percentage? Would you estimate roughly?
In Vienna is the capital where we can get like the most social housing, and I would say it's. You mean like how many people are living in social?
Yeah.
Houses? Yeah. I would say like. Wait, I can actually Google that.
But my further question was that is public housing, because when they speak about public housing in the US, they speak about it like being only for like the lowest of the lowest, and also for like taught people can document that they're like handicapped or something. But in Denmark, public housing is not only that; it's also it can be not cheap, like somewhat normal rent-ish high.
Yeah.
Okay, they're talking about public housing in Europe. Okay, this got very Eurocentric. Yeah, how's the public housing in Vienna?
I mean, I think I mentioned it in the earlier streams before.
You did. Let's change topic. We got someone new here. Raptor Man, what do you want to talk to the Euros about? Hey, Raptor Man. Okay. Well, we got you got Genesis for you, and we got
I mean, I don't. Yeah, just what do you want to ask? I don't have any specific questions.
Well, first of all, are you Jewish? They want to know if you're Jewish.
No.
Okay, they asked. What else do you want to know about Raptor Man? Do you live by yourself? You live with your parents?
With a cat.
With a cat, yeah.
Cats. Yeah, but I live by myself.
How many cats do you have?
2 cats.
Do you own your house, or do you rent, or?
No, I have an apartment.
Oh, it looked like a house he was walking
Yeah,
into.
it looked pretty big.
Looked pretty big.
No, it's small.
Okay.
But yeah.
Still not bad.
Denmark guy, do you want to ask Raptor Man a question, or Genesis?
Yes, that might be good first.
So, are you single now? Are you dating? What is the situation?
I probably wouldn't be here if I was dating anyone. So now I'm single.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. What has your previous history been in terms with women? Have you been in long-term relationships?
Yeah, mostly in high school, and then in college I was in some relationships, but ever since college, not really. It's probably been like 7 years, I would say.
Girls, guys, you can be honest. No judgment.
Girls.
Just asking.
Yeah. But yeah, so
the younger generation just comes across as a little further than yeah, you're not. You're not. Genesis, what do you want to ask him?
Did you, because you mentioned earlier that you that you found this channel through a specific person, like is like are you also a person who's like well versed in regarding manosphere and stuff like this? Because you
no,
need to be
actually no. When I first came across Lee Keen or whatever his name is, it wasn't because of manosphere or anything like that.
Yeah.
I can't even remember what it was specifically, but it just kind of popped up in my like feed, so I clicked on it, and then yeah, he was kind of like autistic or whatever, so it was just interesting listening to him, and then I kind of just went down the rabbit hole a bit, and got here.
Mm-hmm. So, and what I also wanted to ask you is, so you're probably familiar with terms like the Black Pill and stuff like this, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So, and how was it for you, like knowing about this kind of stuff? How did you learn about this? Like,
or like, how do I take it? Like, because
generally, like they're like, I mean, I mentioned like in the previous stream how I got like black pilled and what made me like come to this kind of places. So,
well, I wouldn't say I'm black pilled per se.
Yeah.
Because that would just mean I like gave up altogether on like relationships and life and stuff.
I'm not sure that means. I'm not sure being black pilled means you've necessarily.
Well, I mean, it means
even though it's common,
having a pessimistic view on like life and stuff like that. So,
okay,
like glass half empty like approach.
You're getting too tired. My brother wants to know how tall you are. We're curious. How tall are you?
5'9".
It's my height. Okay.
Yeah.
You're saying black pill is too defeatist, too depressing, too dark.
Yeah, well, I mean, because it's like it. I mean, I can't say I'm. I mean, in my everyday life, I don't follow any black pill like ideology.
Well, it's not really a religion.
It's too black and white, I would say.
Okay, you think it's too black and white. Okay.
Like with what Todd says, for instance, like he's like very, like it's with him. It's like
Yeah.
women will never like him because of how he
It's
looks.
also there's a lot of nuances.
I
that
agree with
is
Dom's,
left out.
but that's not true.
Wait,
So
Kevin,
what-
one more-
what-
you
what-
can talk in a minute. I want to say something. Yeah, I mean, even though we've got this, movie bad guy, and even though we got this really sexy voice actor, yes, it's Rafterman we worship. No, I'm just being facetious. So, Torso guy, you wanted to ask Rafterman about his black pill thoughts. Go ahead.
So you've probably been reflecting about the future of your dating, and you probably have lower chances. You would probably prefer a white girl. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, like I guess I'm not that picky about race, for instance. My last girlfriend was Bengali. So like I'm into Indian girls, I'm into white girls, Hispanic girls.
Yeah.
Um
So
black
so
girls
what,
not really, but I mean
have you thought
that's what
about
I'm-
how have you thought about going abroad or something like that? Like
no,
in-
I mean no, it's not that dire where I'm gonna go abroad for a woman. First of all, I don't have the money. Second of all, I'm not gonna do all that.
That's
Yeah.
another thing I want to ask you. We talk about a lot about women, which is a big part of this, but like with me, my channel is about the workplace. You seem to have you're not quite neat bucks, but you don't have to go to a job. You don't have to deal with people. You do your own thing. How are you able to pull that off and you're able to survive doing it? Because I don't think I'm cut out for the social world. I'm more interested in the black pill really hit me, not so much with women, even though it applies there, but with the job and the social bullshit and being a spurg. And also, do you think you're a spurg or ADHD? Are you diagnosed? Do you think you have
I mean,
something?
I'm definitely ADHD. Well, I mean, I was diagnosed ADHD, but that was more originally when I was diagnosed ADHD, I was just trying to get drugs in college. So I was a lot like, I mean, I was kind of like bullshitting a bit to the psychiatrist, but like officially, I guess I would say I'm ADHD, but autism, I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe a
And
bit.
Right. And so how did you end up getting in a position where you don't have to work a straight job? You get to just sort of work freelance.
No, I do have a job.
I thought you did.
No, I mean, it's not like it's a 1099 type thing.
Right. It's not a W. They don't know. Tell it to yourselves. You're not doing a W-2, punching the clock, looking the same, having to work in the same environment with a manager and the workplace mobbing and all
Yeah.
the bullshit. You get to do a freelance 1099. Yeah. I'm not saying it's not a real job. I'm saying you don't
No, I
have
know.
the wage slave job, the W-2 punch a clock bullshit that I'm going back to. So how did you swing that? Have you ever had a W-2 wage slave?
Oh yeah. I've had a ton of those,
Mhm.
and
How
those
did
don't
they
usually
go?
go that well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they don't go that well. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, eventually I lose the job or whatever. So, yeah, I just got this job because I was just applying on Indeed, and the guy hit me back, and I guess I did well enough in the interview where I got this job. I mean, there's a lot of work from home jobs on Indeed if you have the like experience.
Skills for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And my job isn't that hard or anything either. So
Wait, you said it's website design, web page design.
yeah, it's just like website management, like SEO. Like it's not really that complicated, to be honest. But
And do you work from home or do you have to go to an office somewhere and look at people?
no, I work from home, but sometimes I have to go to Virginia. Like every month I have to go to Virginia, like one time. But
Okay.
yeah, other than that, like no, I just work from home.
Now you mentioned you used to have, W-2 jobs where you had to work in the same place with the
Yeah.
same people, and like him, he's had a lot of horror stories where people go after him.
Yeah.
That bad treatment, or was it so?
No, it's not like I'm not like OC because OC can I can just tell he can rub people the wrong way sometimes.
Oh yes,
Apparently,
yes.
I don't get aggressive with people like that, so it's never anything like that.
Do people get aggressive with you?
Not really. Like a couple times, like I've worked in a lot of like corporate type jobs, so like some of the women in those jobs are really like bossy and they want to assert their dominance. So like sometimes they can be really bitchy, but yeah, usually I don't have many like issues with people.
Okay.
Okay. Oh yeah. Well, before we let Xenesis and Denmark guy talk, you don't have to say your address, but you live near Baltimore, north, south, east, west of Baltimore. You live in the Baltimore metro.
I live south of Baltimore, like
South-
15 minutes.
Okay, about 15 minutes south of Baltimore. Okay, but
Yeah.
when you go to Virginia, are you talking like Arlington, Alexandria, or you mean you
No.
go like Cumberland Gap? We're in Virginia because
No, it's Tyson's Corner.
I think didn't our cousin put some solar panels at a farm there? I think I know where
He
that
did,
is.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
How far from where you live to Tyson's Corner?
It's like DC kind of. It's like
Yeah,
a
it's right.
suburb of
It's-
DC.
I think it's southwest of DC, but it's
Yeah.
near DC Metro. I can picture. Yeah, I think I know. Okay, so it's not like you're going from like Elkton all the way down to like the Cumberland
No, it's
Gap.
not. It's not like middle of Virginia or whatever. It's not like
Right.
in Podunk, Virginia. It's like
Yeah,
it's like in the
I
city.
go to Virginia, commute a lot of things. So you go from the Baltimore area to the DC area. Okay, that's not bad. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like it's like an hour and a half drive, but
Yeah.
it's not like 5 hours or whatever.
Right.
So it's not too bad, I guess. But
We know the Euro cells can't picture all this, but we can. So yeah. All right.
yeah,
Denmark.
with them it's a little bit different. It's
Yeah.
a little bit different, but
You just shoot down 95 and go around the Beltway and head out to Tyson's Corner. Or, I'm thinking.
yeah,
I've been down
95.
many times in my life. Yes, I've been through there many times. So, anyway. Okay.
Do you drive, Xenesis?
Good question.
I don't have a driving license. I have the privilege that I'm not really dependent on a car because I live in a
Yeah. Yeah, you see, in
city.
Europe, you don't really need a car. That's the benefit to
Yeah.
living.
Well, you
Yeah.
live in Vienna, right?
Yeah.
So everything's in walking distance. What about you, Denmark guy?
I live. If I walk and go to the bus and take the bus and train, it will take me roughly 30 to 40 minutes to go into the inner city. But
do you-
even here, I have never in my life had a car.
okay, so our Euro cells don't drive, have never driven,
Yeah,
have never
it's-
licenses.
No. You truly do not need a car in Denmark. Not if you live 1 hour public transport into the inner city. You don't need a car.
Xenesis, have you ever driven a car or learned how to drive?
No, I didn't.
No. So
No,
neither
no.
of neither of the Euros have ever driven a car.
That's one thing to say. I don't have a car, but I drove my father's car. You've never
Yeah.
driven a car. You
I
never,
have a driver's license. I have a driver's
mean,
license, but I don't use it.
I mean, I tried it once, but with a friend's car, like, but besides that, not really.
In Denmark, everybody just gets it. The vast majority of people gets it around 18, 19, 20, something like that.
Yeah, it's like that.
I was gonna say, even if you don't want to own a car or need to own a car, wouldn't you still like to have a driver's license just to have it? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like when I first got my driver's license, I didn't have a car. I might borrow my mother's station wagon, but you didn't want to at least get a license for the sake of having it, or it's not worth it.
Sennis is also. But did your parents have a car?
They did have a car.
Okay, that's special because you could use that maybe when you were younger or something like that. Yeah. What about your siblings? Do they have the driver's license?
They, I think, yeah, when my older sister has a driving license with a car. I think my younger sister she should have one by now, or I'm not really up to date with her, so I can really tell something regarding this. Yeah, but I live in a van and I never had like a incident where I like thought, okay, I need a car.
Yeah. But the thing is also if you live where I live on near the inner city, parking is so fucking expensive. It's so insane that even you need to really also taxes. You guys need to Google how the taxes on car are. I think we are the country in the world with the highest taxes on car. So they're extremely expensive on average. But yeah, so you're highly disincentivized to have a car if you live in the city or near the city.
So you're near enough to the city that it's not worth having a car. Okay. Afterman, would you like to give us a tour of your apartment since you're walking around? You want to share with us your apartment here?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Sure. Might as well. He's walking around. He can show us his apartment. That'll be interesting. Yeah, no, you guys are Eurocells, and you have public transportation sucks here unless you, unless you live like.
Yeah, it's so funny. It's so funny to hear that you have this thing called car culture that we don't have.
Right.
I don't even know how to like. I can't really flip my camera around, but I can.
That's okay. Just give us
Can
a
you,
quick tour.
can you see?
We can see beautifully. Yes, we got a.
Yeah. So this is the living room.
Okay. Oh, cool guitar.
Oh, yeah.
Nice
Kitchen.
kitchen. Nice kitchen. This is an apartment. This looks like a
Yeah.
a ranch house.
Bathroom. This part. And this is the office.
You got 2 bedrooms. You have a 2
No, I got 1 bedroom, but I don't use this bedroom. I
You
just
have-
like sleep. I just sleep in the living room. So
Okay, so the 1 bedroom is an office, and you sleep in the living room. Okay.
yeah, because well, I mean, I got it. The office is for like taxes and stuff. I can take off for my taxes, so I just use that as an office.
Oh, very good.
And I don't have a bed, so
How would the IRS know if you're also sleeping in the office? I mean, how do you
they wouldn't technically know, but I don't have a bed, so like,
does your couch pull out?
no, I just sleep on the couch.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's not a pull-out couch. It's not like a. You know what a pull-out couch is? It's just a regular.
No.
Okay. Kind of reminds me of Dragon Lord Frodo's place in Buffalo.
Yeah,
Kind
kind
of.
of.
Yeah.
No, his place is nicer though, from what I saw. But
But you have any windows? I'm not seeing a lot of windows there.
yeah, I got this window.
Can I say, where's your front door? Because Dragon Lord's, the front door opens right into the kitchen. Do you have like a little hallway? You have a little privacy hallway, or where's the front door?
I mean, no, I just got this hallway right here.
Okay, but where's the front door then? It's in the kitchen, or how do you enter?
No, it's right here.
In the living room.
Oh, it's in the living room?
Yeah, it's in the living room.
Okay.
Hey, do you have? This is a really Euro thing to ask, but do you have a gun?
A what?
A gun?
Gun,
A gun?
Yeah.
firearms.
Oh no. I mean, this
I
is
have
Maryland.
Okay.
If I lived in Texas, I would probably have a gun, but like in Maryland, it's not really like a thing.
I have never seen like I've never seen a gun in my life other than on a police officer.
Oh,
I have
seriously?
one friend who he has like a hunting weapon, but other than that, I've never in my life seen a gun.
I just get that picture of me from 20 years ago holding that shotgun with the whiskey and the cigarette. Yeah, it was a guy with long hair. I'll make that my next. If I can find that, I'll make that my next. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So no, he doesn't have a gun. You hunt? I saw some antlers. You hunt, or you just
Yeah. You want to see something I killed?
Sure.
All right.
Where do you keep when you go hunting?
It's right here.
Right.
You look.
Where do you keep your guns? I mean, if you don't have them there, where you just,
Unless you were a kid with your father or something.
I gave my guns to Dom.
really?
He has my guns.
How'd that happen?
This is a joke. I don't get it.
No, yeah, it's a joke, but I don't have any guns.
Then how'd you? Okay, where's the gun that you used to kill? That was that a deer or was it? Where's the gun? It's all a joke. That's
This?
just some decoration. That's just some decoration. We don't know.
Yeah. No, I haven't killed anything.
Oh, it's a decoration. We don't know. We can barely. I see some antlers. I'm not sure what that is. I'm like, okay.
No, I haven't killed
You're
anything.
asking if you're a red-blooded American with your gun going hunting.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
you keep the gun at Daddy's house. You and Daddy go hunting. He keeps it in the back of his truck. You keep it in your apartment. That's what we're asking.
No, not quite. I grew up in the city, so I'm not really like a hunter.
In Baltimore, you actually grew up in Baltimore proper.
No, like in the suburbs, but like it's close enough to the city, you know.
Not really.
I'm not like a country person. I'm not really like a country person.
Right. They ever gonna rebuild the Key Bridge? What do you think?
I don't know. They haven't started on it yet, so I doubt they will. Like, well, I mean, they will rebuild it, but it's going to be a long while. Probably be like 3 years or something.
It's the bridge where was it like the big ship destroyed it? Or something?
Yeah, that cargo ship or whatever.
From India.
Yeah.
Let me know if you're getting tired. If you want to.
Sure, a few more minutes for me.
Yeah. If there's anything else you guys want to discuss, feel free. We're glad Raptor Man came on. It was nice to have
All right.
a nice
Yeah.
So Denmark guy. So what's your experience with women?
Well, I have never in my life been in a long-term committed relationship, and that's the only thing that I'm interested in.
Doggo, hi. Just guys, we gotta acknowledge Doggo. Hi, Doggo.
Doggo.
Okay, I'll continue.
You've never
Yeah,
been in a
absolutely.
relation. You've been with a woman before, but you just haven't been in a relationship.
Yeah, I've been like in the longest one has been like 3 or 4 months or something like that. Yeah, but long term, I mean, like maybe like 2 or 3 years and above that. Like some, yeah, maybe when you were younger, maybe that was quite unrealistic. But as you get older, I think that is quite standard for me.
But you're what, 35 years old? Is that
Yeah, that's correct.
okay?
Oh, you're good.
I mean,
Okay,
you're not
so
that old.
Let me think. Denmark guy is 35. Rafterman, you're 32. You said, and Zenesis, you're 28. Did I get your
Yeah.
age? Okay. Good. Just confirming ages. Good. Continue.
All right. So Zenesis, you said you used to work in kindergarten or something with kindergartners, like as a
Yes.
teacher, as a babysitter.
Yes,
or
as a
what?
teacher. I think the term is educator, but it we have a German word for it. It's called Pädagoge. I don't know what's the
Yeah,
English
yeah. It's the
translation
same in Denmark.
of it. It's the same thing. It's the same as teacher.
Yeah, we call it pædagog.
Yeah, but I think in American and English term is mean like.
No
teacher.
idea what that means, but okay.
You know, for Americans, it'd be kind of strange for a guy to teach kindergarten. Like that's extremely rare.
Yeah, it's rare. Male teachers at the younger ages are kind of looked on suspiciously. But, hey, when you look like Chad Freak, they'll let you quit and say they fired you so you can get neat bucks. But yeah, it's
Is it mainly because of the feminism thing? Because it's like
Yeah, because like traditionally women are like elementary school teachers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So like a male doing it, it's just like they'd probably think you were gay or something. I don't know.
In Denmark, it is when you look at the data, it's a female-dominated job, but it's quite. It isn't uncommon.
Yeah,
that too. Like
I worked when you have completed high school in Denmark. It's quite common to take a gap year where you work, and a lot of people, whether it being female or men, they work at typical as an unskilled worker at the kindergarten or something like that.
But Zenesis,
I worked at a kindergarten.
Did you go to college, Zenesis?
I went to a 5-year kindergarten school where I learned
kindergarten school. So you got a degree, you got a bachelor's degree to do that?
I did like a certificate which says like
Well, I don't know if they call them bachelor's degrees. What Rafterman's trying to ask you is, you went to school to become an educator. At the end, they gave you some kind of degree or diploma in which you could be a full educator of kindergarten. And when you taught these, how old were you at the time when you got this diploma and started teaching kindergarten? How long did you teach for?
I taught only for like 1.5 years because I mentioned.
Right, you wanted to quit, and they agreed to say they fired you so you can get neat bucks, which no boss would ever do for me. But so, how old were you at the time? Were you what? I
was 25.
So it's like about 3 years ago you did this.
Yeah.
What did you do before you were a kindergarten teacher?
I went because I also mentioned that I did a culinary school. I went to a culinary school, and I worked after being in a culinary school as a waiter for some time, and as a cook, kind of. It's like in between. And after that, I went to kindergarten route.
Well, what made you want to be a kindergarten teacher? Like, why did you think that would be a good? Also, it's not your fault. Translation. I know English isn't your first language. When you said kindergarten school, and Rafterman's like, you went to kindergarten school. If I'm an American English,
I know. It sounds weird because it sounds weird. I know, but I don't know what's the English translation of this.
Yeah,
well, we just call it going to college, right? Because you went to college, you picked a major, right?
Yeah.
Was that a major or was it like a specific like?
It wasn't a college though. It was like a school dedicated to like.
It was like a trade school.
Yeah, exactly.
For kindergarten, we don't have that here, but yeah.
No, it's a different
5 years to get this. Were you an actual?
We have a mix.
Like,
we have a mix of the
system.
system.
A classroom aide. You know, there's always that one class that that's the special kids. So they got a teacher, and they got like the special assistant.
But pedagogue in Denmark is a bachelor degree.
Okay, so you got a bachelor degree to become a kindergarten teacher.
Yeah, exactly. It sounds so weird for other people, but also pedagogue in Denmark, or a kindergarten teacher, whatever you would like to call it. It doesn't mean that you have to work with like small kids. In Denmark, they also work with like adults with it could be adults with handicap, like mental development
but-
problems, and
Well,
older
It's different
people.
kinds of pedophile.
No, Xenesis, how old were these?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
What did you say? How old were these kids you were working with? How old?
They were like 3 to 5, 3 to 6.
That would actually be like even pre-K. Yeah, but
preschool,
okay.
yeah.
Sounds like he was a teacher's aide
Kind of,
for,
yeah.
for 5 years. You got to go to school to be a kindergarten teacher aide.
Yeah.
Wait. So Xenesis, are you gonna go back to teaching, or what are you gonna do?
No, he's on permanent NEAT bucks. Why would he do that?
No,
So
I mean,
he's
but,
on permanent-
but the way he made it seem was that he was on NEAT bucks for like a year or 2 years, like
he
it was
was
temporary.
vague with the types of NEAT bucks and how long it lasts. He makes it sound like it's an indefinite thing. Yeah.
Yeah, he has perpetual unemployment. He never has to work again if he doesn't want to. That's how.
Is that how it is?
Yeah,
In our case, I mean, I mentioned in the earlier streams, there are cases out there of Austrians who managed to be on NEAT bucks for multiple years, for 15 years or something like this. But
that's your
I
goal.
also acknowledge that that mustn't be also for my case. So it's like, because I always mention that, all right, nothing in life is like 100% certainty when it comes to things regarding like this. So there could be like a possibility that I lose my NEAT bucks like randomly the next month. So, but
Well, how would you just lose it randomly? Do they like audit you or
I don't
something?
know if they're just like if I don't know if they're just like if I because when I'm on NEAT bucks I still need to like apply for jobs and do stuff like, and if my each month I need to go to the we have something called AMS over here. This Arbeitsmarkt service. This is where I get my this is where I get one part of my NEAT bucks, and this is also the
I feel bad because you're.
Yes.
My brother needs NEAT bucks. If we both had NEAT bucks, we can just stream all night. He's got to go to bed soon. But actually, I want to ask Dennis to stop a minute. You told me there are two different types of NEAT bucks.
Yeah.
And the way you described it, one is almost like welfare, and the other is like perpetual unemployment.
Yeah.
That's how you made it sound. So from what I gather, right? Am I?
One is universal basic income. This Mindestsicherung.
Yeah.
And the
Okay.
second one is it's Notstandshilfe. This is Arbeitslosengeld. This is the things which I get from the unemployment.
So does everyone in the whole country get universal basic income? Because that's how we, like, Americans consider universal basic income as like every single person gets it.
You need to. It isn't like this, like in America, because you need to have
Under a certain amount of income or something.
Hence,
Yeah,
I'm trying not to be an asshole. I'm trying to use American terms for Rafterman here. What Xenesis once described is one of these things is like a welfare. You got to be poor to be on it. So it's not, it's not really UBI the way we UBI is hypothetical. It doesn't exist here. It's not the hypothetical American UBI. It's like a welfare. But then he also seems to have like what my brother called indefinite unemployment.
Yes.
Like in this country, we get unemployment, but it's like, a set time. It runs out.
Yeah.
It sounds like he gets a combination of welfare and like just never ending unemployment.
Yeah.
But we have the system we have in Denmark reminds us of what sentences in Austria. But in Denmark, when you're on what is equivalent to welfare, it is you can be on it forever, but they can put you to work to receive it. So they can call you and say, okay, so you're still applying for jobs. Okay, fair enough. But listen, you need to come and clean the toilets here at the municipality.
That sounds more like the indefinite unemployment to me. Yeah.
Wait, so with Beppis, she's like working at like some kindergarten, or they put her in some preschool or whatever it is.
Last I heard, she was on a horse farm cleaning horses.
Yeah, that's really normal in Denmark. That the people who are on welfare, they got put to work in kindergarten also. Yeah, because they need to work in order to receive the benefits. Often, it's not always, but it's
those who can't teach. Okay,
yeah. So there's conditions, especially in Denmark, and I think it's the same in Sweden and Norway and probably also I don't know if in Austria.
But that's why I want to get back to Xenesis. Xenesis, you're receiving two types of monies. You might lose one, but you'll still have the other one. I mean, they're two separate things. You can get welfare and indefinite unemployment. So you're getting two streams of income from the government.
I mean, I explained it in the earlier streams. Maybe I didn't explain it really
No,
well.
you explained it well, but like
It's hard for us to
So,
understand. 'cause
if you
it's different
lose
concepts.
one, you're not going to have enough to pay your rent, I assume, right? Like if you lose the unemployment, the universal basic income is not going to be enough to pay for all your stuff, right? Like you need both to survive.
I need both to survive, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Which one are you more under threat of possibly losing?
That's a good question. I don't know. I would say the most likely what I would lose. I think it would be because both are linked, kind of. So when I fuck up on one part, it's gonna have an effect on the other part. So
Okay, maybe you told me. I don't remember. Do you get one lump sum? You get a payment of both, or are they two separate payments?
I get two separate payments on the different accounts.
Okay.
But I get it at the same time span, like at the end of the.
But can they put you to work in order to receive them?
No, it isn't like that strict. I need still to apply for jobs and stuff like this, and I still need to like go to some courses like for the they can put me like in a course and stuff like this regarding there's the courses like how to apply better for jobs.
Yeah.
So they give you like job courses like IT or something like that. Like, can you?
Yeah, they can. Yeah, they can give you like some depending on what you did like for work experience wise. So if you like if you started like IT, they probably like put you on some IT course or something like this. Something which is related to your to your work experience,
to your profession. So like in America, like with OC, like they don't give him any courses or whatever. They just tell him to go apply for jobs. So with America, like there's no like they don't give you any kind of assistance.
Yeah,
they just tell you to like figure it out.
But in Denmark, in order to receive the welfare, you can't have you can't have above 2K USD on your account.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, it's the same here.
Right, like Todd would always talk about. He only has what was it, $1,990.90. You can't go above a certain amount in your account. Yeah. Well, that's with me. Why I want they might not understand SSDI versus SSI. SSI has those restrictions. SSDI is unlimited. That's why, and I paid into it. So I want SSDI, but maybe I should get SSI for the time being. Same thing. You can't have over a certain income. Your assets have to be like Xenesis was saying. You can't just get some of these things. You have to be below a threshold, right? Buddy, you gotta go to bed, or what do you think?
Yeah, I gotta go to bed.
I'm gonna make sure it's fair. You guys keep talking. Be back.
Good night.
All right, good night.
He says good night. Good night.
Yeah, what I wanted to ask you, Rafterman, regarding this, because I'm just trying to understand, because what I wanted to say is that you describing the black pill as a kind of nihilistic kind of way, like nihilistic pill, something like this.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't have to be nihilistic per se, but it's more like accepting the fact that like if you don't meet these certain requirements, like if you're like if you look a certain way, if you're a certain height, you're pretty much disabled. Kind of, there's no way you're going to get a relationship, or like I just feel like sometimes it's a little bit too strict.
Yeah.
Like there's no wiggle room, and I feel like nothing is really that strict per se.
Yeah.
I mean, on a dating app, it might be that strict, but like in the actual real world, it's not quite that strict.
I mean, you're right, because it is like really a black or white kind of thinking in this kind of pill.
I probably don't understand it quite as like. What's your definition of the black pill?
Yeah, the black pill is just like the realization that looks matter. Like people, it's a common thing that people tend to acknowledge. Okay, looks do matter IRL, but they don't realize to what how much looks matter, to what extent, like how
Yeah.
much, like or how much further it goes. Besides of that, Blackpill goes way beyond dating. It goes all. There's also like this aspect how people treat you on an IRL basis. According to your looks and stuff like this, or race. Yeah, it's just like a state of mind, I would say, state of awareness.
I mean, look at Dahmer, for instance. I mean, he found a relationship. I mean, he's not conventionally attractive. No offense to him. I mean, he looks fine. He looks like an average dude or whatever. But he's not like so. Like according to like the Black Pill, he would not really have a chance because he's 40 something years old and he's not. You know.
I get where you come from, and I'm not one of those guys also who says like, oh, you need to be giga good looking to get a girlfriend in the first place. But I usually see it more as okay. There are people out there who are really, really, really bad looking, like unfortunately. And for those guys,
like yours truly, yes, like yours truly. Continue.
Like when somebody's like on a 3 out of 10 looks wise. I can't really tell him to like, yo, bro, take a shower, go to the gym.
Yeah. I agree with that.
And Black Pill is like really prevalent for those kind of guys like that. I mean, like if you're like average kind of looking black, you don't really need Black Pill so much because it's like, yeah, you're still like, you won't still get shitted more. You won't get shitted on as much as this like 3 out of 10 guy in comparison.
Well, I gotta say, I've always believed it's an equation. You know, as looks go down, neurotypicalness has to go up. So I think, it's not simply hideous, ugly versus really good looking. I think you can have two guys who look like twins. They're both meh. One guy's a total spurg. You know, the normie will probably have a girlfriend or two. The spurg might be failing miserably in life. So I do think looks are important, but I think sometimes too much weight is put on looks. I think it's like a whole equation. There are multiple variables. I've always said that. So yeah. Mm-hmm. I just wanted to share that. So but
I mean, looks definitely do. I mean,
of course they do. Of course, I'm not
like we live in a different society than it was 20 years ago. Like we have dating apps, we have social media, so looks are like they've become so important in this society because women just have a lot more options nowadays. So I mean, I can see why the Black Pill is growing at the rate it is, and why so many men feel that way. You know,
right? No, I would agree. Yes,
because I mean, like it's hard to get matches on dating apps if you're below a certain looks standard, you're not going to get any matches. But if you go out in the real world and you have a good personality and you're still ugly as shit, you might be able to like snag a girl or two. I don't, if you're funny,
right? No, I was talking because I'm still thinking about the jobs. People might, because I've worked with dudes who don't really care what I look like. We get along until they realize the women don't like me or a manager doesn't like me. And all of a sudden it's like, we hate you too now. In other words, looks are a big part of it, but there's also that social cohesion dynamic, which is what I really struggle with. I just want to share that. But because I kind of came in the middle of your conversation. So if I misinterpreted, go ahead, continue.
Yeah, I've mentioned it earlier because I was asking him what he defines because he mentioned earlier that he describes the Black Pill as a nihilistic kind of thinking, right? And I wanted to clarify what it actually means to my
about the nihilism. He said black. It's all black or white, either or. It seems like a fatalist. I think that's what he was kind of.
I feel like it. I mean, I guess it depends. Like it's not like a lot of people define Black Pill in different ways, but I've always thought it was more. I always thought it was pretty rigid of an ideology, So like it does hold a lot of truth, but it's also like very rigid. Like there's not a lot of room to like go outside the lines with it. But and Red Pill or whatever is probably similar as well. I don't.
Yeah, but you could also incorporate like religious stuff into the Black Pill, but that's something that I thought about because how can you explain that maybe the same stuff that is taking place in Western liberal societies, maybe not to the same degree taking place in maybe, I don't know, Saudi Arabia or something like that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Because in Saudi Arabia, it's probably more about like family status and money. You
Yeah.
know, you got like Saudi princes and stuff like that are rich and have a lot of money, and they're not really that attractive a lot of the times, but they do fine.
And that could be you could do an empirical study in Saudi Arabia and in Northern Europe, and you will have really different results probably, I guess. So yeah, it's I still don't know really what the black pill is, because it's not only, you can define black pill as being normie language for evolutionary psychology. I think it goes deeper than that, but I don't know. I don't know it. I don't know how the normal black pill would interpret it. But it was just a side note that I thought about.
And also, like in Western countries, the women are completely different than, like in Saudi Arabia or whatever.
Well,
I mean, they're a lot more liberal. I mean, they just like do whatever they want to do.
Well, I'm going to argue there's two things. There's nature and nurture. You can say that there's human behavior, male and female behavior, which is ingrained in all of us human beings since, caveman days. But there's also, what can women get away with? In a society like Saudi Arabia, where, a man can own 4 wives, a woman can't drive, they don't have the options. Kind of like we always talk about in this country. Like, would my grandparents have gotten together if they were alive today, or my grandmother been some whore going to spring break? In other words, it's comparable how Saudi Arabia now is somewhat comparable to what our country was a few generations back. So when you give women have this innate, inherent genetic behavior predisposition, but then it depends on what society allows and permits. And like you said, in the past, women had less options. They were dependent upon a man. It's still like that in Saudi Arabia. So it might be what you know what I'm saying? I'm making Xenesis. You should understand what I'm saying. Take it away.
No, I get what you're saying. I get it. That is also has to do with
beer. Good.
There's also a lot to do with stuff like feminism and technology.
Right. It's not that I don't think grandmother was a wholly chaste woman. She would have been just as much a whore if she were born today. So it's not that female behavior has changed. It's just what my grandmother could get away with versus what a woman today can get away with are very, very different. So it's not that female behavior changed in a couple generations. It's what does society allow that it didn't allow, 2 or 3 generations ago.
Yeah. It's definitely more nurture.
Right.
It's definitely more nurture than nature. And
well, no, it is. I think a lot of societies developed the way they did to control this natural problem with women's behavior. So if you look at Saudi Arabia, at least they got their women in line, so to speak. And I guess once upon a time we did too. Things changed as society changed. So what I'm trying to say is, human nature is innate. It's biological. It goes back to the caveman times. But what a woman can and can't do depends on the restrictions or freedoms of the society in which she lives. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, social shaming, kind of like, because back in the day, like I will take OnlyFans example. Nowadays, it's socially accepted that girls can go on there and get like money out of kind of basic prostitution kind of thing. But 100 years ago, if you would like do that kind of thing, or even suggest kind of thing, you would get socially shamed to suicide. So there was also a big social disapproval part of it.
And I wish my brother were here, because I'll actually use a male example. We were talking about Trump. You're familiar with Donald Trump, our current president? And you know who Elon Musk is, the South African, okay. Trump is in his 70s. Musk, I believe, is in his 50s. And my brother was saying how, Trump really seems in awe with Musk. My brother, I wish you were here. He was saying, Musk can do things that Trump couldn't do in his generation. Musk has like 3 or 4 kids with 3 or 4 different women. He dresses like a slob. Trump, because of his generation, could not do that. He had to get married. He had to have children in wedlock. When he had an affair with another woman, he had to divorce his first wife and marry her when she was pregnant, Marla Maples. So Trump, even with men, Trump is of that generation where he admires what Elon Musk can do. He's like, man, if I were 20, 30 years younger, I'd be that kind of billionaire. But Trump of his era had to get married, do that whole thing. So even if that's men, we talk about societal change. I think Trump really admires, my brother was saying this, Trump admires that, what Musk did back in Trump's time, that would be considered nigger behavior. You've got 3 kids with 3 different women. That's something niggers do. Real men have to be respectable and get married. And I think Trump did what he had to do for his time period. But today he admires, like, man, I think you understand what I'm saying? How Musk is able to do things that Trump would love to have done, but couldn't get away with in his generation. So, society changes. So it's not just, so the human nature is there, man. If Trump could have fucked 5 women and had, he would have done it. But in his era, that was what niggers did. Billionaire white guys, you got to get married. You got to be legally married. Don't have a bastard child. So Trump had to play that game because it was a societal construct at the time.
Social engineering at the time.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's also when you think about how much Western society has changed just the last 100 years, there was all these minor things that created a kind of a selection system where it was only men of responsibility that somewhat could be accepted as a guy who got married and had children and so on and so forth. And it was hugely shamed upon being divorced. It was like a huge
That's
thing.
what I was saying. Even in Trump's generation, having a kid out of wedlock was looked down upon. Something niggers and trash do. A billionaire can't do that. Whereas Musk, who's like 20 some odd years younger, can and does do that. And I think Trump actually admires Musk for that. But in Trump's time, it wasn't allowed. So Trump couldn't go that route, even if he wanted to. So regardless of his nature and what he wanted to do, he had to, okay, I got to get married, have the children. Okay, now I'm fucking a mistress. She's pregnant. Got to divorce the first wife, married the second one. You couldn't have bastards. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Regardless of what, it's not about right or wrong or what Trump thinks is right or wrong. It's for Trump's era, he couldn't not be married to the mother of his children. But whereas Musk, like a nigger, can fuck women left and right and have kids out of wedlock. And I think Trump actually wishes he were a younger man or that he could do that. But in his time, I don't know if I'm making sense, if I'm articulating this well enough. We're talking about social constraints, whether you agree with them or not, regardless of your human nature. Trump couldn't do things that Musk could do in this more liberal free time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it. But it's not a but I thought about
it ties in. I thought it was Brother Click's example was a good one. But yeah, go ahead. I don't know where Rafterman went. You say I don't know where he went, but yeah.
But personally, I don't have a huge problem with Trump or Elon like having they have had several wives or all this shit because they pay for this shit. Elon Musk, they are somewhat people of responsibility. They've proven themselves, blah 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 blah, and they have so much money they can pay for all this shit, all this.
Again, I don't think you're getting it. Yes, I'm a billionaire. I can have as many kids as I want. But even Trump in his time couldn't do that. I'm a billionaire. I could probably have 10 different kids with 10 different women, but you can't do that publicly. Maybe he did have a couple bastard children, but he wouldn't be able to acknowledge them. You have to have kids. I'm trying to talk about how social dynamics change. I still don't think you quite get it. But okay.
Yeah, but I'm saying today I'm acceptive of men of responsibility having a lot of different women.
And I think Trump thinks the same way. Man, if I could do that in my generation, I would have been. I'm sure he would have paid for his kids, but he couldn't have kids out of wedlock. Rafterman, do you want to do a sing-along? You want to play a song for us? You got something on the guitar there?
I'd prefer not to, actually.
Can you just strum something? Give me Louie Louie. You know Louie Louie.
I don't know the whole. I don't know the song though.
It's a very simple, Louie Louie. Yeah.
I don't know the song.
What do you know? Play something.
I don't know. I don't have a song to play.
That's okay. You need to tune your guitar. It's a lot of tune there, but okay. No, because Denmark guy was asking about religious things. Yeah, in other countries or at other time periods, what people could get away with or not get away with was different. So we're also partly controlled by not just our human biological imperative, but also what's permissible and not permissible in the society and time in which we live. I think this is either not articulated well or it's be over some people's heads. But yeah, good. So
but also when you think about it, getting divorced, especially in Northern Europe and probably also in Central Western Europe. Who pays the cost? And all the people in the municipality who needs to take extra tasks, and in the kindergarten, all these minor tasks. Who pays the cost for them? It does not the women who are getting divorced or want to get divorced. Women, they externalize a lot of these costs upon the whole society. I think that is why we have so high taxes everywhere in the West.
I was trying to draw some pictures, but I'm losing my ability to draw. Yeah, you're saying, yes, more social. Well, again, social welfare sort of allows these things to happen. If society collapsed and you couldn't pay all these women to have, children out of wedlock, and the government wasn't paying for it, then they might require a man. I'm not saying what's right or wrong, or what should be, what shouldn't be. What I'm saying, what's permissible is dependent upon the culture as well as the time period and what's going on. So right now, if you have all these, like you said, all these dating apps and all these government handouts for single mothers, women can get away. Like my grandmother couldn't do that in her time, or neither could yours. Where women it's people will do whatever they're allowed to do within the sphere.
Women make more money nowadays. I mean, women make more money than men a lot of the times.
Mm-hmm.
Every woman that I've been on a date with makes more money than I do. So I mean, they're able to just support themselves if they want to. They don't have to get married to a dude to raise a family or whatever to support them.
Right.
But another example could be women, having a lot of sex with different guys when they're young or something like that. Who pays the cost in society for that? They externalize the cost for the whole of society. It lowers the trust between everybody. It disincentivizes long-term monogamous relationships. It disincentivizes family formation and family retention and so on and so forth. And back in the days when we were living on harsher, somewhat Darwinian conditions, you just couldn't fucking externalize all the costs because there was no money to pay for it, because it was before industrialization. But now everything, I'm not saying I'm not doing it. Everybody's doing somewhat, because there's very few consequences for anything today. Yeah.
I'm just drawing some pictures to explain things to Totem. Give me a minute here. I gotta explain what I was saying. I was saying how, if Trump could have done what Musk did, he would have. But in Trump's day, society still required, you don't have kids out of wedlock. So Trump had to get married. That's what was looked at, to do. There were always people who had kids out of wedlock, but it was looked down upon. So Trump, as a man of social standing, couldn't do that. But he loves Mount Chad and wishes he could be on Mount Chad. That's why he loves Elon Musk, because you got these SpaceX rockets going into outer space. See this? So I'm drawing the pictures. So what's his name? It goes into the black hole. So I'm drawing the pictures for Totem there. Okay. Anyway, go ahead. Couldn't resist. You're all looking like I'm crazy. No one sees the humor in that. Christ, you people are morons. That was funny. The SpaceX rocket. No one sees the humor. Okay, fine. Christ.
Yeah, it looks like
it's just not funny. Yeah, you get it, but it's not funny. Fine. Go ahead. All right. Go ahead. Continue. Totem wanted pictures. I gave him pictures. Okay.
I would say Donald Trump's a Chad, though. Personally.
Yeah.
Right. I would
agree when he was younger. Yeah.
President of the United States. And
right, but Trump, he's the kind of person, like, he's joked about how, oh wow, some of these kids Musk has, they're working for him, they dress worse than he does. I'm talking about in Trump's day. You had to get married, have kids in wedlock. You have to have the best suits, starched, collared. Trump couldn't be what Musk is now. He might admire it, but in his generation, he couldn't do it. He had to have the best shirt, make sure everything's clean pressed, the best suit. Take it to the dry cleaner. The butler takes it to the dry cleaner. Make sure you have the wife and kids in wedlock. What I'm trying to say is social constraints were different in Trump's younger days, and he had to be that upstanding billionaire. Take a path which billionaires are no longer required. Just like women have more freedom to be sluts and whores, I guess billionaires have more freedom to be like, hey man, I got 5 kids and with 5 different women and I'm wearing a different shirt today. I don't care. Like Trump is from a different era, for better or for worse. So Trump would have loved to have been what Musk is now, but he couldn't for his era. And it ties in with the same idea of women are doing things now that I'm sure my grandmother would have done, but couldn't because it wasn't possible or feasible in her time, or which a Saudi Arabian woman couldn't do because it's not feasible in her country. And I don't know why this is such a fucking difficult concept for people to acknowledge. And I don't know where Rafterman went. He keeps going bye-bye on us. All right. And yes, Trump is he's tall. He's 6-something. And he came from money, so there's definitely some halo there. And I only brought him up because of the example about social constraints. It seems like everyone here is like in La La Land. Okay, talk about whatever you want to talk about. Go ahead. Let's talk about public transportation.
I think we had already a lot of Euro.
I'm being facetious. I'm saying, I don't get you people. Are you getting so quiet? Wait, is there a problem? Wait, is no one understanding?
No, I'm just listening.
Yeah, no, it's 7 in the morning, and in here in Europe.
Yep. I will,
Is it Genesis? The curtains you have are they blackout curtains, or why isn't there any sun coming in through your windows behind you? Shouldn't there?
You mean like these are like behind those curtains are closed.
What?
Are they
behind
blackout?
Blackout. Where is there a window behind there?
There's no window. They're closed.
Ah.
So just like
Okay.
it's closed, like hanging.
That's like a blanket or something. What you have? What?
I will show it.
Then a huge sex dolls pops out or something.
Rafterman, I love your shorts. You leave nothing to the imagination. We appreciate that. I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you. Okay, what's behind those? Yeah, what's behind the curtain?
Do you see it?
Yes.
No, I see nothing.
No.
Oh, it's just okay. It's like
closing.
a bookshelf.
Yeah.
Okay.
I get it.
Well, why do you have curtains hanging in the middle of the room? I mean, you like to close off that part of the room, or why do you have that partitioned off?
It's because when I moved in, when I moved in this big apartment, a mother with her daughter were living in this apartment. So I took over this because I don't care about like how my apartment look like, because I have like flower, I don't know, deco and stuff like this.
No, I'm saying, did you live there at the same time as the mother and daughter, or they left that all behind?
They left it behind.
And you just left it up. You left it up. They had that partition there.
Yeah, they left it, and it was included in the, because there's a thing in the social housing program which we have when somebody leaves, because we have the Wiener Wohnen ticket. Because I mentioned like on my last streams that regarding this social housing that is called Wiener Wohnen. And we have a system within this Wiener Wohnen where if you got a ticket, like there's a deal like for everyone who's under 30 years old in Vienna, and he's and also Austrian resistant, has the a requirement fulfilled to apply for social housing.
Wait, can you repeat that?
Yeah, everyone who's under 40 and is a resident of Vienna.
30.
What?
30, not 40.
30.
Okay. So it's like they're eligible for applying for social housing if you have a child below the age of 13.
13, 1-3. I can't understand. What's he saying?
30. 30.
30.
We don't have those rules. Yeah, we have a lot. In Denmark, we have a lot of weird.
You got to be under 30 to live here. Will they kick you out in a couple of years?
No, you can you get a free ticket, like if you're like, because they want to make social housing attractive for really young people who were born in Vienna or Austria.
Okay, so the mother and daughter. The mother was under 30. She had a kid, but she was under 30, I guess.
The mother was over 30, but when she moves here, she was probably under 30.
Oh, so even when you turn 30, you can still stay here as long as you move. You get this ticket before you turn 30.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you get housing, or it's free?
It's not free. You need to pay. I get like the rent is more cheaper.
It's cost. It's there's a restriction on. It's the same in Denmark. In Denmark, it's rent. In Denmark, we have laws. We have laws in Denmark regarding how many non-Western people can live in social housing. It's a new law that was applied. Yeah, it's quite crazy. Yeah, it's rent control. Yeah, but it is social housing in Denmark. It's not always cheap. So, but I think it's because social housing in the US is always paid by the government, isn't it?
No, I mean, if you're in Section 8, you still have to pay like $50 a month or something.
Yeah, okay, but it's nothing. I live in social housing now, and I have a 2-bedroom apartment.
You have to pay like a percentage, like a bigger percentage. It depends.
Yeah, okay. I pay $1,000, maybe $1,200 for two bedroom apartment.
Your own social housing?
Yeah, and that is not cheap.
Wait. I thought Denmark. I thought you lived with your father. You told me you lived with your father.
Yeah, and we paid roughly $1,200 before
So
electricity.
so for two people, a non-married couple, two people, two separate bedrooms. You're both paying $600 a piece, basically, for this 2-bedroom apartment.
Yeah, it's probably 800, maybe, or 600. Yeah, something 700 like that, including utilities.
That's not bad.
Yeah, that's an okay price, but it's not super cheap, but it's not expensive either. It's like it's okay.
I mean, for social housing, it's expensive. I guess you would expect that to be like a lot cheaper, but I mean,
Yeah,
it's affordable.
yeah.
Are you a NEET or like do you work or anything?
I'm currently applying, but I just got I was on a job interview a couple days ago. But no, I'm currently
You're unemployed.
I was but
you
no,
told us the other day you were looking maybe a computer job or maybe this job.
I don't receive money. I don't receive money. I used my time. You have a 2-year unemployment, like in the US, something like that. You have 1 year. We have 2 years.
No, we've got, it might vary state to state. I only had like X amount of months. It goes by weeks. I had 20 some odd weeks of unemployment.
Yeah, I used my 2 years.
You just said you're not getting money, but now you have 2 years of unemployment, or are you getting money?
Yeah, I used my 2 years of unemployment, and
you used up your unemployment. Okay, so right.
Yeah, so you need to work to extend. So yeah, I'm looking for jobs right now. Yeah.
And Zenesis can be on, and they might kick him off, but in theory, he can be on unemployment for 15, 20 years. It's amazing how different countries have different regulations.
But Zenesis, isn't there a maximum amount of money you can have in your bank account in order to receive the?
Yeah, there is one. There is a limit. Yes. Okay. I need to. It's like the same with Todd. Like there's the limit which I'm allowed to have money wise. If I go above this limit, my NEET box gets
But in Denmark, it's the rules are so tight because of all this non-Western shit that they include your maximum money, also your pension and your investments and everything like that. So it's really it's not insanely few, but it's if you are like 30 or 40 years old, you have paid enough. If you have worked for like 2 years or 3 years like that, you have above 2K in your investment or pension. So it gets hard for you to get welfare, but you can get the unemployment, which is 2 years max.
They count investments like stocks and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's super gay. It's so gay because
track that. That seems really hard.
It's so fucking insane because also they count. If you have locked your investment, you can invest your money in pensions. And if you want to withdraw that, there's a fee. It's 60%.
60%.
Yeah, it's 60% to withdraw it. So.
God damn! Why would you even withdraw? I would just keep it in at that point. That's insane.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. That's okay. Yeah, but I think that Dom he told us about the 401 that you have, and when he withdrew money from that, it was like 15% or something like that.
Yeah. Talking about 401k.
Yeah, he withdrew some money from that, and it's the way.
Yeah, yeah. So that's a little bit different because you're supposed to take that out when you're retired. He took it out way earlier.
Yeah, it's the same thing in Denmark. Yeah.
Okay, I think they're saying the 401k would be considered income. You just reminded me, I have a 401k from that auto company place that I wanted to close out, but I forgot to. Right, I sent it. They sent me a letter saying, now that you've been fired, it'll be closed out, but it never was. It's only like a couple $100. I'll close it prematurely. I don't care if I have to pay like the tax will only be a few dollars. I should probably get that $120 or whatever. Thanks for reminding me. But yeah, so I guess a 401k would be considered a type of income. It doesn't affect unemployment in this country. If you're unemployed, you paid into it. But you're saying with the unemployment, they look at any 401k plans you have or whatever your equivalent is.
The correct term in English is assets. They evaluate your total amount of assets.
What I'm saying, okay, I understand, but you're saying I understand it would be considered an asset, but unemployment doesn't look at assets. Unemployment says you were employed, you paid into it, you're fired, you want to collect. Okay, if you're approved, you collect. Unemployment doesn't care about assets. Social Security cares about assets. So I'm trying to understand. You're saying your unemployment cared about assets?
But when you say Social Security, you mean welfare when you don't have a job.
No,
Yeah,
Social Security is what you get paid out at when you retire. It's
when you retire, if you're injured prematurely.
Yeah, but
like
when the equivalent to Social Security in Denmark is basically if you are disabled or you are sick for a couple of years or something like that. And when you have in those two scenarios, there are no restrictions on your assets.
That's the opposite. Here, Social Security wants to know what your assets are, hence why Todd always has to keep his bank account under 2,000. But you're saying they check your assets for unemployment. That's odd. Unemployment.
Yeah. It's exactly. It's weird. Yeah.
It's the exact opposite. When I file for unemployment, this is my third round of unemployment. They don't care. Unemployment doesn't care how much you have or don't have. They're just saying, were you terminated unlawfully? Do you qualify? If you do, we will pay you whatever your rate is, wherever you've paid into it. So unemployment in this country is more like a temporary safety net, or what do you want to call it?
Yeah, but we mix it up again.
You're saying for unemployment, you get 2 years of unemployment, but they need to know what your assets are?
We have a two-tier system. It's basically like this. Unemployment for you is what we call A-kasse, and that is basically it's restricted, time restricted, but there's no restriction on your assets. But so that's exactly
what unemployment is in this country. It's
okay. And then we have welfare. We have welfare, which is equivalent to Sennis's. He calls it UBI, but we will just call it welfare in Denmark. And welfare, there's a strict maximum on maximum 2K in assets.
Okay, but your welfare had a time frame. Your welfare ran out, or you went over the
my unemployment.
What about your welfare? You're still getting your welfare?
No, I can't get welfare because I have about 2K.
Okay, so now I understand your unemployment ran out. Like you said, it's time restrained, but doesn't care. But you had 2 years of it. I only got a few months. So you have 2 years of unemployment, and you don't qualify for welfare because your assets are too high. Now it's making more sense.
Exactly.
Okay.
The only way I could get money from the state right now is if I had a serious illness. Then I could apply for welfare under the terms that I'm sick, and then the conditions for assets are not looked upon.
Right, it's waived, or the assets go high. Like when my father, I told you, he had a stroke. I got him on something called Medicaid, which is he's on Medicare, but it's a secondary Medicaid. I won't go into detail. It's the insurance. To be on Medicaid, you must have assets below a certain amount. But if you have a stroke like he did, your assets can be a little higher. So he was in that special golden zone where if he were healthy, he wouldn't qualify because his assets were too high. But because he had the stroke, the asset level went up and he was under the threshold. So I understand all about assets and how, illness can alter the asset requirement. Yes, I understand what you're saying.
So in Denmark, we have a huge fucking insane welfare system, but it's always built upon some kind of responsibility where you only get a lot of help if you really need a lot of help. And if you have, you need to use your assets. So and it's like 40 years ago in the 1960s in the US, you had non-Western immigration. The Hart-Celler Act was changed, so a lot of brown people and black people come in. It was the same thing in Europe, and back then there was no fucking restrictions and all this shit. It was just la la land, for everybody. And then all the brown people came. Sorry, citizens, but a lot of brown people came and fucked the whole system up.
Yeah, too much stress.
All the restrictions have been put in now. But to be honest, I think the system now is fair. Of course, it's not perfect, but it's quite. As I told you, I can still get help from welfare if I get sick. Let's say I broke my leg tomorrow or something like that.
Free healthcare, right? You guys get free healthcare.
Yeah, exactly.
You both do. So you guys are lucky. We have to.
Well, I was actually going to ask you, Rafter. We'll talk about healthcare. I'm curious. Do you qualify for Medicaid? You can be honest, or if not, do you buy your own insurance? What do you have insurance-wise?
Well, ACA. I had the ACA last year or whatever it is.
That's the affordable Obama.
Yeah, the marketplace or whatever.
You went on the marketplace and bought discounted insurance, or did you qualify for Medicaid?
No, I didn't qualify.
So
I
you
mean,
had to, that's what you had to buy your own insurance off the marketplace.
well, they give me a tax credit or whatever, but
Right, they made it more affordable, but you bought your own because you said you're 1099. These guys know what that means. You're a freelance 1099. You don't have a W-2, so you don't have an employer who's giving you benefits. So you paid for your own benefits through the marketplace. Is what you're
I'm
saying?
not going to do that this year. But yeah,
So
last,
well, then what are you going to go? You're just going to go without insurance this year, or what's your
I
plan?
mean, like the last time I went to the doctor was like what 10 years ago or something. Like I don't go to the doctor very often.
Yeah, but if you're in a major car wreck and you go to the hospital and you get like $1,000, you end up in the psych ward. I mean, how are you going to pay for it? You don't have any insurance?
Well, I'm not going to go to the psych ward, but yeah, if I was in an accident and I mean, I would get some kind of well, I'd be fucked. I'd probably
Yeah.
be fucked.
Can I ask a question? So what, let's say you went to the psych ward and you got billed 50K USD and you're not insured. And even if you are insured, but you can't pay is it called the deductible or something like that?
Yeah.
Then what happens? Like then they can take a small amount forever through your taxes.
I mean, usually they try to get you on a payment plan, so you'd end up having to pay for the rest of your life, pretty much, if it was like 50K, or they or it goes to collections.
Goes to collections, or you got to declare bankruptcy, and they, like you said, the IRS will garnish your wages. Can be any combination there's Yeah,
But I guess
you get fucked either way. Yeah.
If it gets to the debt collection, there's regulation in place that takes into consideration the amount of money, the income you have, so they just can't take everything. Or
I mean, they don't take it all at once. Like with the garnishment and stuff, they usually take a percentage of your check every month.
They can actually take from your paycheck. If you have a job, a portion of your paycheck before you even get the paycheck is taken out by the IRS to pay back your debts to the hospital. River. Yes, they can. That's called garnishing wages. They don't take it all, but they're taking a percentage for life. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Or you could declare bankruptcy.
That's why I said, you can declare bankruptcy, but that comes with its own can of worms and headache. Yeah, it's you're financially fucked if you end up in that position. Absolutely. Yes. If Rafterman has, well, you're still on the insurance this year. When does your insurance expire, Rafterman?
I'm actually not entirely sure. I think probably like July, maybe. So,
okay. So after that, you'll just be uninsured after July.
Unless I try to get insurance, unless I try to pay out of pocket, but I don't want to do that.
Well, I know, even though they quasi-repealed Obamacare, New Jersey still requires you have coverage. So New Jersey has Get Covered New Jersey. Does Maryland have the same requirements? Is there some kind of Get Covered Maryland? Does your state still require?
Not that I know of. But
most states don't. Jersey went the Massachusetts route, Romney Care. So even though Obamacare quasi ended, Jersey, the state, still requires, like Brother Click had before he got his job, had to buy insurance off the Jersey marketplace. So even though there's no longer a national marketplace, some states have marketplaces. I don't know. I'm asking about Maryland. I don't know what the story is with Maryland. I guess the answer is no.
I mean, we're a liberal state, so I would think we'd have something, but.
Well, you should be aware of this. If you're going to lose your insurance, you should have an idea, I would imagine.
Well, I'll look more into it, but like we don't have any kind of like free health insurance type thing.
Not free. It's supposed to be what Obamacare was, but at the state level. It's supposed to be, okay, if you live in the state of New Jersey, you must be covered. But if you're too poor, we have a state marketplace where you can buy discounted insurance.
Oh, yeah. We have that Maryland Health.
You do have that. But is it like in New Jersey, it's required. You must have insurance. If you're poor enough,
not required.
Okay, it's not required. In Jersey, it's still required.
In the past, it was like you had to pay like $90 a month or something like that. Like you were required to like pay taxes or what. Like you
yes. If you don't buy insurance, you get penalized. They do it in your taxes, but it's really a penalty fee. They call it a tax. Yes. If you say I'm not going to get insured, I'm going to go without insurance, they punish you for not being insured. So it's actually cheaper to go in the marketplace and buy some insurance than pay the state tax, quote unquote. But the insurance plans suck. They really suck. My brother's dental plan totally sucked. But that's required in Jersey. You're saying you don't have to, but you'd be so it kind of is required. Basically, you go on the exchange and buy a plan, or you get taxed. What? No,
they don't have to. I'm saying they used to. Like they used to have that penalty, but that was for like Obamacare.
That was a federal. We had the federal. Everyone must get insurance. We'll try to make it easier to get. If you can't, you got to pay a penalty tax. They got rid of that. State of New Jersey said, even though the USA is getting rid of that, the IRS is getting rid of that, we, the state of New Jersey, still want that. So the state of New Jersey, on our state taxes, we get penalized if we're not insured. In Maryland, that's not the case?
No.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
But how do you get, like, do you just get, like, Cobra insurance or something? Like,
Me, yes. That's why I go back to work, because I had insurance and then I got fired. So I extended. It's expensive, but yes, I was still insured from the last job I had. When I go back to work, I'll see if I can sign up for the insurance. That's another reason I go back to work. So I usually got insured through work. My brother, when he was unemployed, had to go through the marketplace, or else he would have to pay like $600 to the state, because the state still requires you either have insurance or pay a tax. So yes.
So in the instance where you got it through your work, how much would it be if you didn't get it from the work, but you paid out of your own pocket?
Like 300.
Well, see, it's hard to answer that question, because if I didn't work, like when I was with the union, just the union dues alone paid for vision and dental, and then I think it was 15 or so. It was a good deal, 15 or something per check or per month for the insurance. I might not even be able to buy that insurance plan. Even if I was a millionaire, they might not sign me up. I was approved because I worked there. A lot of these insurances are per job. So as an employee, you have the option to sign up because you're employed by the company that has a contract with the insurance company. As a private citizen, I might not even be able to sign up for that plan. And when you go through the marketplace, the prices vary. It can be anywhere from $15 a month to hundreds. But the plans vary. Some of the plans really, really suck. And there's some plans that might not approve you, if you're sick, if you're a smoker, if you're this or that. So there's no guarantee of insurance. And even if you pay for like the shit basic plan, it might not cover, or you might still be paying a lot out of pocket. You're just paying to have an insurance card, so you don't have to pay the penalty tax, right?
So you pay. So let's say you have a work and you get your insurance paid. Do you save? Is it normal to save up money in order for the deductible, or is it? How common is it? And have you money saved up for deductible if you break your legs tomorrow or something like that?
No, I mean if you have extra money, I guess most people don't
just
up for deductible.
It's so interesting to hear, in first how different our countries can be, because I've never thought about. Also, to be honest, now I'm skipping ahead. In Denmark, there's a lot of people who have additional private insurance through the work. So everything is not as beautiful as it might seem in Scandinavia and our healthcare model, but it somewhat is quite decent, I would say. But people, they over-insure themselves in order to get faster healthcare. Yeah, that is it.
Oh yeah,
because there's a long waiting list on psychiatrists and yeah.
It's like that here too, to be honest.
Yeah, everybody's going mentally crazy in Denmark.
I should point out what he's calling a deductible in medical. It's often called a copay. What you have to pay before the insurance starts paying, and the answer is it depends. If you're going for a dental visit, what your copay is. What you have to pay first before the insurance covers it. But are you saying, do people save up money in case they're in a major accident? Usually, no. They usually get the bills and try to work out a payment plan. I don't think people save up thousands of dollars in the event that they have to go to the hospital for a broken back. I don't think people save up for the deductible or copay. That's a new word. Look at the word copay when it comes to medical. No, I don't think most save up. It's up to them. Yeah. Like Rafterman just said, he hopes he doesn't get into a major accident. He hasn't been to a doctor in 10 years. He hopes everything goes fine.
I mean, I don't have like thousands of dollars to just save up for a specific thing like that. If it came to it, I guess. I mean, there's also charity or whatever. Like if you go to some religious hospitals, they might give you discounts just if you're poor or something, but yeah.
What happens if I need super expensive cancer treatment, but I can't pay it? I don't have any. If I don't have any insurance, I have to pay upfront. Is that correct?
It depends. If it's life-saving type stuff, they have to take you in.
Okay.
And give you the treatment, but if it's cancer type treatments, that's a little bit different. So yeah, you'd probably be fucked. To be honest, your best bet would probably be to do Medicaid.
I mean, it takes a while before it goes to collections. The bills would pile up, but yeah, eventually we go to collections, which is when they come after you. And I've known people the one guy, I used to work at a gas station years ago. The head mechanic, his wife got cancer. He had to mortgage his house to pay the cancer bills. So yeah, the answer is they will come after you. Even if insurance won't cover. Yeah, if you don't pay, eventually the bills pile up and they'll come after you for that money. Yes.
let's say, let me give you an example. This, of course, varies depending on the policies of the current government in Denmark. But if I want to go to a psychiatrist today, I could probably wait nearly 1 year or something like that. If it isn't urgent or something like that. How, and in the US with insurance, is that correct that it will be like you needed to like wait 2 weeks or something like that?
I'm
It
not
depends
sure.
like what type of insurance you have.
I'm sorry. Can he repeat the question? I'm not sure what he's asking. Can you? He's asking what? Can you say that again?
In Denmark, there's a long, for an example, there's a long waiting list for going to a psychiatrist if you're not urgent, like if you're not like schizo attack or something like that, but you have like normal depression or something.
Okay.
How long would it take to visit a psychiatrist?
Right. What Rafterman said is correct. You can go ahead. Yeah, it depends on your insurance. Go ahead.
Yeah, like some insurances, we have two different types. It's like an HMO and a PPO. Like with a PPO, you can go to like anyone pretty much. So you could find a psychiatrist somewhere and set an appointment, and it would vary like your wait times. But if you have an HMO type of insurance, then you have to go in network. So you only have like a list of specific providers. So traditionally, that might take a lot longer. I don't know. It might be.
I don't think that's accurate. I don't think you have to stay in network with an HMO, but those are usually HMOs and PPOs are usually secondary insurances. If you have like when my parents got on Medicare for the elderly, they needed an HMO or PPO as a secondary for the drugs. You might.
But I used to have an HMO when I was like under my mom's insurance, and we would have to stay like in the like system. We would have to go to like a Kaiser Permanente like medical like facility to do stuff.
So for the people who let's say I got hit by a truck and I became brain damaged tomorrow and I was US citizen and I lived in the US, then there is like an all-inclusive system like we have in Denmark, but it's somewhat reserved for the most sick of the sick. Is that correct?
No, well, I mean, they would have to they would take you there and then they would just bill you, because like most doctors tend to be like they want to help their patients, so they would give you treatment, but they would just send you a big ass bill.
Well, I guess if you're homeless, you might be able to pull it off. But if you have any kind of assets, they will come after you at some point. Absolutely. So,
yeah, they're going to get their money.
But in Todd's, now I don't like to talk about Todd when it's not there. But for people who are Medicaid it's the government kind of like.
No, there's Medicaid and Medicare. Medicare is for the elderly. Medicaid is for people who are poor. My father was actually on both Medicare because he was over 65. Medicaid as his secondary because there are certain things Medicare won't cover. Medicaid is for those who are below a certain threshold. Todd was approved for Medicaid. He doesn't know how. I think it's because he had a suicide attempt in the height of Obama when everyone was getting on it. So Medicaid is for people below a certain level. There's income, like my father was on it. There's income limits. My father's limits were higher because he was injured. But basically, you got to be poor to be on Medicaid, below a certain threshold. If you make too much money one year, they'll kick you off Medicaid. It's like a year-by-year thing. Todd got on Medicaid back in like 2015 or 16. The height of Obamacare, when everyone was getting up, they were signing everyone up. It used to be very hard to get on Medicaid. Todd got on Medicaid probably when he was in the psych ward. They probably just signed him up. And at that time, 2015, 2016, they were putting everyone on Medicaid. So Medicaid is for poor people. And as long as you don't go above a certain threshold of earnings, you can stay on Medicaid. So there's usually a yearly or every like my father, every year I have to like show his assets, write a letter, blah, blah, explain he was still injured. Still stroke. Yeah. Medicaid is like there's a review every year. You can get kicked off if you make too much.
So what is your opinion on this Luigi Mangione shit that is happening? Are you, of course, there's never a perfect system, but is there some serious shortcomings in the system you have now?
Yeah. That's why a lot of people are on his side.
I'm gonna take a leak and get another beer. Talk. This is a good question. Xenesis, you don't have to be quiet. If you want to chime in, feel free. I'll be right back. Rafter, what is he asking about when he says the Luigi Mangione thing? Is he talking about what, insurance reform, or is he talking?
No, well, I mean, yeah, well, it's complicated, I guess, but like with a lot of people take out their frustrations with the medical system that we have in the United States on like healthcare CEOs and stuff. So with Luigi Mangione, like a lot of people support him because they viewed the CEO that he killed as like an evil person. Like he helps contribute to this like capitalistic medical type system that we have.
Yeah,
And
but
personally, I don't think you should go and, he still murdered the guy, so you should go to jail. But
yeah, of course.
I don't really feel bad for him, the CEO either, because he did some fucked up stuff.
But do Americans in the US think that, for example, the Scandinavian model is unlimited? There's severe. It's like, let me give you an example. The municipality buys 100,000 consultations at psychiatrists that will be available for the taxpayers, and when that gets taken, there's not enough more in that period, so there's a restriction in our system as well. And then we end up in the situation where there's like 1 year waiting list.
That makes sense.
And then it's only the private insured that go to the psychiatrist, because the psychiatrist will get paid more. So the system is definitely not perfect here, but
Americans, we have a lot of Americans that always talk about the Scandinavian system and say how great it is. A lot of people want that system in the United States, but
there must be a lot of administration that you pay. You pay a lot of money for that, maybe, I guess. And it's.
I would prefer to have universal health care like you guys, because that's another bill that you don't have to worry about necessarily. It just comes out of your taxes.
Yeah, of course.
I think it's worth it. But a lot of people, there's some people that don't like it because they feel it's socialist or whatever.
Well, that's why I think, when Obamacare first came about, it was like 10, 12 years ago. A lot of Europeans thought Obamacare was universal health care. I remember on the internet, people were saying, you Americans will love it. Trust us. Obamacare was never that. Obamacare was a mandate to get insured. They were supposed to make it easier for poor people to get insured, but it was basically you must be insured or pay a penalty. What is Denmark guy asking about the Mangione thing, that we're frustrated with insurance companies, or specifically?
I was just trying to get a feeling about the situation and what exactly is what the general problems are. But guys, I need to go now, so I will just.
Well, actually, no. Before you, I'm gonna ask you a question, and then Xenesis the same question. I'll start with you.
Yeah.
How does your medical insurance work in Denmark? You're issued a card just for being a citizen. Would you have, if you have to go to the doctor, do you have to show some kind of ID, or it's just understood? Because you know what I'm saying? Or
Yeah. But in Denmark, we have a state model, what you call universal healthcare, and then we have there's also private. But the universal healthcare is so good that the vast majority of everything healthcare related that takes place will go through the universal healthcare.
Okay, but do you have a universal healthcare card with your name on it? How do you? Okay.
Yes, it functions as an ID card as well. Yeah.
Okay.
So, but it's not perfect, as I just told you. There is limits and so on and so forth, and neurotic people, they overinsure themselves. Especially in terms of psychiatry, there's a lot of people taking private insurance for that. But in general it works, but it's not everything is tax funded. If you want to visit a physiotherapist, for an example, you pay, but it is discounted. And if you want, the dental care is discounted as well. And is there more psychologists are discounted as well? But the majority of important stuff is through the taxes. So and I've only been in this healthcare system, and so far I've been really satisfied. And there are actually some one of the good things is that the politicians put certain maximum waiting times for important illnesses. For an example, cancer. That you can't wait for cancer treatment because then you die. So they put that in place, and then you can go to the private hospitals, for an example, to get treatment because they can treat you because they don't have a lot of patients.
Well, do private hospitals have to take your universal insurance, or can a private hospital say we don't take Denmark insurance, we only take private?
Yeah. There's a list. There's a huge list of conditions that's automatically you get a letter if your condition apply that if the universal healthcare can treat you within 3 months, sometimes it's 1 to 3 months depending on the condition, then you will get referred to a private hospital that will treat you under the universal healthcare. You won't pay anything. So
Okay.
you can go to a private hospital,
And the Universal will pay for it. Okay. And
Yeah.
let me ask this one last question. Were you on your Universal Healthcare since the day you were born, or when you're like a child, you're under your parents' plan? I mean,
No, I have never been privately insured.
I'm not
and,
asking. No, I'm not asking about private insurance. I'm asking about Universal. Are you on Universal Healthcare from the day you were born, or are children
Yeah.
under a parent's plan, and then you
Yeah,
become
yeah,
an
yeah.
adult, you get your own?
If you're a Danish citizen, you're automatically in the universal healthcare system.
From the day you're born, basically. From the day
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
born.
you can't. As far as I know, I don't think you can up and out of it. I think it's impossible. It's only people who are on people who do not have permanent, even people who do not have Danish citizenship but have a permanent residence permit. They will go free through the universal healthcare with the same rights as citizens. But if you don't have permanent citizenship, you need to be privately insured. Yeah.
Okay. And you said you got to go. You have a
Yeah.
job to go to. Where were you off to?
No, I need to pick up a package. So yeah, but it's been
Okay.
nice talking to you.
Well,
and,
is it 8 in the morning? 8 in the morning where you are?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Saturday. Yeah.
All right. Goodbye, Denmark guy. I'll let Zenesis
Yeah.
and Afterman say goodbye.
Yeah, it's nice talking to you, man.
Nice talking to
Yeah.
you. Okay, he's gone. Zenesis, what's it like in Austria? You're issued a card at birth, or for your universal healthcare, or how's it work?
It's the same as Denmark. There's a lot of similarities. We have universal healthcare and a private one. Private, most people are on the universal healthcare, but there are also a lot of people who are on the private one to get faster appointments because we have a big waiting line. It's really the same as Denmark and also.
And what if you go to you're in Austria, you go to Germany or Switzerland, you get injured? Do they accept your insurance or no? Is it good throughout the European Union?
It only, what I'm aware of, it's only applies to being within, if you're in Austria only. Like if you go outside of Austria, you won't get those benefits.
Okay, so it's got in country. If you're out of country, you're basically uninsured, right? All right. Cool. We're learning about different countries here. This is interesting. Rafterman, anything you want to add? I mean, if you're getting bored, it's okay. I understand if either of you guys want to go, but no, it's interesting to hear how things work in other parts of the world with their unemployments and their welfare and their insurances. Yeah, they don't understand and we don't understand them, but it's good to talk. I enjoy it.
Yeah. I'm gonna go, but I do want to continue this conversation later.
Absolutely, like I said, don't be a stranger. Yeah, feel free. Don't be a stranger. You'll only come on if Zenesis is here. Is that correct? You need Zenesis.
Yeah, I'll come on next time Zenesis is here.
Is it because you find him so philosophically fascinating, or you just?
No, I think Zenesis is laid back and he's a good person to talk to. Dev Pike, he should come on here as well, and we could do a panel or whatever.
All right, next time I'll bring Zenesis and you and Dev Pike and what's his name, Denmark guy. Yeah, what the hell? If you want, yeah, we'll do it again sometime. Sounds fine.
All right.
I will say one thing though, real quick before you go. It's been warmer than average in the Northeast. I can't complain. I guess it's warm down in Maryland too. It
was like 70. It was 70 degrees. So
it's pretty good for this time of year. Yeah, so we're enjoying the warmer weather for early in April.
Yeah, trying to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for coming on, Rafterman.
All right, guys.
Bye.
Good night.
Okay. Well, it's funny. Zenesis wouldn't come on until you came on, and he wants to leave as soon as Denmark guy leaves. So it's not Zenesis. What's his name? Rafterman Valley Central, whatever his name is. He wanted to come on with you, and he wanted to leave when Denmark guy left. So he's gone. What else would you like to discuss? I'm going on 3 hours. I might stick. I have one more beer here. So what the hell? Anything else? Thank you, Xenesis, for bringing that. You did what I never could. I can never get. I used to beg Rafterman. I said, Rafterman, I want you to come on. Rafterman, I want to see your face. Come on, Rafterman. He'd say, no. All of a sudden, ooh, I'll come on if Xenesis is there. I want to see Xenesis. So thank you, Xenesis. That's why I asked. I wasn't trying to be an asshole. When I asked him, he was talking about, I've had relationships in college. I'm like, well, I had to ask, well, guys or girls? I wasn't sure. Hey, no judgment. But yeah, okay, because I don't know why, but thank you for bringing Rafterman on. He wouldn't have come on by himself. So
yeah. I mean, like, this is something which I mentioned like last stream, that I observed that I might have the ability like to look out the other people, like to show them.
Well, then you should be doing your own streams, man. Because if people like coming on and looking at your eyes and looking at your jawline,
I don't know I don't know what it is. Because for the last time I mentioned, it was mainly because of the Eurocells, because we have a lot of similarities.
That I understand. I don't get Rafterman's deal. I'll come on if Xenesis is there. Okay. Okay.
I asked him also earlier, like, why do I need to be on? And he said, yeah, because we have done a lot of people. So let's be honest.
His answer is what? We've what? A lot of people? What?
No, he said that, okay, but if I'm on, we have like multiple people on, so it's not like...
Right, he's afraid it might be in the crosshairs if it's just like, and you like to come on a lot. I guess he's afraid that if it was just me and him one-on-one, I guess he's a little intimidated one-on-one. He likes to have someone else there.
Yeah, but I get it. Yeah.
Okay. It's intimidating for a lot of people. They like to have at least a second person so they don't feel so singled out or something. It's intimidating. But it's just you and me now. You're not scared. So you're stuck around. It's not scary. You can tell.
I'm not scared because it's like my 7th time like being on this panel. So, but in the beginning I got it because it took me a while to like get used to it, because you're like the first YouTube panel or stream thing which I ever like been on, because I don't use social media or something like this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really like, I don't want attention at all. I'm like more reserved. So it was the attention to get me out of my shell, or the other guys. So you accomplished it when it comes to regarding this.
Okay, I got you to come out of your shell. You agreed to come on this panel. I'm honored. I'm flattered. And you got Rafterman to come out of his shell. So now you see what it's like when people come out of their shells. It's like, what was the big deal? What was everyone so afraid of? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I hope I can also speak with other people, because there are so many other people, like Endymion, for example. Endymion,
he's another one of those ones. Well, he won't come on for me. Maybe you can wink your eye and do a kiss. He won't come on for me. Yeah, Endymion. Yeah.
Because Endymion, I noticed with Endymion that he's a guy who's really he's kind of everywhere in this Black Blue space, because I always see him like commenting on, like, for example, rehab rooms videos or something like this.
He's this. I don't mean Starling. When I say Starling, I don't mean as an insult, but there are people who fly around from nest to nest to nest. Yeah. You'll see them all over the place. They're Starlings. They're going from one to Endymion is very much a Starling. You'll see them all over the place. Yeah.
Even if I don't mean to like it. In the sense that you guys need to show me your face. Not that, even just the voice. I know you want to see the faces, but for me it's like the voice itself.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind voices. I think my concern was if you're new here and you're afraid to show your face, fine. Like the first time you came on, you didn't show your face. But when Denmark guy's probably been on now more times than you, and he doesn't want to show his face. Dev Pike. So it's not so much a face voice. It's if one or two times voice, fine. If you want to keep coming on over and over and over, like Denmark guy and Dev Pike, at some point, put up or shut up. So it's more about the regulars who want to come on, show your face or fuck off. Yeah, that's how I feel. So it's not about a one-timer. Yeah.
It's something to do with our showing respect.
Respect. Yeah. I don't care if you're beautiful or ugly as fuck. I mean, you know what I look like. You know what Xenesis looks like. We know what Rafterman looks like. You can, pay your dues and show your face if you want to keep coming back. If the Starlings want to keep flying back. So yeah, a first timer, second timer, don't mind a voice. After like the 7th or 8th visit, it's time to put the camera on. That's how I feel. Yep.
Penny Powder is also one. I would love to talk with Penny.
Well, he's never come on. Period. He and Totem, they're terrified of coming on. They're like Endymion. They even Jared 88 wouldn't come on. So the transvestite, whatever. So a lot of these people are too afraid and will never come on. They're terrified. Totem is a great example. He's terrified. He actually streams, but he privates them right away. So you can see him every now and then. He's like Bigfoot, but he's terrified. There you go.
So you know how Totem looks like.
There was actually, I forget where it is. I'm not going to go back and find it. One time he was streaming and I was streaming and one of the Starlings said, "Oh, Totem's streaming." So I actually went over and I pulled it up. So yeah, it's back in one. He privates all his streams, but yeah, there's one of my streams where I'm watching him stream. So yeah, I know he's a blonde, looks Scandinavian to me. Just yeah.
But you, even if you,
I would, side note, he's quasi trolling. They say, "Oh, the blonde hair, blue eyes." I wouldn't call him a square jawed Giga Chad, but he's kind of ordinary Scandinavian looking. Go ahead, what you're saying?
No, because you mentioned that you want to see faces and stuff like that. But in Totem's case, you know how it looks like. Why doesn't he need to come on?
Well, it's not even that. No, stop. You just said you'd like to talk to Totem. Totem won't even come on voice only. Totem has never come on, period. So you say you'd like to talk to Endymion, he won't come on. You want to talk to Totem and Penny Pounder, those guys won't even do their voices, let alone show their faces.
Yeah, for Penny Pounder, it's more like I'm genuinely interested if he's like because he's really so consistent in his role, or with his capital letters and stuff like that. And I was always interested in, does he also come off as that like via voice? Because there are a lot of trolls who they're trolling by chat, but when they come on, they're like completely different.
Right. First, I got to respond to this. Like I always said, men really can't judge other men. So I asked the ladies. I got the average. I asked Cassandra. I asked Beppis. I asked Donda, and I asked what's her name, Tara Norquay. And the average, you're about like a 2.7. Maybe we'll be generous and say a 3 out of 10. That's what the women. I asked all 4 women. What do you think? They had slightly different numbers, but you averaged out at about a 3. So according to the women folk, you're a solid 310, a 310, not a 410. Again, men, I might say, 410, 510, but we're guys. The women think he's a 3 out of 10. So I'm just sharing that with them. It was a sample size of 4, but I think women are the choosers in life. So the women think he's a 3 out of 10, but okay.
How did what was the rating of Todd like?
I never asked for a Todd rating. You can ask them there if you want. I've never asked for a Todd rating.
Because I'm aware that Todd always claims he rates himself as a 3 out of 10. So
possibly, I mean, he's got the height. We know he's. Yeah. Even Dumb said he's like his Dumb is about 6 foot tall. He claims that Todd really is a tall monster guy. So I'm not sure how he would rate or not. I honestly don't know. You'd have to ask the women. Ask the girls how sexy they think Todd is on a scale of 1 to 10. Of course, what they'll say is, if you ask them flat out on the spot, they'll say, I don't understand the question. What are these numbers, 1 through 10? So you got to be careful. You got to ask them in private. They won't. Yeah.
It was a good stream, though. It was a good stream. I learned it. Yeah.
How do we qualify these numbers? It's like, come on. I mean, you see how they don't like answering, but yeah, I don't know how Todd rates. I honestly don't know. You'd have to ask women. I would say he probably is sub 5 in face, but he's a tall dude. Maybe if he wasn't like as part of the equation, if he wasn't a Spurg, he might be I got my frumpy wife and we got a couple kids. So I think it's all, he's not a Chad, obviously, but it's possible if he wasn't as Spurgy. That's why I always say when people say it's all about looks, 100% looks, I say, no, I think looks are majorly important, but you might have 2 guys who are about the same, but the non-Spurg gets the frumpy girlfriend and the kids, whereas the total Spurg has got the mental problems, the mental cell. So I think part of Todd's problem is the Spurgdom, which is part of the equation. Like I've always said. Yeah.
I mean, he mentioned in his all what am I aware? Like he mentioned in his older videos that he like got some hookups or something like this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he did also escort selling, but besides that, he managed to get something.
Yes, he was always talking about rotund women. He got a lot of rotund women. Fat women seem to like him.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of my favorite videos of his, he was dating a heavy-set older lady. I think she was Hispanic. Her name was Maria. And Maria liked him. So Maria was cool with him. But even though Maria was nice with him and slept with him, Maria was no different than any other woman. She liked Todd, so Todd was okay in her book, but she would take out her phone. I don't know where my phone is. And she'd say, look at all these losers on, Match.com or whatever. What a bunch of losers. Ha, ha, ha. I think you're cute, Todd, so you're okay. But look at these losers. And I remember Todd was so upset. He's like, you fat, ugly bitch. You're this fat, disgusting thing. You're cool with me because you find me attractive, but you're no different than any other woman. You think all these guys are losers. You're laughing at them, and you're a fucking 400-pound gorilla. How do you get all these men about the disparity in the sexual marketplace? I always loved his philosophy. Yeah.
Especially his impression are on point when it comes to like doing this expression regarding like female voices.
Who? Impression of who?
I thought the impression which he does regarding this female voices, like
when he would do a woman voice. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's so spot on. It's so funny, man.
Yeah, I know. I don't blame him for not wanting to make content. I understand where he's coming from.
Yeah,
but he could, it's not too late. He could, actually, where is it? He's probably lurking. He might be asleep, but he's probably lurking. You never know. With him, you never know. He probably won't come on, but it would be, if you want to come on for a quick 5 minutes, that would be awesome. If not, we can't force him. But yeah, I don't blame him. Yeah, we'd love it. Yeah,
well, I would love to talk with him. I'm like,
you think you're a LARPer, and maybe you could.
I respect that because I know where it's coming from, and I mentioned in the last stream also. If I would see like, I don't know, someone who's above average looking in this place, my Ooga Booga brain will also say like, this guy is a fake self. So I get where it's coming from. I respect it. So I don't like, I'm not mad at him or something. It's just this, especially also there was also this case. I mean, he had also like bad experiences also with people who are. I mean, this Rowan Ark case.
Mm-hmm.
You're familiar with that? This also like kind of probably like traumatized him.
I guess, yeah.
The multiple stuff like piling up, and which contributes to his like behavior.
Mm-hmm. Right, that affected him. I guess he thought, wow, there's a really pretty girl who likes me, and it was all just some game. So yeah, probably he's very he's very cautious with whom he reaches out to on the internet. Yeah, I understand.
And because we had like this thing, because back when I first did my face reveal, that he was saying like, okay, looks are everything, and that he regrets showing his face. I don't know if he generally like regrets really showing his face, because he made a lot of, I don't know, followers, a fan base kind of, and he got some. He's like he's like a celebrity version of Inkwell.
Yes, he's the Christ among us. Yes, he's King Spurg. No, yeah, and you're right. Yeah. Like I said, without a face. We talk about lookism. It's not even just about good looking versus ugly. It's about, I want to see, almost like trust. Like we talked about the masks during COVID. Yeah. I can't make out the expressions. When you can't see who you're dealing with, at some point you get like, who is this person? I'd like to see who they are regardless, just so I know what I'm dealing with, just so I know who the person. Yeah. So I think he wouldn't have had the success he did if he didn't, put himself out there. And that's something we admired. I always admired his honesty. And this is me. I'm Todd. I'm here. This is my player. Yeah. I always admired his honesty. Yeah.
It's like, because if it like didn't show his face, like people like you and Dom wouldn't exist and doing those
lookism 101. We are what we look like. But even like I said, even if he was a super elephant man freak, just hearing a voice at some point, it's like, well, what do you look like? At least show yourself. Be. There's like a deception that comes with not showing the face. So yes, we are very lookist, but I think that's part of human nature. Not just about aesthetics. Is he good looking? Is he ugly? More about, well, who are you? Show yourself. So yeah, I think absolutely he wouldn't be Christ if he didn't.
Jesus didn't care about this.
Yeah, Jesus, but we care what Jesus looks like. We picture Christ on a cross. You picture a dude with long hair, or you picture like some fat businessman, or whatever. Do you picture a woman? I mean, you got to have some image of what you got to have some idea of what you're looking at.
Yeah. I also wanted to ask you one thing regarding Todd. Would you say that you worship Todd more than your brother?
Well, worship is a see. When I say
It is
Todd,
kind of worshiping.
what
to be
I mean
honest.
is, no, I will be honest, because people used to say I was a troll and I was a Fed, and how dare you ask our Todd. There were people who were very protective of Todd, like they thought he was their buddy. That's why I don't
Yeah.
really like the term worship. I loved his philosophy, and he was like, I always said this before. He was the first to put himself out there and say, look, it's okay. Forget what your parents told you. If you're a fuck up, it's not your fault. It's okay to get a neat bucks. Might as well. So I always loved his philosophy. I worship his philosophy. You'd have to ask my brother what he thinks, because my brother liked him too. I was an interesting guy. We had some timeline questions. He was very fuzzy with the timeline about when he lost his job versus when he lost grandma's house versus when he attempted suicide. He would always sort of muddle things up there. And then we later learned, it took you 2 years before you got a neat bucks and you applied for SSI. Okay. We were more interested in the lifestyle, the backstory, that, how do you get on neat bucks? So yeah, I mean, honestly, you have to ask my brother. We both like the guy. I respect him. Yeah, but see, then I got chastised. Even Dumb was like, the last time Todd streamed, I said, man, that stream kind of sucked. And Dumb is like, how could you say that? Todd is our Lord and Savior. You can't say. So no, I don't think it's worship. I do say he's Christ. I love his philosophy. No, I admire his message. I like to ask questions of people who have interesting messages. And I got a lot of flack from his fanboys who said, you're a Fed. How dare you ask about the grandmother or what house he lived in? How dare you ask about his how much money is in his bank account? I got a lot of flack from his true worship, devout cult followers. And my brother and I would say, what do those cultists see in Todd? Because we see the neat bucks aspect, the lifestyle, the fact that you can fuck this, it's not working out, fuck it. What do these other people see in him? Because he had a lot of fanboys who didn't like me asking questions. Yeah.
He kind of reminds me of the philosopher called Diogenes.
Who?
Diogenes. Are you familiar with the philosopher?
No, Diogenes? No.
Yeah, it's spelled like this. This is Diogenes. It's called he's called Diogenes the Cynic.
Okay.
And it was a person back. I don't know which year it was, but way back. He gathered attention because of the way he was living. Because this was a guy who was living out, like he was sleeping outside in a barrel the whole time. He didn't follow social norms.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying that Todd is going on this extreme kind of way, but the message like itself, like because what Todd does is like he goes against the narrative of wage slaving, create a family, reproduce and stuff like this, and it's basically like being anti pro-social behavior and stuff like this and going against the narrative. And
well, I think the difference from what you described, Diogenes sounds like Diogenes wanted to go against the social grain. Todd, yeah. I think what drew me to Todd is like Todd in his younger days was like me. Our baby boomer parents told us this, and we thought we would be normal people, and then it didn't work out. It didn't work out. And I think a lot of us have had these thoughts, but we don't talk about these things. Yeah. He was the first to put himself out there. So there's a difference between wanting to go against the grain just because versus I was set my own way. And I was set my own way. How do we make the best of it? It's not your fault. Don't feel guilty. Yeah.
Because I get it. In the beginning, he was forced to go this direction and didn't choose to. But nowadays, I would say like he would gladly go the other route in version to ever stop wage slaving again. So Diogenes isn't a good comparison. I would more say like Joker. He's like a real life Joker more in this sense because Joker is like more okay. Joker wanted always to fit in, but society rejected him, and
okay.
And I would say like I know I make like this weird.
So sorry, Todd is more like the Joker, or Diogenes is more like the Joker.
I would say Todd is more a Joker, real life Joker.
Okay, yeah, you're talking about the modern Joker, the what's his name?
Yeah.
Joaquin Phoenix. I like that movie where he, what do you get when you take a social fuck up weirdo and treat him like shit? You get exactly what you deserve. And he shoots, what's his name? Was it Pacino? Not Pacino, the other one. De Niro. Yeah, I thought that movie. I heard the second one was a musical. I didn't see the second one, but I thought the first one was brilliant. It wasn't even about the superhero bullshit. The whole like, what do you get when you take a guy who's all fucked up and treat him like shit? You get exactly what you deserve. I thought that was a brilliant film. So yeah, I guess it's not that the Joker wanted to be different. He was forced to be different. He couldn't control what he was, and he said, "Fuck it, I'm taking my own path." That's what I worship about Todd. His philosophy. I think his philosophy is brilliant. Dumb. That's why I get confused when I look at guys like Dumb. Dumb also saw something in Todd, but Dumb is what I'm trying to get at. Like Todd, Dumb and I both admired Todd, but for different reasons. And when Dumb, I'm not trying to knock Dumb, but when he says, "I thought Todd would come to Australia and be the best man at my wedding," my thoughts are, did you ever really understand who and what Todd was? Why did you like the people who accuse me of being a Fed? We all see different things in Todd. I love his philosophy. I think he's brilliant. I thank him for putting himself out there, for saying the things I always thought, but I thought I was alone. I was an island. What do people like Dumb see in Todd? Like you said, I wouldn't be here. Dumb wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Todd. But clearly, Dumb and I see different things in him. Remember, I'm a Spur. Dumb isn't. But go ahead. What?
You have way more similarities with Todd than Dumb has with Todd. So I'm on the same page regarding you, because for me, I don't know, because I think what Dumb sees in Todd is regarding both of those guys were like obese and they managed to like get skinny and stuff like this.
Okay.
And maybe like he's like, okay, you inspired me to lose weight, kind of.
That, and I think, remember at the time, Dumb didn't have a wife or a girlfriend, and neither did Todd. So I think it was maybe the lonely hearts aspect.
But I don't even think that Dumb admires the Niebuck's philosophy.
No, that's what I saw in Todd. I loved his philosophy on life and women and teachers and school and parents, and I loved his, it's okay, it's not your fault. You're not being a leech. You were sent your own way. Don't be embarrassed. Niebucks, you can do it. I did it. That's what I saw in him. I'm trying to understand why I guess Dumb saw he's a lonely guy like me and he lost weight. Maybe I can do I guess, yeah.
I mean, told him, but we don't call him just.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't really have any male friends. I don't think Todd has any male friends, but I never saw. That's the thing. I remember Dumb saying some time ago, before he was even streaming, because I've been watching Dumb since he started. And Dumb was like, when I saw Todd, my first thought was, let's get together. Let's be buddies. Let's go bowling. Let's grab a beer. I never thought of Todd like that. I never thought of Todd as my online buddy. I thought of Todd as some guy who, wow, thank you for saying it, sir. Yeah. You should be studying in the universities. Thank you. I never saw it as, let's hang out and be friends. I think Dumb had more of a let's be buddy thing with him. So I mean, it's a different, and I'm not knocking Dumb. I'm just saying, I guess what Dumb got from Todd, and what I got from Todd, and what others get from Todd might be very different. So yeah, I guess Todd is unique in the fact that he spoke to different people on different levels. That's why he was so colossal, or a juggernaut in this space. Or, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because he invented this kind of StreamYard calling things, which is like, which you like try to intimate. I mean, you have a different kind of style regarding call-ins. It would be also to see that, like, if Dumb would also do some kinds of stuff like this. Like I never saw Dumb had some appearances on StreamYard calls in your panel, but besides that, he doesn't do like something like this.
No, he was never the one to take call-ins. He did it a couple times. I actually went on New Year's. Me and Donda went on a stream, but he wasn't really a call-in guy. My approach to call-in was different. My approach was, I don't want to talk to, because I remember Todd had a huge following of different people, so we'd get all these randos. This is more intimate. Like I always say, the coffee house. These are people you come on, like you've been on, like, what's his name? Rafterman's been here many times. So I'm not just taking random people. Not usually. Occasionally you get the cocaine guy or whatever. Usually it's people who've been here. Come on, show yourself. You all know each other. Put your face out there. It's a bit different. It's a different approach. But yeah, I do the call-ins on StreamYard. Yeah, Dumb was never a StreamYard guy.
Wait, Wait, Totem just commented something. Dumb thing.
You talk to Tom. I'm get another beer. I'll stay on a little while. I can get one more beer. You go ahead. Talk to Tom.
Wait, you're trolling, right, Totem? no comments coming in. Interesting. Are there some videos up there on YouTube or Rumble where I can see something like? Because I mean, like you've been way more longer than me on this space. So you're probably right. But I find it like really interesting if it's just only because of Rise. The yeah.
There's
I
only
mean-
there's only like I'm sorry. There's only like 3 people here. Is Totem being nice? What was he saying? Go ahead.
No, because he mentioned in the comments earlier that
What?
that Dom thinks Todd is his friend because he bought him rice through Amazon. And I was like saying, hey, told him that you're probably trolling me, right? So they can't be right because it sounds like really, I don't know, building friendship based on rice. So
This might be one of those things that's quasi true, but not entirely. It's possible that one bought the other something on Amazon, something simple like rice or something. Maybe Dumb said, "Wow, Todd, you've got a great rice collection," and Todd said, "I'll send you some." I don't think that's the real reason. I think Totem is quasi trolling. There might be some truth to it, but
yeah,
Todd bought Dumb rice. Dumb used to bring that up as proof of their friendship. Okay, it might be, it might be quasi true. I don't think that itself is the main thing. He's quasi trolling.
I mean, I said to Totem like that. Okay, it could be maybe true because he's way longer in the space than me. I'm pretty new, so he could.
Well, that's when I'm sorry. Forget you. I probably asked you this. You found me through Dumb. How'd you find me? You found me through.
No, I found you through Todd.
Oh, you found me through Todd directly. Okay.
Because there was one call which you. This was interesting because some guys on the panel also mentioned that Todd had you and your brother as a caller once.
Right.
And this is like how I found. This is where I was first exposed to you guys, and I think like 2 years after that, or I found your channel. Like I was like, hey, I kind of I know those faces. Why I'm so familiar with those kind of faces, and yeah, that makes sense.
And well, then how did you find Dumb? You found Dumb also through Todd, or
with Dumb, yeah, I found him through Todd because they did used to interact a lot way back then before this falling out. Yeah.
And what are your thoughts on Dumb's? I'm happy for him. I brought Donda on before. I'm happy for him. You think it's going to work out? You think they're madly in love? You think it'll like the magic will wear off? And if you, you can be honest. I mean, not to be.
No. I'm gonna be honest. It's like we. I mean, like if we, we both are really black pill as fuck, and we feel like, and I get why Todd distanced himself after this Donda thing. I get it because Todd sees something which Dumb doesn't see. I see something which Dumb doesn't see. You see something which Dumb doesn't see. And like, yeah, we know the answer.
Well, first let me say this before you answer. I want to make clear, I never wished him ill will. I know he thinks a lot of people want him to fail. I'm happy for him. I don't have a crystal ball. I'll keep my fingers. I like Donda, but I see things. I'll let you answer. You go ahead. You answer. Go ahead. I'm not trying to wish him ill will. He seems to think I am, but yeah, go okay. Say what you're saying.
No, I'm generally like a person who I would love that I would love the scenario that we would live in a world where everybody could be happy.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also aware that we're currently not living in this kind of world.
Right.
So there is no universal right or wrong. Just what fallacy is also the term for it. So things just happen, and there's always a reason. And the reason is primarily because we're biologically wired to do stuff. We are slaves to our biological needs. We're just monkeys running around. And when you understand that, it's like you tend to. I understand it, and I don't take things anymore don't think seriously so anymore as I used to. And yeah, my answer, my answer, I can see a lot.
Go ahead.
Probably, it's gonna fail. But it's everything in life doesn't last forever. So it's just a matter of time. And
go ahead.
Like I said, it's not my intention to bash down. I don't like bashing down.
Right. Sometimes it's brutal honesty. I understand. We don't mean to wish ill will. We're just being, and we might be wrong. Like I said, I don't have a crystal ball, but yeah, there's that back of my mind. Okay, I hope the best, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm just like trying to be like straightforward. So I mean, I don't want anyone to feel bad. It's like, this is like, I mean, like, I'm on the opinion that truth can either damage you or free you, but it depends on the person you're talking with. And I'm also aware there are people out there, they will never acknowledge the truth. Yeah.
And what do you think dumb is? A guy who was getting close to acknowledging the truth, and he got a little bit of this, and he went back to the just world fallacy. I mean, what do you... I think that's the real criticism. Isn't so much that I want to see him fail, because I don't. It's almost like, okay, he was getting enlightened, for better or for worse. The world sucks, but okay. And then, I can go back and put the genie in the bottle and go back to pretending what I thought was real back when I was fucking 19 or whatever. It's almost like he's gone back to like a teenage state, which would be my biggest criticism. But I could be wrong. But
just before I answer that, Totem asked me something. Why my T-shirt is called KL. It's just a random shirt I got gifted. So it's maybe it's like, I don't know, American kind of.
And who gave it to you? Who gave you that kale shirt? It was gifted to you?
It was gifted to me, yeah.
By whom?
By a friend.
Male or female friend?
Male.
Oh, okay. One of your sub 5 friends who's happy to have you as a wingman?
No, there was like a Hi Tsunomi Slayer.
Oh.
Kind of thing.
And why did he give you that shirt? Just to say, hey, man, we're part of the cool club?
No, it's because this was a guy who, back then, like 5 years ago, I lived with a friend, and this was a guy he's a white dude. He's generally a guy who travels around the world, and he was like he's originally from Austria, citizen-wise, and he came back home, and we stayed together, and he was really, when I met him back then 5 years ago, he had like a midlife crisis kind of, and because he had so many possessions, materialistic possessions, and he didn't feel like to, like, he asked himself, why do I have so many things? For what? And he just started just spending like gifting his stuff, and went to Cuba and like slaying Cubanians over there, and he's living his life. I'm happy for him.
I'm sorry, where did he go?
Cuba.
Cuba.
He's using his JBW card too.
In Cuba, Cubana. Okay, cool. Havana.
Yeah. Regarding to your question,
yes.
Can you repeat it once again, please?
I forget what it was now. We talked about kale in Cuba. I forgot what we were saying.
Because it was regarding Dom.
Like I said, I'm happy for him. Maybe I may have been, whatever. But there does seem to be like put the genie back in the bottle. There seems to be like almost like he wants to play wish away to some extent. That's how I saw it. But I mean, I don't know if you You pick up on that, or I remember.
Yeah, I'm fully aware of this. This like, well, he's like a guy who's like, he's Love Planet. He's like,
Right.
he reminds me of this. I mean, like, he thinks of love as the kind of like Disney kind of thingy.
Yeah,
like,
no, that's a fair.
it's-
Yeah, it's a fair. Yeah, fair
Yeah,
observation.
it's like a Disney kind of thinking regarding love, that this one love exists, like this one special, and this one love will like reach till death. I mean, like, but it makes sense for him to think like this because
Yeah.
because he was never black pilled.
Right. I agree.
And for us, it's like even thinking about. I mean, there is like Denmark Torso guy. This guy is black pilled, like but he also mentioned he's like really a romantic guy. Like, how can you be that romantic when you're like really aware of this shit? Like,
But he's also oddly religious. I mean, I think
with God and stuff like this.
yeah, religion is fine to
Yeah.
for as a social background thing, but he as an individual seems. I told Dumb to go to the church and pray. I'm like, I thought he was joking at first. I'm like, is this real? Yeah, but so he's got his own issues. But yeah, that's what I meant when I said when Dumb is like a teenager in a way. I'm happy for him and Donda, but this is a later life romance. He's acting like, oh boy, like some fucking like 18, 19-year-old. Just I'm getting married. We're gonna be together. That's I guess what I look at. I'm like, I'm happy for you guys, but I mean, you're 44, she's 50. You're acting like you're fucking teenagers or something. It's like, well, yeah. I mean, I guess I'm happy for him. He's getting to have the experience he missed out on all those years ago. But after the way life has treated him, the fact that he would just, try to put the genie back in the bottle and pretend that, I can be, it's like he's like, I don't know. I think it's age inappropriate. It's my thought.
I call it the delayed teenage love.
Yeah, that's delayed teenage. I agree. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like, but I get it. But if you're a person who never experienced it, but you have like this really big strive still to experience it, yeah, I get it that you want to like pursue it, but for me personally, it's like too extreme, like selling your all of the shit and going full in without a backup option. Like it's like it's like bro, it's like all for box. Or for some, what I mean by box is, like vagine, like, pussy.
Vagina. I know what he's getting at. Yeah, your accent's a bit thick. Okay, so he's being, and I'm not even trying to criticize Donda as a person. It's just for Dumb to behave this way for any woman after where he is in life and what he's gone through. It seems kind of like, well, you're really trying to self-delude yourself. So that's how it comes across to me. But hey, maybe we're all wrong. Maybe he'll prove that, hey, they'll be married till death do them part. I have no idea. I don't know for sure. It's not that I'm not happy for him. I'm just surprised how, like you said, he's all in on. I'm like, okay, you think he'd be a bit more cautious?
I mean, they've been on. I don't know how it's like. What I gathered, I might be mistaken that they're in a relationship for like it's been like 1 year or something like this, or over 1 year. So, in every relationship there is a honeymoon period.
Right.
And this is called in evolutionary psychology. It's called the positive illusion phase. And this is like the positive illusion phase applies to everything in life. Like when you buy a phone, for example, a new phone, you tend to view this phone as something special in the beginning. But after a couple of months or weeks, this feeling of novelty tends to like strive off. And this like same with relationships also. It's like it's a human nature thing. Like in the beginning when we get something new, we get like more excited, but after a while this feeling like starts to drill down and things you don't feel like as excited as how you was in the beginning. And yeah, but this also leads to relationship problems and breakups, divorce, rapes, and yeah.
I think of the wise words of Mr. Spock from Star Trek. In time, you may find that having is not the same as wanting. Having is not the same as wanting. You really want something. You're so excited to get it. And then when you have it, it's like, okay, having is not the same as wanting. In time, you discover that. Yes. I don't know what he's getting at. Yeah, he's bored, but he's the most active person in chat. So okay, I don't know what Totem wants. But yeah, no.
What I also noticed is I'm not a person who's chronically online because because you mentioned that I'm a Starling, but this is generally like this is the only stream which you come on. I don't hang out at DBF or something like this.
I don't blame you.
I was on once at Dumb to thank him live, but this is where you also were on. So because you chatted with me back then.
Oh, okay.
And besides that, I only watched like sometimes the videos which were posted like on later on. But I don't really like this is like the only place where I really like, come in and because for me it's for me personally, I want to focus on one person. And because you one person itself has like you have like a really big lore when it comes to stuff happening and stuff like this.
I'm sorry, I'm a really big what? I can understand.
Lore is like background when it comes to shit happening.
Okay.
But, and I don't know for DBF it's like I don't know it's mostly the same thing, but with DBS it's also he has already a lot of Starlings on average.
Well, what is my background lore? I think I understand what he means. I understand what lore means. I think he might not understand what the term is. Lore is about the background. Tell us the ancient lore. Tell us about this and that and that. I think you're trying to say that more things happen here, more things of excite happen here than elsewhere is what you're trying to say for you?
Yeah, what I'm saying is story build up to understand where.
Oh, the story build up. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
background story.
Because like DBF, when you go to the DBF channel, he has a lot of videos where he because you after like 3 videos you tend to notice what his problem is in life. But for you to understand where you actually what your problems are, you need to go way more deeper.
Yes.
And this is you need to really pay attention, really be serious about it to know what is happening, why is he on there, what's our issues and stuff like this. I mean, it's the same with Dumb. When you watch a stream from Dumb or something like this, you can immediately say, okay, it's just because of a woman. If a woman would be back then when he didn't have when he was single, you notice, okay, he just needs a girl and it's all right, everything is fine, mostly. But for you, it's it's more complex.
Yes, it is.
And for Todd is also more complex because he's at the point, even if we had a girl now or a relationship, it wouldn't fulfill him.
Right.
Because he's so into the space as me regarding this black knowledge that, all right, that shit is fake as fuck. No thanks. I would rather be alone.
And that's one of my criticisms of Dumb. Okay, Dumb wants to have that teenage love he never had. Fine. Have fun. Enjoy yourself. Hey, maybe you'll prove us all wrong. Good for you. Why is Dumb so oblivious to when he really says with a straight face, I thought I would pay for Todd to come to Australia so he could be the best man at my wedding. Why did Dumb think I did Dumb not really I'm scratching my head. Why did you think Todd would do that? That's why did Dumb never really understand Todd? Because it seems weird to me that Dumb would think,
I mentioned it before that Dumb sees different, we see different thing in Todd than he sees in Dumb sees something in Todd which we don't see, and this is mostly I think we resonate with Todd because of the black film for use the SSI, the need box, the philosophy behind it.
Yes.
And for Dumb, it's usually I think that he was at a bad time at the period where he just I can't remember when I first encountered Dumb, when I first kind of was exposed. There was a video where he was really obese. And it was really raging around. And when I think about it, when you look at Todd's early videos, it started was the same. He was in the basement.
Oh, he was overweight, raging. Yeah.
And you know how it is with Norvis. normally see like a guy, okay, on the internet, hey, he's like me, kind of.
Right.
And then we're both fat, we're both like in
Ah,
the same
we're
situation.
both fat. We're raging about women. Okay.
We should be like kind of similar. But in reality, Todd and Dom are completely 180. They're completely two different planets when it comes to their promise and stuff.
No, I would agree with that. Yes, I would agree.
And he saw like, okay, it was like Todd came in his life at the perfect time, at the perfect place.
Mhm.
And yeah, and he and Dom got emotionally invested to Todd probably, and this is why. And he got also like, I'm really impressed with Dom that he like got so not he's that he like managed to lose a lot of weight and
Oh yeah, he
looks
really
like
did.
really
He
like-
definitely.
yeah, and yeah, I think this is like what made him like so emotionally attached, like because it's not even Dom. Todd also managed to lose a lot of weight.
Yes.
Yeah, I think this is the reason why, in my opinion, I might be wrong, why why Dom is so invested in Todd. It's a different reason as us, but
Right,
it's
right.
still a similarity kind of aspect to it for him.
Like I
Okay.
said, I like Dumb. I've been watching him since the beginning before he even streamed. It was actually
Yeah.
Todd Rick. I like the guy. And I've been calling back when he would say, I'm lonely. Someone call me. No one wanted to call him. I called him. I like the guy. It's just when he says like things like, oh, why isn't Todd going to be the best man at my wedding? Oh, he left a comment on your stream. He doesn't talk to me. It's like, what is your problem, man? So yeah, that's why I've kind of, Dumb is, I'm happy for him, but I find I want to avoid him to some extent, the way he's behaving. I find him a bit, off-putting. There, I said it.
Yeah, I mean, but I kind of understand where Dom is coming from, because
So he really expected Todd to say, "Wow, I'm so happy for you. You and Don are gonna last forever. I can't wait to see you at your wedding. God, I want to be the godfather of your children." It's like he really thought Todd was that. I mean, he was that. His comprehension of Todd was that off. You know what I mean? Like that off. Okay, maybe it was.
No, it's also Todd mentioned that that without Todd, Dom wouldn't have meet Donna in the first place. So there's also the aspect because there's also this aspect that Dom started streaming because
Well,
of
that's
Todd.
true. That's true. Okay,
This
that
is
inspiration. You're right. Dumb wouldn't have put himself out there. That's a good point. Yeah.
So yeah, there's multiple components which attributes to his like emotional investment. But regarding what I wanted to say, like that, I get where Dom is coming from, and I get where Todd is coming from. Because Dom does not understand why Todd reacts in this kind of manner, because he doesn't have the black pill vision as we have. Because we see something that Dom doesn't see. So of course it's gonna like be quite kind of like, what is going on? Why isn't Todd reacting to me? So I mean, like, I get it, but I think that the Starlings also tried to like explain it to him. Maybe I don't know. I'm not aware. I'm not on the stream, so I don't know if they tried to like blackpill or make aware why Todd might not be like interested in reaching out. I mean, you also tried it, maybe. I think you
Kind of, yeah.
kind of, but not reach. But you tried to like communicate in his kind of way, more indirect. Because for you it's also mainly that you don't want to scare him off with your directness. I mean, Dom, mainly.
Right. No, like I would say things, hey, Dom, you got your girlfriend, you're moving to Australia, you're getting married. Why are you upset? Because Todd doesn't leave a comment. What's the big deal? I try to do it a bit more, I'm aware enough that you got to play a different game with Dom, but Dom doesn't seem to appreciate the game I try to play with him. So at some point it's like, screw him.
the hate unites them to them. So
Oh, they're talking about the Dumb and Donda's hatred of DBF, all that nonsense. Yeah. On a side note, I thought DBF was even more pathetic with the whole, she said she would date me next. It's like, what are you fucking retarded? I hate to say it, it's like a fucking child. We're doing a lot of children here. That's how it feels. I'm not claiming to be a brilliant anything, but there's like Dumb is a perpetual teenager and DBF is like a fucking 10-year-old kid. Go ahead.
but DBF is black, right?
You got to ask him. I don't know what he is.
I would love talking with DBF, especially on this panel. I would even love talking with Dumb.
But I think DBF, Dumb, I think is avoiding me. I'm not going to pursue him if he wants. Yeah, like I said, I think Dumb wants to distance himself from his former life. He's getting married, going to Australia. Good for him. I think he's trying to distance himself from his old friends. Yeah, right.
I usually I'm not a kind of guy who really likes gossip and stuff like this. It's not my kind of style. But I'm trying to understand, like, because I want to know the truth. I know from the normie narrative videos that there is a like hate going on. There's generally a hate distributed to DBF.
From me?
And
from me?
Yeah, from you, from some people on here, and yeah. But for me, I'm honest and trying to know what is going on.
Well, I've made it very clear. I'm not trying to be enemies with people. I thought DBNF and I were buddies. He came on this panel a bunch of times. I thought we were friends. I went over to his channel. Like, usually I wouldn't catch his streams. I'd be asleep or whatever. Yeah. I caught his stream like 3 times in a row. Either he or one of his cronies banned me. And I said, what the fuck, man? I always let you on my channel. You come on my streams. I thought we're buddies. Why are you banning me? It was just a joke. And I'm like, well, after the 3rd time, it wasn't funny anymore. That's why I got sick. I understand what his problem was. As far as the dumb, because there was one time, the last time I was on DBF stream, he banned me, and then Dumb was like, why are you talking? Why are you over there sucking his pee-pee? I thought DBF and I were buddies, and he bans me 3 fucking times. I think so. That's why I understand what his problem was. I thought we were buddies, and he goes and does that to me. So that's why I'm not crazy about him. What else would you like to know? Why Dumb doesn't like him, or why he doesn't like Dumb, or?
No, it's generally because on your other streams, you seem to like have a good kind of friendship kind of going on.
I have a friendship with Dumb or DBF or
DBF. Like there was like, because I noticed there was the falling on came because back then there wasn't like, I don't know, you seemed to understand each other. There was like, I know there were some misunderstanding, but it was like more on the joking side. I'm not that serious. And we guys tend to also be like more like, it's a male thing to to mix jokes and stuff like that and bash down and.
Yeah, no, I think that's actually a sign of friendship when you kind of bash.
Yeah, it's like normal thing on guys.
I think part of it too. I believe part of it was. I think others have disagreed with me. I told DBF, I said, something's wrong with you for sure. You're not a quote unquote normie, but I don't think I said, I don't think you're a Spurg. That was my opinion. And that seemed to really bug him. That really, really bugged him when I said, I personally don't think you're a Spurg. I'm not saying you don't have problems. He seems to think you're either a Spurg or a normie. So, I'm not a normie, so I must be a Spurg. I'm like, no, I'm not saying you're a normie, but I don't think you're a Spurg. I think that really bugged him. And then he took it out on me by banning me 3 times. I think that's what got to him. That's what I think. Others disagree, but yeah.
I can remember there was a stream. I don't know if I'm right or wrong. I kind of heard that, like, isn't he? He comes off of a guy that he doesn't believe in autism and stuff like this.
Yeah, well, he flip-flopped. He said he didn't believe it was real. It's all just Jew bullshit. Then he said, I must be autistic. I went to join the army in my 40s. And the guy said, you might be autistic. I'm looking at him like, joining the army in your 40s. So, he went from saying he thought it was all bullshit, doesn't exist, to, well, I'm autistic too. And I said, well, in my opinion, I don't think you're a Spurg. And he seemed bothered by that. He was like, oh, you're the expert. And I said, well, no, you don't strike me as a Spurg. Doesn't mean, like there's one Canadian guy, Aiden. I don't think Aiden's a Spurg, but he's a schizophrenic. He's got his own problems. People have. It's not either Spurg versus normie. They're a different, And so I'm not saying he doesn't have problems. He never struck me as a Spurg. He struck me as a failed normie. His biggest problem in life was not being able to get the woman of his dreams but then he's also having gay sex. So, but otherwise, he seemed pretty normal. He likes to socialize, go to the skate park. He never struck me as a spurg. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's a spurg, but my opinion, I don't think you're a spurg. And that really bugged him when I said that. I was just being honest. I wasn't trying to put him down. I'm just, it's not like the cool kids club. It's just, I don't think you're a spurg. And he didn't like that.
So, in your opinion, the people who are generally like spurg in your terms are, I think, Beppis, Lone Hiker,
Mhm.
who is also a spurg. Would you, Dev Pike?
Possibly. It's hard to get a reading on Dev Pike because Dev Pike comes across as so abrasive. And then, like Todd pointed out in the comments, he did a 180 with you. And it says, give me a dating advice. Be my dating coach. So I don't know. I can't. He might be playing a role. I really can't get a reading on him. Lone Hiker and Beppis definitely struck me as spurgs. DBF never struck me as a spurg. I'm not saying he doesn't have problems, but he never struck me as a spurg. No.
The reason why Dev Pike was like, because I asked him this. And this when I had this call with him today, because he said like he wanted to skip all of this bullshit and go straight to the information, because there's like a lot of, I mean, there's a agree like when we have a panel of 4 people on here, there tend to be like a lot of topic switching going around.
Right, we talk about insurances in different countries, neat bucks in different countries.
And
we went to go, it goes all over the place.
Yeah. Right? I mean, like in his, you must like see it from his experience, like that, and his perspective that okay, here's a coffee problem, like the coffee date thing problem issue, and there is a Denmark Tosakai coming in with his toss theory, like this shit doesn't like help to his coffee problem, so. And I get where it's coming
from.
Well,
I definitely think if we're going to make comparison, I think Dev Pike is more of a spurg than DBF for sure. If we're comparing, it's funny. It's funny though, because I think Dev Pike is more of a spurg than DBF. DBF said spurgdom isn't real, but then I must be a spurg because the army guy said it. Dev Pike doesn't actually. Dev Pike has a very narrow. He calls people narcies. He calls people I don't think he even knows what a spurg and a narcy is. He uses these terms very liberally and in different ways. I would say Dev Pike is definitely more spurg-esque, more of a spurg than Destroyed by Foids. 1,000%. Yes, he's definitely more spurg-like. Yes.
Do you have any other guys where you think that they would suffer from autism or something like this, spurginess? In your community?
Possibly. I'd have to see different people. I mean, I think what's his name? That one kid is nice. What's his name? Commander K. He's a nice kid. I think his problems might go beyond Spurg. He's a nice guy, but he might have mental deficiencies. He's a nice kid, very nice. So he's got something going on. Like I said, Aiden, who hasn't been around for a long time, he flew away. Aiden's got the schizophrenia, so I know he's seen life from a different perspective. He's not a normie. I don't think he's a spurg. I'd have to think about it. Well, Willem, there's the guy Willem. He might be. Willem doesn't come around here too much. The ones who stood out for me the most, if you're asking me if I think you're a spurg, I have to think about it. It's hard to say. Possibly. Dev Pike is more of a spurg than DBF for sure. I definitely think if there's a spurg yet, if there's such thing as a female spurg, Beppis is one. And I definitely think Lone Hiker, even though we had our falling out, in terms of presentation and communication, articulation, he's definitely a spurg. Absolutely. Even though he's not diagnosed. Yes.
Yeah. I find it interesting that you perceive me as a spurg because
people might say, here's why. People might say, well, if you're quote unquote good, you got a great jawline, you can be Sinbad in a movie. Why are you here? If you want to, I think you're trying to ask me if I think you're a spurg or not. I wouldn't say spurg for sure. I can't say either. I don't really, even though you've been on a few times, I think more about it. Like Lone Hiker, who's never come on, just seems so spurg. The obsession with the maps, the way he's articulated, it seems so spurg-like. It's hard to put a finger on, but you know it when you see it. I'm not sure what you are. I'm not sure what Dev Pike is. Yeah, the absolute spurgs. Yeah, I would say in Spurget. Yeah, Beppis and Lone Hiker. Absolutely.
Totally.
Like I don't think Cassandra is a spurget by any means.
Yeah,
I don't even Totem. I don't know what his deal is. Again, you'd have to come on. I have to get to know him. But DBF always struck me as more of a failed normie, but socially he didn't have the spurg kind of problems. So yeah, he never struck me as a spurg.
Because I'm just interested because never in my life I've got called I got perceived as a Spurg IRL, so it's like really interesting to see.
Well, do you think? Well, I don't know if you're a Spurg or not. If you were, do you think your looks might give you a halo effect where people don't think you're a Spurg because you're too good looking to be a Spurg or some shit like that? I mean,
it's an interesting question actually, because I thought about it, but I did this experiment for myself where I went to a therapist and I mentioned that like, I think I'm a Spurg or something like that, or neurodivergent, to see like if they're like, okay, can tell if I'm off or not. But they even those therapists who are specialists in this kind of autism or neurodivergent department, they also told me like I'm a Spurg. So it could be also a halo effect. So, but because it depends on which, because not every therapist is competent.
true. You've seen my therapist, yeah. They're not.
I know that. I have a lot of experience with it also. So it's hard for me, like, because I knew I was not following the norm. Because I never wanted to marry, never wanted to have children, never wanted to,
Right.
have a relationship. So I knew I was always like kind of weird or way off in comparison to a normal.
A normie,
person.
right.
Yeah. So this is why when I came on first on your stream, I said I said back then that I would classify myself as a kind of as a failed normie, not in the sense that I'm not getting any girls or something like that, but more as I'm failed in the sense of I'm not following social norms.
Right. So you're more like that philosopher you mentioned earlier. You're in a way, you said Todd, who was that guy? The D guy? Yeah, you said maybe you're more like him in this. You're not living in a garbage can, but you're, not following the norms that you could be following. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But it could be also because autism. I don't know. I'm open to it.
Yeah, it's hard to say, and you might have because your looks might add a halo where you don't get the same kind of discrimination that an ugly Spurg would get. Like if you're a good-looking Spurg or an ugly normie, you don't have the same problems as an ugly Spurg. So it's both looks. That's why I talk about the equation. Yeah. I'm a Spurg, but I'm good-looking. I'm ugly, but I'm a normie. I'm still neurotypical. Versus I'm both ugly and a Spurg. So it's all part of the equation. And so people might look at you and say, well, even if you are Spurg light, why are you don't have the same discrimination because of your looks halo. So why are you, so you can't use discrimination being a Spurg as an example. I mean, I understand as an excuse. I understand why if you were a Spurg, you'd still feel like, well, screw this, I'm not participating. But it's not like you're being forced out. Like Todd was forced out. I was forced out.
I get it.
Right. You're not being forced out. You're choosing. You really are going your own way. Right.
It's there's also like, because I need to talk with more Spurgs also to know if they're like call me as one of them. But your platform is like, or you're the only one who will make me like kind of think of, okay, being a Spurg, make me like, because you said like that I'm a maybe on this kind of field, and all the therapists I visited IRL, they said like there's nothing going on here.
And you got to remember something also, one of the things that counts against you, not against, but because you are not an American, because you speak English okay, but it's not your first language, how much of the, in other words, if you were an American, I might have a better feel if you were Spurg or not. I don't know how much is just lost in communication with the accent. So, I mean, that adds, as an American, I can't tell you being Austrian. Well, is it Spurg? Is it because he's a foreigner? So there's that. I really can't judge because you're foreign. That does add to,
I get it. Plus, there's also cultural difference. Because, on average, German or Nordic countries tend to behave way differently than Americans. So I get what you. So,
if I visited Austria, I might say, wow, a lot of these people remind me of Xenicists. They all, even from the ugly to the old, to the young, everyone seems, so I really can't, because you're from a different culture, different background. I can't judge you the way I can an American. Spurgen. Yes,
Spürgen.
Spürgen.
Yeah.
Ich bin Spürgen.
I mean, I told you like last time
Spürgen Belsen. Okay, good. Yeah.
that you're more similar to a German than an American because of your boldness and straightforwardness.
Probably because of my spurgness. I'm an American, but I act differently than most Americans. In Germany, they'd say, "Oh, you act normal," but yeah, it's like, yeah. I think. I mean, what do you think? I mean, you're Austrian. I'm American. You do think I'm a spur? I'm diagnosed, but do I strike you as a spur? Or do you think this guy's not a spur guy? I get.
You are. I mean, like I spoke with Americans, with a couple of Americans, and they're like, Americans are not really straightforward at all. They're like completely going around the bush, like they're really indirect in their communication. But I think it's all because America is also so big. I wanted to ask you because I heard there is a stereotype that in New York, Brooklyn, people tend to be more bold than straightforward. I just heard. I don't know if it's true. That
in regards to what? I mean,
communication style, because
Right,
there's always
okay.
communication styles and they're location oriented. Because I mentioned that Germans tend to be. I mean, it depends where you like. If you're in Berlin, for example, Berliners tend to be way more bold than people in Vienna regarding the communication.
Well, let me tell you. Here's when I live in New Jersey. A lot of field trips have been to New York City. When I was in high school, we took a trip to the New York Stock Exchange.
Yeah.
And I remember we were teenagers. This is before September 11th. We're there in Lower Manhattan. And I remember there was these ladies walking by. And I think one of these ladies walking by bumped into some kid. And she started screaming at him like, "You motherfucker, watch where you're going, idiot." And it became clear to me as she walked off. I said to myself, she's not a New Yorker. She's from like, who knows where, Memphis or Detroit. She's acting the way she thinks New Yorkers act. I can tell right away, she's not from here. She thinks New Yorkers are more bold. I'm going to be like a native. Fuck you, idiot. And we're looking at her like, are you retarded? I think New Yorkers, this area, people might be more direct in the sense that they're more, less of the hi, but I don't think people are necessarily nastier. I think that's the stereotype.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people from other parts of the country come to this area and think we can be assholes because you're all assholes. And you look at them like, what the fuck are you doing? You don't treat people like that. I remember this lady, she was yelling at the guy, "Watch where you're going, idiot." And you could tell she wasn't a New Yorker. She was behaving the way she thought New Yorkers acted. So are they more direct? Possibly. More to the point? Definitely. Southerners definitely tend to be more slow and beat around the bush. Yeah.
I mean, this is like because when you think about it, every normie,
Actually, real quick. Yeah. After she walked down the street, she took out her tourist map. So it was obvious she wasn't a New York native. So I verified, yes, I did verify. She was not a New Yorker. I knew right away. I'm like, she's acting like I'm from, St. Louis. I saw on the TV show, New Yorkers are rude. I'm in New York. I'm in rude too. Watch it, idiot. And then she takes out her tourist map. She was acting like a tourist. Yes. Okay. But go ahead, Zenesis.
But what I want to say is like, when you think about this definition of normies, like, I mean, like you live in New Jersey and your kind of normies are way different to my kind of normies because of things like culture, the way they communicate, interests, hobbies, and stuff like that, and language. So it's like it's hard to like compare. Like you can only like compare how the normies are like when you're interacting with someone who is from the same city or something like this.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
So I don't know if you'd be considered a normie by Viennese standards. I don't know. I've never been to Vienna.
Yeah.
Wien. I don't. Maybe if I came to Vienna, I'd say, "Wow, everyone acts like Zenesis," or maybe I'd say, "Wow, no one acts like." I don't know. I don't have a model of comparison, so I can't tell.
Yeah. I can only say from my experiences that interacting with other Viennese people is I have also the ability. I'm kind of like, I don't know, because you mentioned like that you are not like this when you go out. I'm in the opinion that we have like 3 masks, like 1 mask at home, 1 mask when we go out, and 1 mask when we are like in an environment like friends or work. something like this, family. So, yeah, because I'm like 180, because I'm completely different when I go outside, 180 degrees terms. There are multiple kind of facts. Because one of the factors like because I don't have this language barrier of English speaking, so I tend to speak more faster, more kind of straight.
Right, when you're speaking German in Vienna, I understand, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And second of all, I'm not as reversed as I'm here.
Reserved. You're not as reserved.
Yeah, I'm not. I tend to be, because I can't like really, I try to be this really outgoing person, like, and try to fit in with the norm as good as possible. Luckily I have the ability, like, to mask it some way. I mean, it does get annoying after a while, but it's not like really that it's not the same as for you, because I know it's torturing for you and Baptist and stuff like this.
Well, like my shrink has said, oh, we all have to wear masks. I said, yes, I understand that. But I think it's even harder for Spurgs because we have to add an extra. You're wearing the normie mask. We have to wear a mask on top of a mask. He doesn't get it. He thinks I'm just like, oh, why can't you be yourself? Well, no one can really be themselves. I'm like, no, that's not what I'm talking about, you normie idiot. I see what you're saying. I wish my shrink understood this. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. For you, it's also like the problem because I have to. I'm so thankful for that I can like see social cues and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Also, because I can imagine if you're a Spurg and can't register like social cues or body language, like that's fucking torture, man. It's like even to learn this kind of stuff is like you can still learn it, but it's like difficult, I would imagine.
Like I'll tell you, I haven't been. You see, like I said, I don't want to hate anybody. I haven't been to his stream since he banned me for that third time. I said, fine, I'm not going to go where I'm not wanted. But as you see, he still lurks. So you can ask him yourself if you want. You want to talk to him. Here's your buddy DBF, Destroyed by Foids. I don't even hate the guy. I'm just like, what's your deal, man? You banned me 3 times. I think he got upset when I said he wasn't autistic because first he tried to tell me he was. Tried to argue with why he was. Then he said it's not real. He's back to the not real. So what do you make of here he is? Destroyed by Foids wants to talk to you here. What do you think?
I would need to talk.
Beer. I'll get one more beer. I'll do one more beer. Yeah, DBF, he's in the chat. Go ahead, because I think just because I'm not saying you're a normie, I'm saying I don't think you're a Spurg. Just my opinion. I think that's what really pissed him off. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe something else did. But he banned me after the 3rd ban. I'm like, what the fuck, man? I thought we were buddies. I brought you on my channel many times. Great way to show friendship. Yeah, okay. But I'm a Spurg. What do I know about friendship?
I would need to hear like his kind of position regarding this kind of followed. Hey Chris, how are you doing?
Sorry to make you sit in silence. Sorry, I'll have one more beer. Why not?
No, nobody was. Wait, Chris commented on just
right
now. But besides that, there was comments.
Okay, so what I would say, I'm trying to be fair with people. Maybe Destroyed by Foids is right. Maybe I'm not a Spurg because my shrink, who we just said doesn't even understand masking properly, tells me I'm not. But this is what there's like a pettiness, like this childlike. You're not a Spurg. It's okay. So, what is your opinion on what you think DBF is being petty? You think he was really under the conviction that because it wasn't, hey, OC, I don't think you're a Spurg. It was, I might be a Spurg too because the army guy said it. Well, I don't think you're a Spurg. Well, then Spurg doesn't exist. It seemed like he's all over the place. So, you can be honest. What is your response to Destroyed by Foyd saying you're not autistic?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
If I answer that, I want to ask Chris questions that you asked for me.
Okay, wait. You want to answer? You want to answer my question first, and we'll take Chris's questions.
Yeah. Okay. When you went to get on a beer, I said to DBF, I don't know if he's still here. That I need to hear like his thoughts on it, like via. Basically, he needs to come out and like I need to hear both sides because.
But he won't do that because he's behaving what I would say the way normies behave when they're scorned. They get very petty, you're not a tit. It's like that sort of as a Spurg, I look at it and say, okay. I thought I was hoping you'd be different. It's very typical of normies. So what is Chris Dubbs' question? Do you host your own show? No, I said you and Dev Pike should do your own little like radio show, but I don't think you do. Go ahead. Is that the question I answer?
Yeah, this is the question. What about that? Yeah, I don't have a personality regarding like moderating a show. I mean, like Horst always said to OC, he has the perfect personality, like to be a radio host, something like that.
Well, no, but hold on. Rafterman never wanted to come on until you came on, so you have a way of bringing people on. So you got a charisma. They want to talk to Chad Preet, not some ugly Spurg, but yeah.
And besides that, I don't really like attention so much. So I'm more like, I don't want so many people like, watching me. I always wanted to be like this guy who's like in the background, not the main focus, but more.
Well, just by showing your face, you became the main focus for some. I mean, Rafterman never would have come on if you weren't here. So yeah, and. All right. So yeah, basically, Rafterman and Dubs want to see you. Get rid of that ugly weirdo Spurg. We want to see Xenesis 24/7. So you've got two fans. One is Chris Dubbs, and the other is Rafterman for sure.
I mean, I would love that if Chris would come on the show, like on your OC show.
He's been on before. All right, I'm winding down for real, but all right, fine. I'll put the link out one more time. He can come on. He's been on before. He might be working right now. He's a truck driver in Western Australia.
It doesn't need to come on today. I just like generally
right in the future. One of these days, he's another one you'd like to talk to. Okay, yeah, sure, yeah. So if he wants to come on sometime in the future, if you're on, I can bring him on. Yeah, he's been on it once or twice. He is one of the few. I guess I usually ask people, "How did you find me?" Yeah. And most of the time, they either say through Todd or through Dumb. Mm-hmm. Occasionally, I'll get a DBF. Most of DBF's people are total shit, but the one exception is Dubs. Dubs came to me through DBF. He's the one person DBF brought in that I like. Everyone else DBF brought in was a disaster. All of DBF's fans, that's another reason why we had this falling out. He would encourage people to come to my channel. I'd say, don't encourage people. You want to mention me. Don't encourage people. Some of these people would come in. They'd be total assholes. All of DBF's people were total shit except for Dubs. So when I say, if you're watching me, you either know me because of Todd or because of Dumb. Or the one exception, Dubs knows me because of DBF. He's the one exception. All of Destroyed by Foyd's other friends were total asshole garbage. That's another problem with DBF. I don't think Beppis is coming back. I think she's afraid of some stalker finding her. Right? We've been over this. So Dubs won't come on unless Beppis is here.
Regarding Chris, what I want to say, I think he's in the similar age range as me, right? It's the same generation.
Yeah, he's. I had an interview with him once. I think he is. Yeah, late 20s, early 30s. I forget. I know he's.
That would be really interesting to talk with him actually, because like I don't know who is Beppis is in my age range. Who's beside?
Yeah, Beppis. Let me do the math. Wait, I know Beppis will be. I think her birthday's in May.
Yeah.
I think she's going to be 27, 28. She's going to be 28. She'll be 28. And you are 28. So you and Bepp are the same age. Yeah. Dubs, I think he's late 20s. He's like 29, 30, something like that. Yeah. Truck driver.
Yeah. It would be so interesting because he was on once
Mhm.
and I wanted to like, and he mentioned like the issues of the Gen Z regarding dating and stuff like this,
Mhm.
situationships kind of things. And
Right.
I'm like the same boat, like he's in chat already over there, like struggling, kind of, and but what I could hear like that he described that the relationship dynamic is currently like this, that most girls don't want to be in a long-term relationship, the younger ones or
Mhm.
generations, and the meta is more like this, that they prefer to be on short-term relationships, and I can also like confirm it also, because especially for my generation, long-term relationships are not there. They're not that, but there's a completely different shift regarding to the upper generations, like because Gen Z is more like, I don't know, short term. They want to have like, yeah, just fun and stuff like this. I mean, there could be like some long term relationship things in Gen Z, but it's a dynamic is completely different. So it would like be interesting to, like, to talk with Chris how this regarding
Yeah,
dating advice.
that's why I say I'm sure my grandmother or great grandmother would have been the same way if she could in her time, but she couldn't. So I think human nature is what it is. Women haven't
Yeah.
changed in hundreds of thousands of years, but what they can do or not do in the time period or the social environment varies. So yeah, grandma would have been a slut if she could be. These girls would be
Yeah.
chaste if they if the society they lived in forced them to be. So I think that's women's behavior is innate, inborn, but what they can do or not do is based upon the permissibility of the time and the
Yeah.
society, right?
Yeah, true. But yeah, but
And you're
uh,
saying women of your age are even more. We don't want a long-term relationship. We don't forget a marriage. We don't even want a boyfriend. We just want to see a guy for a little bit and go on to the next guy. Or
yeah, but I'm also aware that it depends on occasion wise, because like I can imagine that this kind of behavior happens way more in something like Miami, Australia, something like this, than in Vienna. I mean, it does happen in Vienna, but not as such brutal. I don't know how it is like in Australia, so I can't really say for 100% certain. I can only go by what Chris says on his streams, earlier
Mhm.
streams. So yeah, I mean, like even if you watch DBF's his streams, he also lives like in Sydney, and the way he describes how brutal it is over there. I mean, like there's also a part of it that backpackers tend to exaggerate like a lot of stuff, like to go way off the top. Like, yeah, there's also a thing, but I do believe them that there are some parts in the world that were extremely like more brutal than on average, like regarding dating and stuff like this.
Oh, I'm sure it is. And if you're from Saudi Arabia, you'd have a wife. Or let me tell you, another problem child from DBFs. That one guy, Run and Gun. He's an Arab who lives in Australia. Yeah. He couldn't get a girlfriend, so his daddy pulled some strings and got him an arranged marriage. So it's like, he's in Australia, but he doesn't suffer the same because he's part of a culture that gives him a wife. I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I'm just saying someone from a different culture like that can't lecture the rest of us. So yeah, even in like you have these closed groups, these like the gypsies. You have gypsies in Austria. I'm sure the social dynamic among the gypsies is different than it is among the broader Austrian culture. Am I correct? The Romani people, the gypsy people.
We have a lot of East European people.
Mm.
We have of people from Germany, of course, because what kind of people do we have also?
A lot of Slovenians came in.
Slavs and people from Turkey, Muslims.
Yes.
People from Syria. It's like it's the same. Like it's a Euro startup package kind of thing regarding those Muslim kind of thing, because it counts like England. I know England is not in UK, not in Europe, but England, France, Germany, they all have this Muslim problem, kind of.
Right.
For you, it's over there with curries, Mexicans. It's like.
Yeah,
but it's so funny for me to hear that it's like, because curries are like, it is completely opposite. Curries doesn't like, they do exist there, but it's they're like
Right.
rare.
Curry. You mentioned something once about Mexican girls. Do you even have Mexican mestizas, Latinas in Austria? I mean, how many Latinas you do? Because if you're living in like Guatemala, why would you go to Austria? You would try to get north to the USA. Why would you travel halfway across the ocean? You know what I mean? So I'm surprised. I can understand maybe Spain has some. Why are there Mexicans in Austria? I still find that mind-blowing. I don't think any Mexican says, all right, I want to get into Mexico. Let's go to Austria. I still find that mind-blowing. You got Latinas in Austria?
Yeah, but there's a lot of dating. Yeah. I mean, yeah, there is a lot of dating in social media. Regarding, there's always like, we have also like Koreans, Japanese people, but it's a really small community. There's always an exception from the rule regarding immigrants. There's always like a 1% of immigrants who tend to like go against the narrative regarding migrating, and they'll end up in Austria or a different country.
Okay.
But it's just, I mean, like, yeah, I think it's everywhere happening like this, that you have always like people from countries which are migrating and not how do you call it, who are not following the most sorry, let me just think.
No, I think right. Migration patterns. You have more Muslims than others, but they're always outliers. I think that's what you're trying to say. Yeah.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you something.
Go ahead.
Out of your panel, like you've been streaming for like 10 months, I think.
Something like that, yeah. I lost track, yeah.
Out of this 10 months, in your opinion, who is the most interesting person for you? Who's the most interesting person you ever encountered in this 10 months?
That is a good question. I'll have to think about it. Well, if you want me to say you, I'll say you.
No, I don't want to.
Excluding, yeah, I'm trying. Okay, excuse me. I'd have to think about that. Who's the most interesting person? I have to look back and see who's come on. Some people they come on, they have interesting points, and the next time they come on, they're kind of boring. Some people have only come on once or twice. So it's hard for me to say who's the most interesting. It's a good question. That's a very good question. You stumped me. I got to think about it. I don't want to like pick sides and take favorites. Actually, give me 1 second. I'm going to look back real quick through my own lives here. If I don't include you, let me take a look. Who do we have here? I'm looking at people. I'm trying to figure out who I've had on before. Yeah, it's very hard for me to pick a most interesting person. This is a tough one. You may be the winner by default. I'm trying to think. I'm looking at some of the people who've come on, and none of them are particularly interesting. I mean, I'm glad they all came on. None were particular. I mean, I'm not trying to be all lovey-dovey. I thought Dubs was great. I thought he was a very nice, well-mannered, very, very nice guy. The one exception to DBF's Starlings that I actually like. Dubs, I like Dubs. I like talking with him. I like talking to you. You guys are, like I like talking to Thule, but that was like a one-off. I like talking to Kevin Mebanks, but that was long ago, and he no longer comes around. I like talking with Dem. First, I think I'm going to be biased towards people who show their faces. So Dev Pike and Denmark guy don't want to show their faces. I kind of ignore them. I mean, the most controversial was Denmark Andy, the guy who did the line of cocaine on camera, on screen. He was the most controversial. Most interesting, you and Dubs. It would be nice to see you and Dubs talk to each other. That'd be interesting. Dubs was a nice guy. I enjoyed talking with him.
Wait, is it really like? Is the showing your face really that? I mean, you have your values and stuff like that. Your rules in this panel, but in my opinion, if someone, because I'm a person who's really context focused, like I look more on what the person says than besides his looks. Or if a person comes on without showing his face, I don't personally care because
Well, here's where lookism comes in. It's not just about whether you're good looking or ugly. It's about right now I can click real quick, look at some of these old thumbnails, do a quick scroll. I can say, okay, there's Thule's face. There's Wiggy's face. There's Donda. There's Kevin Mebanks. When people just have like a black box or something, I forget. So I think as a quick scroll, I'm not going to go back and watch all these old streams. Yeah, looks are important, and I can look and say, okay, real quick in an instant second. Okay, I remember when Mebanks came on twice, showed his gun. I remember when Donda came on a couple times. I remember when Dumb came on. I can see their faces. Oh, okay, or Cassandra, or what's his name, Doggo Food, whatever. I think having a face helps with the memory. Oh yeah, I remember him coming on. That's why I think lookism is more than just pretty versus ugly. It's about recognizing patterns where we're visual people. Some people have come on and they've had interesting voice only chats, but it's hard for me to remember those people as much unless they come on a lot, in which case it's time to show your face. So yes, it's not just about being pretty or ugly. I do admire, and I understand some people might be squeamish or standoffish. But still, it's so much easier right now. I click real quick. I say, okay, here's a thumbnail of, Kevin Mebanks. Here's a thumbnail right here of Thule. Here's a thumbnail of Donda. I'm looking right now. This is in real time. Here's a thumbnail of your buddy DBF and Chris Dubs and Denmark Andy. Here's a thumbnail of Dumb. Here's a thumbnail of Cassandra. Here's a thumbnail of Horsehead, etc., etc. So I can think back, okay, even if I'm not going to watch a stream, seeing a visual triggers a memory. Whereas when it's vocal only, it's hard for me to remember. So you're putting me on the spot. That's why it's the importance of looks beyond pretty versus ugly. It goes into triggering memories. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, okay, but interesting. For me, it's not like this. I mean, there are some part of lookism I'm aware of that I tend to recognize or memorize faces more with a person.
Well, you got to remember also, in fairness, I'm the host. So you're asking me who is my favorite guest to bring on. Well, I got to think, who did I bring on? Let me ask you as a viewer. I'm going to throw the question at you. I don't know if you've seen all my streams, but of what you've seen, who do you think is the most interesting person I've brought on? Who do you find the most interesting?
Just let me think for a sec.
It doesn't matter if you've seen their face or not. Yeah, thank you. See, it's a difficult. It's like, how do I pick? Yeah.
For me, it's not about the face because it's the arguments, it's the context.
Right. So contextually, who did you find the most interesting? You've talked about people you'd like to talk to. You want to talk to Dubs. You want to talk to Beppis. You want to talk to whoever. So you're aware of people who've come on. Who do you find the most interesting? And it's okay if it's DBF. I won't be upset. Whoever, to be honest, whoever you find the most,
Yeah, I'm thinking because there's 20 guys like on your panel. You like Richard Stallman. Just
see, it's hard. Yeah, it's like
it's a hard one, but I would say probably who I find personally most interesting is Brosi.
Oh, okay. That's a good cop out. Okay, I didn't know he counted. I thought you meant okay.
Yeah, but he's also. It's always like you're the host. Brosi is the guest. So, but I'm generally like Brosi is actually a guy who I generally find really interesting. Also, because for me, what I like about or what I find fascinating about Brosi is I never saw him I don't know. I mean, there's a normal way of complaining about work. This is normal. But I never if you look at the average person who comes on this panel, they tend to speak out about the problems and stuff like this. But Brosi is more on the stoic kind of route. He embraces the stoic path, kind of. And I wanted to ask you, because I don't know how he behaves outside of this panel. Is he always like this, really calm and reserved and?
Yeah, for the most part, I'd say yeah. But compared to me, for sure, yeah. In comparison to me, yeah. Out and about in public, yeah. I'm not with him at work when we go out food shopping or something. Yeah, he's pretty reserved. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's definitely. I'm not saying I'm confrontational. He's less confrontational than I am. Sometimes
True.
I don't want to raise my voice, and my brother would say, "Why'd you say that? Why'd you criticize?" I'm a bit more pushy sometimes. He's more reserved, more stoic. Yeah, I'd say yeah.
It's also like because it's a package. But when you think about it, Bruce is in a body. He's 5'4".
Mhm.
I don't know how he looks facially because he has the sunglasses on.
Right.
But he's in a position where most people usually, especially in this community, if we would switch bodies, most people would spurg out. Like they couldn't handle like his situation where he was put in regarding body and stuff like this. I'm not trying to bash. I'm just being honest. I'm just saying like this guy he's really resilient. If he's really like this on a consistent basis, like he's like really stoic.
Yeah, I think like what I've always said with him, people like him. You know, they don't want to be his friend. He doesn't have any like friends, but he's never had problems like I have with coworkers. And I think part of it is because I'm not saying I want to be a manlet, but one of the benefits of being when people are really tall, they get respect for being tall.
Yeah.
When people are short, they're seen as harmless. So when a short guy says something, people just say, "Ah, he's so cute," almost like a kid. So my brother gets away with things that I'm not tall enough to get the respect, and I'm not short enough to be seen as harmless. He's seen as harmless. I'm seen as fair game. So I think the one benefit of being a manlet, there's one benefit is people are less hostile towards you because they see you as a harmless child. Whereas with me, I'm not short enough to be seen as childlike. I'm not tall enough to be seen as intimidating or worthy of respect. So I think he gets a pass by being short. People are, more, he's harmless. Yeah.
You mentioned it once, and I think King Froglet also said like, okay, that because King Froglet is I think 5'7" height-wise, and he mentioned multiple times that he get like shit on or something like this because of his height, and there's like a threshold going. Like
right, there's a threshold. I think he also gave an example about some midget who gets treated like shit, and I said, "Whoa, a midget is the opposite extreme." My brother's not a midget; he's a manlet. So if you're a midget, you might have problems because you look your body's off. You're really short. I'm talking about manlets. It sucks to be a manlet. I wouldn't want to be a manlet, but I think manlets are given a pass because people don't see him as threatening. It's almost like, the harmless little dwarf. I think my brother, if my brother were my height, he might have more problems. If I were super tall, people would respect me or fear me. If I were super short like him, people would say, "Oh, you're harmless. Who cares?" I think the problems I have are because of the fact that I'm not tall or short. Yeah, I've said this before. I think people give him a pass because he's a manlet. There's a threshold somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, like, Bralos is also like a personal. I mean, like it's your show, so of course you're gonna talk the most. Yeah. Besides that, there who I find also interesting.
Okay.
I would like now. There were so many people on there.
Yeah.
Already.
Well, it's the same group of people usually. You can probably make a list. I'll have to make one of these days, or I feel like I'll make a list of who came on. But yeah. I'm trying to scroll through. When I see a face, it gives me a memory. It's hard for me to say. I mean, for me, who else came on that struck a nerve or chord with you? Not a nerve, a chord.
It's probably you're probably gonna say like I'm biased because I talk with this person today.
It's gonna be Dev Pike. Go ahead, it's Dev Pike.
Because of this critical questions ability to like because when I first encountered like the space, Dev Pike was going straight at me with his critical questions and he asked me like really. I mean, he has his moments where he like spurts out and stuff like that, but where he's like really behaving like a child.
Well, I'll tell you what. You should ask him. Say, Dev Pike, do you think you're a Spurg? See what he says. I think his definition of Spurg is something negative. I guess it could be negative, but he doesn't. He doesn't think he's a
He
Spurg.
He mentioned in the call that he might be some.
Oh, he might be now. You can ask him if he thinks I'm a he seems like he almost uses Spurg and narcissist interchangeably as insults. When someone pisses him off, you're a narky, you're a Spurg. It's like he uses those terms kind of liberally as insults. I don't think he knows the difference between a narcissist and a Spurg sometimes, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't talk with him about that. We only talked about like dating stuff and the black pill itself. Because he was like telling me, because we talked a lot about the black pill experience itself, how it is to be like running around with this vision of knowledge, or it's not knowledge, it's a state of mind, basically, more as of. And he was like kind of like sharing his opinions and views, and I mean we had similar talks that we had on this panel here regarding like centrism, the dating market is broken, hoflation. But yeah, it's like but the most focus we had actually was like trying to help him regarding how to escalate to a date or get further than he is currently.
Well, here's the thing. Like I said, I like Dev Pike. People have said, man, he's an asshole. I can't stand him. I people call me an asshole. So I don't dislike him. He has good points, but I'll be critical. He said, oh, Xenesis is just an edge. He called you an edgelord. Then all of a sudden he did a 180. So it's kind of like, well, make up your mind. He's too quick to judge people and then almost like backtrack, which makes it seem like he doesn't know where he stands regarding. He likes to label people, but he'll apply a label like that and then change his mind a moment later.
But for Dev Pike, I'm not trying to defend him. I just try.
You guys are besties now. You should get a radio.
I'm not besties with him, but I'm just trying to like see what I observe. Because when you look at your older streams and watch at the if you just watch at the context what I'm saying, because for him it's more about the arguments I give him than I mean looks is also a part of it, but it's for me it's like because when it first came on he had this intention that of this typical kind of LARPer like so. But I kind of like managed to like with my. He confronted me with this thing like, okay, you must be a LARPer and stuff like that, and I managed to like, convince him. I get where you're coming from, but I'm not like this. And after a while, he saw like, okay, that he started
right, which is what here's. It's perfectly all right to say, I think this guy Xenesis is an edgelord and a LARPer. I think, but I'm not sure. Let me get to know him and then make that decision.
Yeah.
In many ways, he almost does the normie fallacy of so quick to label and point a finger. Oh, I was wrong. It's like instead of saying, I think Xenesis might be some LARPer, edgelord, wannabe incel, wannabe Spurg, whatever. But I'm not sure. Let me at least do. That's my gut reaction. But let me feel it out. He's too quick to boom.
Okay.
Absolutely say he's an edgelord, he's a narky, he's role playing. Change of plans. Tell me about the girl in the coffee. So it's like, come on, man, don't be so absolute. I lose respect for people who are so convicted and then change their mind like that. That kind of I look down on. Yes.
Yeah, I know what it means. It's like this impulsive kind of thing. Like when you go from one extreme, like you could say, like, okay, hey, this person is suspicious, but I'm open.
But I'm open, right? So I have my reservations. I think this, but I don't know. Let me gather some more data. Instead, he's I know best. Which is to me is narcissistic. I know best. I'm 100% right. Xenesis is a fucking LARPing edgelord, blah blah blah, fake cell, fake Spurg, whatever. Yeah. Then shut up, OC. Yeah. I want to talk to Xenesis. Tell me about the heart and the coffee. Well, you just said he was all these things. You were so convicted, so absolute in the fact that he was, a fake seller, fake Spurger, a LARPer, or whatever, or an edgelord, whatever. But now, how do you go from something so absolute to that bugs me? Yeah, he's got to be more objective. Yeah,
it's the same with Todd, kind of like because Todd mentioned like I personally believe I can never convince Todd that I'm not allowed.
Todd very well might believe what he says. Dev Pike will say something so absolutely and then change his mind like the next stream. That's my criticism.
Todd is really really like manifested in his opinion. It's like I'm aware that I will never get to a change of heart from his side, but I don't mind. I get it, but I know where it's getting from. So.
I told him. I said, and this is where Dumb got upset with me. How dare you criticize Todd? Todd's great. You say I worship Todd. No, I love his philosophy, but I'll criticize him. I'll say, listen, Todd, you want to come on and speak your mind. Don't use a confused Chad Preet as your excuse. So he was going on about, lookism, all these people simp for Genesis. I said, don't use him as the excuse. We want to see you, man. We know who you are. Come on. So I can't force him to come on, but I will call him out. Like don't use Genesis as your excuse. So I criticize Todd for trying to hide. There's no point in me coming on. You're all lookers for Genesis. Don't use him as an excuse. And my criticism of Dev Pike is don't give me an absolute 100%. I'm right. This is true. And then go back on your word. It's okay to change your mind, but if you're going to be so fucking obnoxiously absolute about something and then change your mind 24 hours later, I can't trust anything you say. That's how Dev Pike strikes me. I can't. When someone is so 1,000% sure and they change their mind on a drop of a hat, have some conviction or have some humility and say, I'm not sure. I got my feelings. Let me feel it out. He's too absolutist. Yeah.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. Regarding Todd, I wanted to say that that thing what Todd says actually, like in the comments, like most comments which what Todd says are pretty based and pretty spot on.
Let me stop you there. That's when you say I worship Todd. One of the things I still admire, why I miss Todd so much, I get these comments, I read them, I peruse them. Todd's comments are still very based. It's still good to hear from him, not just because we worship Todd, because he's still, I loved his philosophy. I love the Spurg mindset. He does have, I will give him that. I'll have 10 comments. 9 of them are shit. Thank God for that diamond in the rough of Todd. Yes, I still love his comments. I still love his philosophy. That you and I agree on that. Absolutely.
I mean, it's not the same as with Totem, but with Totem, it's like Todd is more frequent when it comes to base comment, but Totem has also when it comes to serious topics, Totem goes.
Well, Totem is the broken clock. He's right every now and then. Yeah.
But the things with Totem is so interesting because when a serious topics comes on, his take is almost always spot on, but he can immediately switch to troll mode.
Right. Yes. Like I said, even Penny Pounder can every now and then have an interesting point. But they're mostly trolling, but every now and then they have the broken clock. Every now and then they're correct. So they're the broken clock. And so, but I agree with you. Todd's comments are definitely still, that's why I love the guy. His philosophy, he's still dead on with his comments. He's still the most base person here. It's good. I would trade 1,000 comments from a bunch of random starlings for one Todd. I would love to have one Todd comment means more to me than 10 comments by a bunch of nobody starlings. Yeah. So
I get it because Todd is really this guy.
He's my God. I worship him. Yes.
No, he's really like Bigfoot. He comes and goes, and when Bigfoot comes, he drops it for truth nuke and just leaves.
Well, that's part of it, but it goes beyond that. If let's say Todd came along like Bigfoot every now and then, but he said something stupid like la 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 bongo 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 playing tennis now, I'd be like, okay, it's good to hear from you, but because I've criticized him before when I thought his stream sucked. They said that stream was boring. So if he left stupid comments, I'd say, well, good to hear from you. Glad you're still alive, but that comment was stupid. I agree with what you said. His comments are more based than all the other comments put together. I still admire the guy's philosophy because he is much more based than all the. You find a page with him commenting on a bunch of other people. His comment is worth 1,000 points, and the rest are all just garbage. True, that's the truth.
Yeah, as mentioned before, because Todd is a person who is seen, he was aware of human nature. He saw everything already. So, I mean, so when you have this lens or this kind of vision, he's also a guy. He has a low tolerance rate when it comes to interacting with people in general, and he wants to do his own stuff, straight to the bullshit, skip all the bullshit and go straight to the stuff. So yeah, I get it. It's like it's like pragmatism, the nutshell kind of. And yeah, I'm not the same as Todd. I have some similarities, but I wouldn't say that I'm like really on the same level, because I'm still here and talking with trolls and yeah, but I admire like his, but I try to be like, you know, like him, and not intimate, like follow his foot, like copy him, but he has like really admirable personality traits.
Okay, maybe. So you think you might be a Spurg because you identify so much with Todd? You identify with his philosophy, or what?
I mean, like when you look at it, even Dom says something like this, that he admires, like, example, he takes a positive attribute from Todd, like, hey, Todd is a guy who doesn't spend a lot of money. Todd has a clean apartment. I mean, like, there is even normal see a lot of positive stuff which you can learn from Todd. So I wouldn't say I'm like a Spurg just because I'm admiring Todd. It's, for me, it's mainly I admire the way he navigates through life. Like, he's like literally this. Okay, I mean, like, I also tend to move on really quick from stuff, but he's way more quicker than me, I think.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I do think he secretly likes some of the validation. I like I said, we can't force people to come on. And if Todd, I understand why Todd, I don't blame him for ceasing streaming and making videos. It would be nice if you wanted to come on once in a blue moon, or like I said, once every 8 months you come do a little video. Hi, I'm still alive. We can't force him. I think he does. We know he lurks, and I think he likes some of the positive feedback. I think, so you might reach him or you might not. I can't promise you anything, but I think he's definitely he's watching this. I've known that from the start. So yeah, he'll probably hear your comment at some point.
Yeah. I'm aware that also the Todd is active on IS, so it's not like that he's now on Inkwell.
What is IS? What is that?
Inkwell.is.
Oh, okay. The Inkwell. So it's changed. Been IS. It used to be something else, right? .co. Okay, the Inkwell website. Yeah, I peruse that site. I don't have an account there, but some of the posts are so based. Others are just like children being edgy. So it's like a 50-50. So I'm like, wow, that's I could have written that myself. Others are like just kids. So but I didn't realize he's active on that site, that Inkwell site, incels. Whatever it is. Yeah.
It's the same as this panel. Like you have like people who are based when it comes to theories and stuff like this. Right. Most of them are trolls. Like, and I mean, like Inkwell IS had this prime years back when, I don't know, 10 years ago, something like this, organic theories and stuff like this. But most people got out of it, moved on. I would say that most people who are on there are literally like shit posters. I don't have an account. I'm just
I like you. I don't have an account, but I've been on the site before and I've read posts, and sometimes I'm like, wow, that's brilliant about human behavior. I wish I could have, again, like with Todd, he was saying what I always thought. Some of the posts I could have written myself. Others are just total garbage. I'm like, so yeah, I feel the same way. It's hit or miss with that site. But you're saying he's posting articles or posting threads there or whatever?
What I saw is he's fairly actively commenting on various topics, like that there's some activity like from his side.
Okay.
And the funny thing is, like, those comments which he makes over there is the same as here, always based, like always straightforward and always like always straight to the point. And so funny. No, it's like
no bullshit. Just a straightforward Spurg honesty. Honesty.
Behavior. It's like
right.
It's not like because you would think that an equal ass, because most people tend to be like, they start to open up and behave like more according like to the real personality, and online they're more like, more reserved and kind of, and then for him it's like he doesn't give a fuck. It's straight because it's cool.
Well, there might be some resting on laurels. We all talk about how great Todd is. We all love him for different reasons. He might think, well, I'm a juggernaut. I'm a superstar. I can say, there might be some of that. There might be an element of that. But but I still find a lot of what he says to be very based. I admire his philosophy. Yes. And his being neat. It's okay. Don't feel like a failure. You deserve it. I agree with him. So yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but I mentioned that I stumbled upon the Black Pill because of Saint Moody. He was the Arab guy in Germany who was like Syrian guy.
Oh, you're talking about? I think I know you're talking. Hamoudi. You're talking about?
Yeah,
I know. Well, Incel TV, ITV.
Yeah.
He used to feature the Hamoudi videos a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. He was. I believe he was Syrian, but living in Germany or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, when I first saw his video, like I thought this guy's LARPing kind of, because it was like too extreme, like running around, screaming it's over. But I watched his videos and I noticed that he has in a German space he was featured in different MGTOW podcasts, and I watched. And this is where I first saw like his real personality, because I thought that his like all these things which he does like on these videos is fake, like because most people do it.
Right, you thought he was just like Todd thinks you're a LARPer. You thought he was a LARPer, right?
Yeah. Especially on the internet, it's YouTube, man. It's like dramas and stuff like this gets you like attention, views, clicks. But after the podcast, I realized that he was genuinely like honest and real, and was really. But the thing is with Hamoudi is his default a really low ethnic guy, so when you're that low inhibition that you're not afraid to like scream around, it's like I don't know. Well,
and do you think because you're both? I mean, you might be a Chad Light or a Haitian Normie, but looks aside, you and he are both brown men in Europe. Did you identify with him because you're both brown skinned guys in Europe?
It wasn't because of it. For me, it was more about it. Okay, he can speak German.
Oh,
there's
okay.
There's the first guy in the Black Pill sphere regarding content creation and stuff like that, because most Black Pill guys, content creators, they're from America. Like Black Pill
and even Denmark Torso guy said the same thing. You got to come to the English speaking spaces to get more Black Pill content, right?
Yeah. And he was like the first person in the German sphere which exposed me to this. But meanwhile, we have people like Tales Black Pill, who is a German-speaking Black Pill content creator. I mean, there are more German content creators more, but Saint Moody was one of the first guys who exposed me to this kind of thing.
Right. It's over. If you're short, it's over. If you're bald, it's over. If you're ugly, it's over. And in some ways, I think, you're brown guys in Europe, pale as I am, I think I'm like a white Hamoudi. You see all the glub under my, I'm like, I got the facial shape. I'm like the white version of Hamoudi, because you can see all this glub. He had a lot of the glub under his, like, if your lower third sucks, it's over. Yeah.
I always found it funny, like how Hamoudi made fun of curry cells behind him, like because there was like, I don't know, he made it like in a really spurgy way, how he made fun of different kind of people or ethnic groups. It was like,
yes, he and I are both glub cells. I like that. Here's Totem being based. Yes, No. Xenesis is not a glub cell. Okay, Xenesis is whatever side he's on. He's not a glub cell. Yeah, Hamoudi and I are very much glub cells. I like that. We're glub cells. The glub under, glub cell. Before I forget, I want to mention, I'm going on about 5 hours. I'll probably get off soon, but I want to mention there's one other guy who used to come on. He hasn't been around in a long time, and he never showed his face, which is why I didn't think of him right away. In other words, I like talking to him, but it's easier. I can picture in my mind. I can picture Me Banks. I can picture a Doggo Food Frodo. Or whatever. I can picture Cassandra. It's harder. That's why lookism comes into play for me to remember who didn't show their face. There was one guy named from Michigan. He never showed his face, but his name was LOL Yuko, and he hasn't been around for a while. I really like talking to him because he had that when he was a kid. I know he's from Michigan. I think he was in his later 20s, probably about your age. But he would say, like, when I was a kid, I would say to my parents, I might never get a girlfriend. I can't make any friends. I might not get a good job. And his parents would dismiss it. Oh, you will, you will. I really like talking with him. It's been a while, but LOL Yuko, I don't know if you're remembering those streams. He never showed his face. You can't remember it because he didn't show his face, hence lookism. That's why I forgot about him. But yeah, as far as the people who didn't show their face, just voice only, I think LOL Yuko, he hasn't been here for a while. He was one of the more, interesting people.
I think I remember this name. I think it was also a stream where you had multiple people on it.
Mhm.
I think King Froglet was also on this stream. Maybe I'm wrong, because I think he interacted with Loluko or someone. Yeah,
Right.
some of the Starlings like interacted
Right.
with this. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I need to check it out again because I forgot his arguments and stuff like this. So,
But when you do this kind of thing, starlings come and go. Some people are here all the time. Some come for a while, then disappear. So you never know what happens to people. I forgot about him because I never saw his face. But we had some interesting talks. So I think he was one of the more interesting guests. Him and Chris Dubs and you guys seem the most interesting. So,
what did you think of the cocaine Denmark guy?
Well, it was very entertaining. For the longest time, my most viewed, I don't really care about viewership. My most clicked on videos were the ones with him, Denmark Andy, cocaine guy, and his roommate. For the longest time, those two videos had like 300 plus views. And I'm like, okay, people really like people. I guess people were rewinding back to that spot. It was something else. He did a line of coke right on the camera. So it was entertaining, but he was not interesting to talk to at all. And he got obnoxious. I'm not trying to be a white knight. He would get nasty with like some of the girls, and he would be annoying. He was kind of like Dev Pike in the sense that he didn't understand when I got 2 or 3 people on, I can't give you 100% attention. He would start acting obnoxiously. So I think he was interesting, but he had problems. He had problems. Yeah.
No, what I found interesting is because we asked like on the last stream, like, how did you end up here? For example, like, how did you find this place? And for Game Guy, this because I don't know what his answer was, like how he found this place. But for me, like,
well, I got confused because he was from Denmark, so I thought he was Denmark guy at first because Dumb always talked about Denmark guy, but he had no idea who Dumb was. So I'm like, okay, you're not Denmark guy, you're another Danish guy. So he didn't know Dumb, he didn't know Todd, he didn't know DBF. I guess he was a true rando. I still don't know how he found. He might have answered. I can't remember. He didn't know anybody. He found me totally randomly. Yeah.
Yeah, this is what I felt like. The chance of you finding you randomly, I mean, like, it's
very
so
low. Yeah.
It's extremely low.
That's why I always tell people, don't be afraid to like Denmark guy. Oh, torso guy. My family might see this. No one's gonna see this. You really got to go out of your way to find this place. So he was just one of those randos that came in.
Yeah, it's but for me, like, because I mentioned in the last stream, to get in this space, you need to be kind of in a
rabbit hole. You got to be going down a rabbit hole. Yeah,
because this is like the lowest of the lowest. It's like an underground club.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Yes. It's a hidden place. It's a hidden place, kind of. And to get into this kind of thing, you need to be kind of more like in this kind of niche in the first place to get through like all those doors. And for me, like,
there are these random websites. Who's streaming now? Cassandra says you can look up people streaming on StreamYard. So okay, I guess people might find me randomly if they happen to look up one of these channels that shows you who's randomly streaming. You can always get a random person. But yes, on the whole, very few people know this place. You got to really go through a lot of hoops to get here. He was just one of those just total oddball out of nowhere people.
Yeah, interesting. No, I found it just interesting, like how he managed to like randomly end up here, and it was only because of the beaches. At the end of the day, it's funny.
Yeah. So, yeah, he was a character, but he was not my most favorite guest. I mean, he was interesting, but I didn't really enjoy. Our conversations were nothing memorable.
Yeah, I mean, he was on drugs the whole time.
Right.
So
Yes.
So because of that, so you could never even like. He was like cognitive wise on a different planet.
Right. He was too. Yeah. He was drugged out. Yeah. So, all right. Well, I'm at the 5-hour mark. I think we've exhausted things, but I've enjoyed talking to you. I enjoyed talking to Denmark guy, and who else? Dev Pike was on earlier. We talked to Rafterman. You brought him on. So yeah, one of these days you come back. We can bring Rafterman back, or we can bring Chris Dubs on or something.
Yeah.
You know. Well, yes, like I said, most people know me either through Todd or Dumb. A few might know me through DBF. And other than that, it's totally random. So, yeah, I don't know what Cassandra's getting at. The rabbit hole of Dumb, which is kind of a rabbit hole, or the rabbit hole of Todd, or if you really want to go the Destroyed by Foyds route. Yeah, Denmark Andy didn't seem to know who any of those people were, so he was just a total rando. But, yeah, most people go down a rabbit hole. But anyway, thank you for joining me. Any last words you'd like to say before we say goodnight?
Thanks for having me on. You're probably going to stream, like, I don't know.
I'll try. I don't know. If I feel like if the mood strikes me, I don't know what my work schedule is going to be, but yeah, maybe I'll stream tomorrow or Monday. I'll see. Next few days, I'll try to do a few more before I go back to work. Yeah.
End of next week is the is the timeline where you go to work, right?
Yeah, I bring the paperwork on Monday. They're gonna get me in the system. I should be in the system by Wednesday. They'll probably start me Thursday, Friday. So May 1st, May 2nd. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll still, if I feel up to it, if I come home from work, I might be streaming what might be, let's see, for me, it might be like, I don't know, 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. So it'd be like 3 o'clock in the afternoon for you. So, but you don't work. So yeah, maybe I might do like, an afternoon stream for the Eurocells. Because I'll work overnight my time. I'll get home early morning, maybe eat a little breakfast. And then, as I'm winding down for bed, I might stream at like 9 o'clock a.m. for me, 3 o'clock in the afternoon for you. I have to see how tired I am. I want to go right to bed. I might say, fuck it, I'm exhausted. So
yeah, I know, I get it. Same. But I just like talking like with you regarding those things, because I know this is limited. And I want to come on as much as possible. There's a thing also that I know I'm coming on too much on, and I don't want to be like, this person who's like always on.
My criticism, it wasn't you personally or Denmark guy personally. Yeah. It's you, Denmark guy, and Dev Pike. I like the three of you guys, but we've seen your pairing. That's why I was so happy to have Cassandra come on, because it's not that I'm anti-you or anti-Denmark guy or anti-Dev Pike. I like seeing different combinations, different pairings. So we got you and Cassandra, and tonight we got you and Denmark guy again, but we got you with what's his name, Rafterman. So I like seeing different pairings. So I don't mind having you on. I just don't like when it's the same 3 or 4 people. It's nice to have some diversity, I'm all for diversity. Yeah,
I'm aware of that. I also try to lure out different people, but and
you can do it. I can't bring them in. Dev Pike and Denmark guy won't show their faces. Only you can bring them in, Chad Preet. So you gotta work your magic.
I mean, I can try it,
Well, all right, I tell you what. Now, I'm gonna ask you this before we get off. Before you hold your comment, who? Let's say anyone's willing to come on. Who would you love to talk to next? Someone new. You've talked to Denmark guy. You've talked to Rafterman. You've talked to Cassandra. Who would you like to talk to if you had a choice? Who would you like to talk to? You want to talk to Denmark Andy? Do you want to talk to DBF? Do you want to talk to Totem? Who would you like to talk to if you can pick anyone? Pick 2 or 3 people. Who would you love to talk to?
I can pick 2 or 3 people.
2 or 3. Yeah, you give a loose list. Yeah, we're loose here.
DBF.
Okay. Who else?
Pick
again.
There are a lot of people here.
You just want to
Chris,
talk to BBF? Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Dubs. I'm cool with that. If next time, remember he's in Perth. He's a truck driver, so his hours are gonna be All right. So you want to talk to? Okay, that I approve of. Okay, you and Chris Dubs. That would be interesting. Who else?
told him.
He'll never come on. Tim, it's some
Yeah.
kind of stupid.
Yeah, I know. Okay, I will switch it up for someone else. There's so many people who are already.
So you want to talk to the two Aussies? You want to talk to Destroyed by Foids and Chris Dubs? You want to talk to the Australians? Okay, all
I
right.
want to talk generally with people who are aware of the black pill, like kind
Okay.
of, because for me, like talking with people who are not.
Well, okay. Let me ask you this. 'Cause I'm getting off the way. Who are the most, in your opinion, the most black pilled people here? You think Dubs and DBF are the most black pilled, or
No, you are one of those giga black pilled guys. Todd is one of the giga black pilled guys. Dev Pike is one of the giga black pilled guys.
Well, you talk to me and you talk to Dev Pike.
Yeah.
Todd will probably never come on. Who are some people you'd like to talk to that you haven't yet that seem black pilled ish to you? Anyone?
Totem seems
Totem?
to be.
Who doesn't
Totem.
want to come on? Okay.
Yeah, Totem seems to be black. Penny Powder is like the thing is that with Penny Powder, he has his black pill moments where he's like shit on with really good blackish facts and stuff like that. But I think this is like a glitch on Matrix, like a broken clock thing going on with him.
Right.
And so I don't think he's like really black pilled. It's more like it's more trolled. Just thinking who else is black pilled? I mean, Torso guy is also black pilled.
But you've talked to me. You know,
Yeah,
Dev
but-
Pike, you know, yeah.
But the problem, the thing is with Torso guys is he's black pilled, but I want to speak more on emotional. I think like I want to speak more. How to say it, like because I'm already aware like how he got black pilled and stuff like this. I don't know his story, so it's for
Okay.
me, like,
You want to know his backstory, how he got to the black pill? Okay.
yeah. I'm already aware like how it happened, because I spoke with Torso guy multiple times already. But for people like DBF and stuff like this, I know I watched his videos also where he explains it, but I want to hear like his live version of it. Chris is like my generation. And he seems to be also aware of this thing going on. There are not so many people besides that who are really black. Who are in your opinion are like a black pill?
I think it would be interesting to hear you talk to Lol Yuko, but he doesn't come around anymore. That's why I mentioned him. He was one of the more black pill ones. So you got him. I'm trying to think who else. It would be interesting to hear you talk to Beppis once. Beppis doesn't come around because she's a Spurget. As far as females go, she seems the most. As far as women go, the most black pilled. It would be, and plus you're both Eurocells. It would be interesting to hear you and Beppis converse once. So yeah, I think LO, Yuko, and Beppis would be interesting to see, talking to Xenesis. Who else?
But you know the results. What's gonna be when I talk with Beppis regarding the black pill? It's gonna end the same with Cass. Nothing is gonna happen.
Nothing will come of it. I think Beppis will be a little more responsive, a little less. What do the numbers 1 through 10 mean? That's more Cassandra's personality.
Yeah.
I think Beppis will be nothing will come of it, but at least she'll be a bit more straightforward. Yeah.
Yeah, but I would say more like 5% more straightforward. But
Right. Not dramatically. Yeah, she's still a woman. She's still a woman, but she'd be a little more straightforward than as far as women go. She's the most straightforward here. Yeah. So.
Yeah, but I mean, like for me, like I don't see a purpose in talking with a person for 3 hours when I know already.
Not 3 hours, but she doesn't stay on that long. But we just see 2 Eurocells too. Anyway. But okay, all right, fine. So Beppis, I thought that'd be interesting. I think LO Yuko, he doesn't come around much anymore. So I guess you and Dubs would be we'll try that next time. You and Chris Dubs, we can try that if he'll come on. Yeah, you and Chris Dubs, I'll go with him.
Who is in your opinion like? Can you I know King Froglet is black pill as fuck because I saw it always like in Thomas White streams and listen to Klein also.
No,
But-
I think no. My opinion of him, I can go on about him. He was
Yeah.
an oddball. He used to beg me to stream. He'd say, "Bro,
Yeah.
how are you?" He was like too lovey-dovey, and then he went to one extreme. I hate you now, and I'm like, he did the typical normie thing. And I even asked like Cassandra. I said, "What's his problem?" I know he's a 19-year-old kid, but what's his problem? And Cassandra, why don't you like OC anymore? I'm like, what I was getting. It's one thing, like I said, kind of like with to some extent with Dev Pike. It's okay to say, this guy seems interesting. Meh, not for me. Froglet went to from one extreme to the other. He went from, are you going to stream tonight? Are you going to stream tonight? I remember Banks was showing us his house. And he's, OC, answer me. When's your birthday? Wait, what's your favorite color? I'm like, so he was very demanding. And then all of a sudden he went to, I hate you. All you want to do is take call-ins. You want neat bucks. When did I ever hide that fact? So I see him as very much like a normie, a kid who wants to break into a community. I don't respect him at all. That's my opinion of him. He's very, very poor behavior. Because he asked me, that black girl tried to run you over. How does it get to that? He asked me this question, but then he's like, how does it get to I fucking hate you? I'm like, what is your problem, man? How do you go from begging someone to stream to I hate you instead of saying you seem interesting? I changed my mind, not for me. How do you go to these extremes? Normies do that a lot, and your buddy Dev Pike seems so. I don't have any respect for him, but okay. What?
I just thought because of the stream with King Froglet, he seemed to be he seemed to be appearing like more like normal and like really
I see him as a child trying to break into. He used to beg people, tell me more about these different people. Tell me more about Rowan. Tell me more about all these different people. I'd be like, it's like he was trying too hard to break into a quote-unquote community.
Oh yeah,
and it reminds me of like we can talk about not just him, but also that bitch Leisha Pisha. It's almost like it happens in real life. We can talk about this next time. The starter friend, which is a great term. The term has always existed, but we didn't have a name for it until modern times. A starter friend. Do you know what that is? When like there's a new kid in school and he's an outsider, he doesn't know anybody. He latches on to the loser or the outcast just to get some social clout. And once he establishes himself, he dumps the loser and starts hanging out with the cool kids. I in real life in school, I was often the starter friend for new kids, and I feel like those people were like starter friends here. It's like Jesus Christ. So I don't see them as personally under the same umbrella. But hey, whatever you say, man. Starter friend.
Starter friend, interesting. It's like, I mean, there must be also.
I'm the starter friend. This kid here is new to the school. He doesn't know anybody. Has no friends. Doesn't know how to break into things. So he finds the loser. He looks at me and says, okay, that guy's kind of an outcast, has no friends. Tell you what, I'll be friendly with him because I'm the new kid. I need a friend. This guy's a loner. He's desperate for a friend. I'll be his friend until I establish myself. That's what I was the starter friend to the new kid. Same thing. I feel like that King Froglet child, he was like a starter friend. Even that Leisha Pisha bitch. They were just, you see how quickly they turn, how petty they get, as normies tend to do. It's one thing to say, I liked you, now I don't like you anymore, bye. To go from, be my buddy, I fucking hate you. It's like, and he was the one asking me, how do you go to intense hatred? And then he does it. So I don't have any respect for him at all. And you can say, well, he's young, he's a boy. I see this. I've seen old people act like this. It's something I don't respect in people as a Spurg.
Mm-hmm. It's like this really impulsive behavior. Like,
yes. Yes. Unintelligent behavior, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, but regarding those Blackpool kind of guys, I can't think of anyone else who's like.
Well, forget about Black Pill. You know who I'd like you to talk to, even though it would be a waste of time? I would love if one of these days you talk to Donda. I think that would just be fascinating. Wouldn't it be fascinating? Yeah, nothing would come of it, but wouldn't that be interesting watching Donda talk to his nemesis? Yes. What a gossipy. That would be a lot of gossip, a lot of juice.
I know.
We've been going for over 5 hours. She comes in now. What a gossipy conversation. She doesn't even know what we've been talking about the whole time. Okay. I'd love to see the two of you talk. I think it'd be fascinating. But yeah.
I know, see that you're the type who wants to love kind of drama and stuff like this and wants to debate, because I always made it clear, like when I came on, like in the first appearance, that I hate like debating, but you still managed like to put me into those kinds of situations where like like need to. I don't debate. I'm more like, okay, I go more like, but this orders like, okay, you ask me a question, I answer them. I don't like to talk about or convince someone like about something because I know it's pointless.
It is pointless, but it's still fascinating because, like I said, it's my show. But it's nice every now and then to sit back and just watch two randos. Like I not random, but I know you and I know her, but I have different interactions with you. I interact with Donda this way. I interact with Xenesis this way. I interact with Eloa to see different people interacting. It's good to just sit back and watch people that I'm familiar with interacting in their own, unique way. I find it fascinating.
Yeah, but with Cast, you wanted to not interact with them because I wanted to talk about anime and stuff like this with her. But you wanted to go like really deep into it, like wanted to know like if she's honest or not. Even if I told you like before, attention, validation, entertainment, what was attain social validation, avoid social disapproval. I've mentioned multiple times before already that it's pointless like talking about this kind of thing. But you still try to
because it's fascinating. It's also great to have like a different opinion. Like I can go on and on with Cassandra or on with you. It's good to see how Cassandra responds to you saying you're here for validation, or how you respond to Cassandra saying what does 1 through 10 mean. And then you want to change. You do it. Yeah. This is where I don't think you're Spurg. You do what a lot of guys do when they're confronted with a woman. They don't want to get too controversial. They bring it back to fluff. Let's talk about anime. And I said, no, we're not playing that game. We're not playing that game. So it was fascinating watching her say, what do the numbers 1 through 10 mean? I think you're for valid. It was fascinating watching that. Yeah.
I can tell you why I did that. I did that on purpose because I tend to go the more pragmatic kind of route. When I'm aware that I'm entering a pointless kind of situation.
Pointless conversation, right?
Yeah. I go the thought route and say like, fuck it, I don't want to talk about something else, which we could generally like kind of find some similarities on, like animes. And for me, I know you're the opposite. You want debates and stuff like that and drama and stuff like this.
Drama? Me?
Drama.
Drama. Gossipy. Me? What?
Yeah. It's like, I get where you're coming from. I know you want for you to also like interested to see like the dynamic of you have this chat priest or something like this.
Not just that. Like I said, I've been talking to Cassandra for months. I've been talking to you. Yeah. You've been on quite a few times. Yeah. But now, I know Cassandra from here. I know Xenesis from here. Let's put these two together and see how they interact because I can sit back and just watch. I can be the observer. As I'm talking to you right now. I've talked to Cassandra many times. It was nice to be able to observe two people I've talked to talk to each other. I find that fascinating. So,
But it must be like specific kind of people, right? It's not like the everyday Joe you want to watch, like talk with.
Well, I like weird, like I said, you and Denmark guy have come on together or Dev Pike. So that gets kind of boring. I want to see new combinations. So, you brought Rafterman on. You and Cassandra was interesting. You and Donda would be interesting. I think, like, I don't know. I'm trying to think. Chris Dubs and Tara Norquay would be interesting. I think it'd be interesting to have like weird, combos. Mix it up a bit. See, who talks to who.
It's interesting. It sounds like fun. Then you're like mixing everyone up.
Right.
Forced to be like in a comfortable situation. Like you bring them in an uncomfortable situation and ask them also like a straightforward, honest question.
Yeah, actually, I just thought of one I would love to. I would love to see. This would be the oddball one. Commander K and Cocaine Andy, Denmark Andy. I'd love to see the cocaine fiend and that kid. I love that would be fascinating. How would the two of them interact? Yeah. That would be funny because they're kind of extreme ends. To see the two of them together, that would be
Yeah, I can imagine like how Commander K will ask like Cocaine Andy like what kind of ponies he like. And he's like taking a hit, and he was like, "What the fuck is going on?"
Yeah.
I really like it. When you thought about it. It sounds really fun, like mix him up.
It's fun for me is to sit back and watch. You make it sound like it made you feel very uncomfortable. You had to change the conversation because it was pointless. So you start talking about anime or some bullshit, and I'm like, no, this is boring. Change back to something dramatic.
Yeah, it's we're just differently wired because I'm like if I see something is pointless, I tend to um like make a way around it. And for you, it's like, hey, there's something pointless. Let's go straight into it and let's try to.
Well, that might be wise, but it's probably why you might not be a Spurg, because Spurgs want to get let's stay on topic and let's talk about why we disagree, as opposed to let's find something nice to talk about like anime. So that's more of a normie trait. So you might not be a Spurg. That's a very that's a very American thing to do. What you're describing, it's very American. Let's talk about the weather if we can't agree on politics. It's very American.
I mean, it's the same in Austria. Like the main communication style is more indirect. We don't go out. It's more like, okay, we talk about weather kind of thing, more hobbies oriented. Like when we first meet up strangers, and it's normal. Like here, people tend to open up. Like it takes a long time for them to open up here.
Yeah, but you've opened up and she's opened up, so I want to see you two open up to each other. So it's like you know what I mean? It's a different dynamic here than well, let's talk about the weather. Let's talk about a cartoon. Like
Right.
All right. Well.
I just wanted to answer this question,
Sure.
which Chris has. What anime does anime watch? Yeah, I mean,
Proving the point. Let's talk about anime now. Okay, good.
No, just quick.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Go ahead.
Out of respect, animes like I don't know, Attack on Titan, Monster, Vinland Saga, Berserk. I mean, I watched also like shonen animes like One Piece, Bleach, Naruto, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. But yeah, I can't go all the list down right now because OC wants to go to bed. But this is like, are you a nihilist? Yes.
Are you a nihilist? You're a nihilist?
Yes.
Okay. Answer that question. Yeah. And what's JJBA? What is that?
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. This is the thing which I mentioned.
It looks like some incel term. Just be, just be anime. Yeah, just Jews just be Asian or something. Yeah, it seems like one of those acronyms. Yeah.
More questions coming in.
Okay, let's interview this now. Okay, actually, I'd rather people come on and talk to you in person. Okay, what would you say is your favorite anime?
I would probably say it's. I have multiple. I like Vinland Saga a lot. Attack on Titan is pretty normie too, but I would say the most thing is either Vinland Saga or Berserk, something like this. Okay, I guess nihilism and the black goes hand in hand. I wouldn't say that. It depends on the person. Like there's different kinds of nihilism. There's optimism, the optimism that optimism nihilism. Like you see, like, okay, nihilism means like there's no purpose in life. I think that's what I would. There's no meaning in life, and you can like decide like, okay, do you view this as a negative thing or a positive thing? Because this realization can also like enlighten you or make you really depressed. It depends on the person. And regarding black pill and nihilism, I wouldn't say they are not the same thing. They're completely different things.
The rest of this is just crap. All right.
Yeah.
What we'll do is okay. Thank you for coming on. Any last words, Genesis? Anything you want to say before we say goodnight? Because I do want to go to bed. I'm getting tired. When I get bored, like, I don't really care about Japanese cartoons. You guys can have your own stream where you talk about that, but I'm like, I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, no, I said everything.
Okay. All right. Well, come on next time. You can talk to Chris Dubs. Sounds good. You and Dubs can come on together.
Sure, if he's willing to come on.
If not, then Donda can come on. You're going to be talking to one of these two, if not both. So, okay, that'll be an interesting stream. Actually, here's what I'll ask you before you go. Based upon what I was saying, like I said, it would be interesting to see like Commander K and Denmark Andy. Who would you like to see put together? Who do you think would be fascinating to see? Give me a combo. Sleep on it and let me know next time.
Yeah, I will do it next time because it's going to take a long time because there are a lot of people on this panel.
Because there are very few people here. A lot of the conversations are kind of meh. At some point, it's like,
All right. Yeah, I will answer this on the next time we speak. All right, because I want to...
there's nothing in the chat that's they're just talking amongst themselves. So yeah, there's nothing. You're not missing.
No. I wanted to because you wanted to go to sleep because you mentioned it like, hey, half an hour ago I want to go to bed, but because it's going to take a long time for me to answer this question because there are so many people on this panel, and yeah, I need to think about it.
Okay. Think about it, and we'll talk. Maybe I'll stream tomorrow or the next day. Before I go back to work. Yeah. So all right, we'll see you. We'll see you again soon. So sounds good. All right. Have a good night. Okay, that was a nice, fruitful chat. I think Dev Pike was on much earlier, briefly, and then we had Xenesis most of the time, and Denmark guy, and Rafterman Valley, whatever. So we had a nice. Yes, it's over now. This was a nice stream. Have a good night, Xenesis. Good to talk to you and good to talk to the others and blah, 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 blah. For now, Occupational Click out.